A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the sixth and final round of the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse here from Misano Adriatico. We're here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli as time qualifying getting officially underway for our GT3 Cup competitors. These are in the Class 1 division. So it is the current generation 992 GT3 Cup car, with a 4-litre flat-six boxer engine producing 510 brake horsepower, powered through the rear axles by a 6-speed sequential gearbox. Title battle has come down to the wire, and it's going to be two battling for the top honour this year. That'll be, first of all, from Italy, and it is going to be the number 45 of DCV by Ombra Racing's Matteo Segra, 45 points behind the man from Sportec Racing, Ethan Ischer from Switzerland. Now, a big thank you to everyone joining us live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe whilst you get the opportunity. But now it is going to be the point of putting the lap times in. We did have a little bit of rainfall yesterday during the the 2-hour endurance qualifying race yesterday evening between 6 and 7 p.m. local time. And the rain did appear a little bit earlier on in the day, so a lot of the drivers deciding to not go out on the circuit, mainly because of the fact that they did not want to damage anything vital, and that could really cause a bit of a problem, especially when you look at who is battling for the title this weekend here at Misano. Of course, the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, named after a man who grew up in this very part of the world, Marco Simoncelli, who was one of the famed MotoGP riders back in the late 2000s and the early 2010s before his sudden and tragic passing. This circuit measures 4.226 kilometres, 16 turns in a clockwise direction, 6 to the left and 10 to the right. And the fastest corner of all will be at Corvone, where the drivers will be accelerating in 5th gear and hit about 230 kilometres an hour on the apex, and will accelerate to about 250 going into the next right-hand kink before a very, very heavy braking zone. So, initial benchmark coming in from Jeremy Siffert, the number 54, and he has set a 1 minute 52.431. And there is the number 7, Christoph Langer from Germany. Christoph currently 12th in the standings on 47 points. There is a battle, however, not just for the title, but also for third of the championship standings. Emmanuel Quintieri, Matteo Barretto and Gregor Burkhardt all have a chance of being the driver third in the standings come the end of today. Gregor Burkhardt last year, runner-up. It's been a difficult season for the Sportec Racing, not just driver, but also the CEO. And you don't really hear of many times when a man that runs the operation, you know, oversees everything, and still has the fervour and the gumption to get himself behind the wheel. So Christian Karamoschia, the number 95 from Omni Racing, goes up into 8th position. Into Bitsin in the number 9 car. He's now up into second head of Christoph Langer. Jeremy Siffert, one of 3 drivers that have been put under the Porsche Switzerland Young Talent Program, along with Ethan Ischer and also Elia Papacena, who will be competing in the Class 10 division, which is the GT4 category. We also welcome back our friends at Porsche Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse, so we'll see the wonderful derivatives of the 993 and the 964 derivatives of the RS and the Carrera Cup cars in action a little bit later on. Thomas Brauch, who makes a return to the series in the number 33 car, moves up into second position. So we still have about 13 and a half minutes of this session left to go. So a 20-minute qualifying session for GT3 Cup. Then we're going to have 2 Open GT qualifying sessions, both taking place over 20 minutes. And then we'll have the GT4 Club Sport and the Classics out for the final qualifying session before we head trackside for the first grid walk of the day. First race due to start at 10:57 this morning. We're going to be bringing you all the coverage all the way through the race day, including what is going to be a 2-hour night race here just off the Rimini coastline. And it is a true tradition here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, where we have the best part of nearly 30 cars on the grid. Unfortunately, Wolfgang Triller will not be taking part in said race because unfortunately his engine expired on the Thursday test day. There's Greg Burkhardt making his way around the circuit. He'll also be taking part in the endurance race as head of motorsport for Sportec Racing, Marcel Fessler, will be joining him in the car for the 2-hour enduro tonight. Greg makes his way out of Curva Misano, the 16th and final corner, and across the line he goes. So this will be a warm-up lap. It takes about 2 to 3 laps for the Michelin tyres to get up to temperature. But Christoph Lange now starting to improve. Luca Casella in the number 11 car has also improved up to P3. As Matteo Beretta, Ethan Ischer, Lorenzo Celli also making themselves out onto the circuit itself. So 16 cars in the GT3 Cup division here this weekend for the final round. So for qualifying, it's not just the first race we're deciding the grid of, we're also deciding race 2. So for the fastest driver in both sessions, for the first and second fastest laps, that is 3 points for the driver. So it goes 3, 2, 1 for first, second and third. So Gregor Burkhardt improving over sectors 1 and 2. So you can just see how quickly these cars go up to speed and then get on the brakes. Of course, vented steel discs, as opposed to the carbon ceramics that you would normally see on a lot of the more road-going variants of the 911. So Karamuskia goes up into P6 ahead of Gioga. Luca Casella now the fastest out on track as Greg Burkhardt comes out of the final corner. And he gets very, very close to the pit wall on the left-hand side, going into the first part of Variante del Parco. And Gregor Burkhardt, first driver under the 140s, and instantly is pipped by 0.8 of a second by Jeremy Siffert. And you can hear that the tyres are squealing a bit there as Greg Burkhardt really starting to rotate the car through the corners. And then he's coming out of Del Rio and then into what is effectively turn 5. Then it's a short run up to Curva Quercia. And then you've got Tramonto, which is the build-up for Corvone. So Burkhardt really starting to push. He's improved again, but he's slightly down. Now we're riding on board with the number 15, Emmanuel Quintieri, who was on pole position, if you might remember, back at Monza. But unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, the Omni Racing driver who's running in the Prima Ghinzani Motorsport, of course, the technical partners for the team this season. So, right, okay, so car 26, Ilario Introna, will have 2 laps in succession deleted. Christoph Lange now goes up into P2 ahead of Greg Burkhardt. And Luca Casella rounds out the top 4, covered by 1.5 seconds. Karamuskia now up into P2, 0.279 off of Jeremy Siffert. Greg Burkhardt is improving. He's put in his personal best at the moment, a 1:39.373. Ethan Ischer now starting to show signs of activity along with Matteo Segra, who's currently P10. Greg Burkhardt back to the top of the timesheets at the moment, 1:38.122 by the number 88. Jeremy Siffert straight away pips him again as Emmanuel Quintieri comes out of the final corner. All dramas there for Christoph Lange in the number 7. So he spun the car around. So hopefully he hasn't flat spotted it. Now, if a driver decides to change tyres on the car before their respective races, they do get a 3-place joker penalty, effectively by changing tyres. So Jeremy Siffert leads the way, 1:37.894. Gregor Burkhardt, 1:38.122. Christian Karamuskia, Christoph Lange, Peter Heglin ran out your top 5. Now, with regards to obviously both Segra and Isha, it is a case of sometimes you have to play the safe game. But Ethan Isha now pumps his way up to P6, quickly drops to 7th. And there is the number 21, the 18-year-old, former Formula 4 Central European Zone champion 2 years ago. And you can hear the cars just, big lock up there for Ethan. I think that was the right front. So, and now it's changing all the time. Christian Karamaskia now pips Greg Burkhardt. So Burkhardt up now down to P3. And at this point, it's dependent on whether Ethan Isha will play the safe game. He's got a 45-point advantage, but there is a maximum of 62 points available. That's 3 points for pole position in each race, 3 points for the fastest lap in each race, and 25 points for a victory. But Isha again starting to improve once more. He's just on a 22.932 in the middle sector. Looks like he's really ramping up the pace. Greg Burkhardt, his experienced teammate. Emmanuel Quintieri's just gone off at the final turn at Misano at turn number 16. So just under 7 minutes to go. Elaro Introna in the number 26 up to P5. So Emmanuel Quintieri is not moving. So there will be yellow flags coming out. And there is Isha. We've got Quintieri trying to see if he can restart the car. That grass might still be quite treacherous. These are slick Michelin tyres they've got. Matteo Beretta comes out of the final corner. And Ethan Isha has just gone top of the timesheets. 137.248. And it's the Sportec 1-2 at the moment because Greg Burkhardt has done a 137.797. Matteo Beretta now goes up to P4. But the good thing is, looks like Emmanuel Quintieri managed to get the number 15 back up and going again. And Georga in the number 3 has ended up, I think, may have called a time early on this rapid-fire 20-minute qualifying session. And for what you see picture in picture, that is Quintieri starting to make his way around the circuit once again. Lorenzo Celli from, I think that's the flag of San Marino, if I'm very much mistaken. Number 30 has just gone up to P6. So improvements from Beretta, Celli. Heglin goes up to P4 in the number 5 car. And Ethan Isha, so obviously will have had to have slowed in that opening sector. Has just set the fastest middle sector of anybody. So Isha on a real push. And he's just done a 26.3 in the third and penultimate sector. Straight on goes Lorenzo Celli into the gravel. And that is going to pick up. That's going to be a lot of pickup going through the rear wheel arches down the diffuser. That could spray some onto the circuit. Isha across the line. 137.059. I can see what, and look how he just throws it into turn 1 at Variante del Parco. The two wheels on the right-hand side going up into the air. And Isha is not hanging about. He is pushing. He wants to make sure that he has the best advantage possible going into the penultimate race of the season. And Matteo Beretta trying to do what he can. And he is currently P4 at the moment in terms of qualifying. He's currently P5. Matteo Franco Segra, finally, the Italian from DCV by Ombra Racing, puts in a 1 minute, 36.608. We've got a real fight on our hands in qualifying, and he's just gone quicker than nearly half a second, 4.5 tenths of a second, ahead of Ethan Isha, chief rival in the series. And now just seen that Matteo Beretta's just had his lap time deleted by race control. There were multiple corners, I think about 6 of them, where track limits are being heavily policed here at Misano. But what an absolute flyer from Matteo Franco Segra. So Emmanuel Quintieri is going to have lap time deleted, track limits at turn 6. Same for car number 95, Christian Karamaskia. But this really makes it a mouth-watering prospect for race 1. Looks like there's a little bit of front right splitter damage to Matteo Fregra's car, but that is not impeding the Italian at all. He's been a very, very busy young man so far this season. Not only has he been racing in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, but it was here last week for the penultimate round of Porsche Carrera Cup Italia. Car 23, Thomas Winkler has just had a track limit penalty as Emmanuel Quintieri, after that earlier spin through cover Misano, has just put it P4 provisionally on the road. But, of course, that lap time is now being deleted. And Matteo Franco Segre has gone even quicker still, 1 minute 56.530 for the Italian. 0.47 of a second. Ethan Isher has done a bang on the nose, 1 minute 37 around the circuit. So 2.25 minutes remaining on the timer, if that. So the first part of the circuit, very, very technical. I had the opportunity to ride on board on a, funnily enough, it was in the number 30 car that Lorenzo Celli is actually piloting that was a vehicle that was used in this year's Mobil 1 Super Cup. Big thanks to Dynamic Motorsport and Rod Christie for that opportunity. And that will be one of our upcoming features later on today. But still, Segre is flying. Could we be on the course for a sub 1 minute 36.5? He's already gone purple in the opening 2 sectors, and he's nearly done the same in sector number 3. So Segre with the wind beneath his rear wing on that number 45 DCV by Ombra Racing. Out to the final corner he goes. What's the lap time going to be for Segre? Will it be a quicker lap time? Yes, it is. And it's a 1:36.109. And that puts him nearly 9 tenths ahead of Ethan Isher. Peter Heglin rounds out the top 3 with a very close top 5. Peter Heglin, Matteo Beretta, Emmanuel Quintieri round out the top 5, covered by just over 1.1 seconds. It's 12 1/1000ths between Beretta and Quintieri for the outside of row number 2 on the opening race of the weekend. So, and Lorenzo Celli in the number 30 Dynamic Motorsport entry goes up to P2 by 22 thousandths of a second. So there are going to be some drivers that will cross the line. We've only got a handful of seconds remaining, 10 seconds to go on the timer. And there are some improvements. Matteo Beretta improving over the opening 2 sectors. Checkered flag is now out. Ethan Isher does he improve? Yes, he does. 1:36.675. That is going to put him on the outside of the front row for race 1. So a few drivers getting very close to the left-hand side wall by the pit lane, as Matteo Franco Segre will cross the line very shortly. There he goes. There's a 49-metre offset from the start line and the finish line here at Misano. And Matteo Franco Segre didn't need to push on that last lap, and he will take provisional pole position for the penultimate race for GT3 Cup Class 1. A few other drivers coming out of the final corner, including the number 3 of Gioga, who moves up to 13th. Good effort there by the Italian, 1:38.687. So, and more lap times being deleted. Turn 16 being police turn 6. I think the exit of turn number 14 is also one that's under observation. So Luca Casella has just crossed the line. Got one car going very, very wide coming out of the final corner. You've also got Ethan Isher trying to see if he can push and improve. He was very, very close to improving on his lap time, but it was fractionally short by 31 thousandths of a second. But that concludes the final qualifying session for GT3 Cup for 2025 in Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse here in Misano. And it is Matteo Segra from DCV by Umbra Racing that takes pole position for race 1. Ethan Isher, the championship leader, with a 45-point advantage, will line up on the outside of the front row. Lorenzo Celli, the man from San Marino, will line it up on the inside of row number 2. Good effort by Matteo Beretta as well. The teammate of Matteo Segra takes P4 in the session. Peter Heglin in the number 5 car for Fach Autotech, ahead of the number 15 of Emmanuel Quintieri, Christian Caramuschia, Ilario Introna. Greg Burkhardt finds himself down in 9th, ahead of Jeremy Siffert. Christoph Lange, Thomas Winkler, Luca Casella, Thomas Brauch, Ernst Inderbitzin, and Gyoga round out the 16 strong in that category as the GT3 Cup cars make their way down to pit lane. Some of the drivers will be doing their cool-down laps. So that will conclude GT3 Cup qualifying, and very shortly we'll be getting underway with Group A for Open GT. A big contingent here this weekend. So the air temperature due to get a little bit warmer here in the Rimini region of Italy, to about a highs of around 19 to 20 degrees Celsius at its highest. So 16 drivers will be heading out onto the 4.226 kilometre 16 turn circuit here at Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli momentarily. But a good effort there by Matteo Segra, taking pole by over 5.5 tenths of a second in the for the opening race of the weekend. So the calmness before the green light shows at the end of the pit lane for what will be our penultimate qualifying session for Open GT. Now, Open GT this weekend, there are a multitude of classes. Of course, you've got Class 21, which is the current generation GT3 Cup car with ABS. We also have Class 992 GT3Rs. As the green flag waves down the pit lane, and we are ready to see who will come out on top in this particular session. We'll see what happens in session number 2 after this one. Coming into the standings, it is a comfortable lead at the moment. 53 points for Max Mutschlechner for Porsche Centrum 5 scene. And of course, his German teammate Sebastian Schmidt, who will also be out, well, is out in this session, along with Mutschlechner. Ahmed Almedi, the man from Qatar, who did the clean sweep back at round 4 in Monza in late July this year. He's really come on strong, and he's tied on points with Sebastian Schmidt. Also, keep your eyes out on 2 other drivers that could be in the fight. Maybe not just for third, but maybe second in the championship. Gualterio Branco from Malucelli Motorsport and Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic. He'll be out in this session, will be Monegro. Also, it's been a difficult weekend for Dragos Buriu. Of course, bit of a difficult one for the man for in the 207 for the Newton Racing team. Romanian now resides in London. Had a wonderful catch-up with him, and also his partner in crime this weekend, a man that's known in Mobil 1 Super Cup and Carrera Cup Benelux circles. Jaap van Lagen will be here for the endurance race, but is also coaching the 207. Did sustain damage during one of the sessions yesterday, slight contact with another vehicle. But the team have been hard at work trying to get everything back into order. So it's going to be a rapid-fire 20-minute qualifying session. And for Max Mutschlechner, he had pretty good weekends at both Spielberg and Imola, and at Monza and Mugello didn't really quite go his way. Sebastian Schmidt, however, came flying out of the blocks at Portimao. Mugello took the first win there, and Ahmed Almedi and Gualterio Branco have picked up wins between them as well. So this has been quite a ultra-competitive division. There's the 226 of John Jastrzemski. John currently sitting 24th in the standings. Of course, some of the drivers such as Massimo Froio, Andrea Galli, who we understand is going to be running in the GT Cup Europe over at Monza. Good luck to Andrea and the team there. Andrea not having the best run of luck at Monza back in July of this year. There is Sebastian Schmidt in the 203 Porsche Centrum 5 scene entry. So at the moment, fastest in the opening sector, Joel Monegro. And good to see Schorsch Wöhler in the number 211. He's deciding to go Open GT this time. We've seen him and Brother Franz in action in the Porsche Sports Cup Classic Suisse in one of the other categories, which funnily enough was the Class 32 division, 993 RS and 993 Cup division that we have. Of course, there are still some opportunities for other championships to be divisions to have their titles settled here this weekend. So, Schorsch Wöhler, first across the line. Well, after Joel Monegro, Ahmed Almedi, Marcus Gratian has also crossed the line and put in the first benchmark. So, Schorsch Wöhler flying out of the gates, 1 minute 41.811. Followed by Monegro, Almedi, Gratian, Kaiser, Sebastian Schmidt, John Jastrzemski, Marabi Mekbavishvili, being coached by 6 Carrera Cup Germany talent pool driver and a man who was competing this year in the rookie division of the championship. Joe Warhurst is here on site. And also he managed to get the old fireproofs on and have a little bit of a go in it. And he's been coaching the 2 drivers at lap time racing, lap time performance this weekend. But Schorsch Wöhler, not quickest in the opening sector. That's gone to Sebastian Schmidt, but Wöhler's gone purple in sector number 2. So, car 222, Ahmed Almedi, has just been hit with a deletion of lap time due to track limits exceeded at turn 6. So, Schorsch Wöhler again sets the overall best third sector at 26.497. As the cars hurtle at well over 200 plus kilometers an hour across the start-finish line. Schorsch Wöhler, 1:36.860. Marcus Gratian goes in to P2 now with a 1:38.482. And now Sebastian Schmidt decides to show his early hand. 1 minute 37.497. Wöhler is really pushing in this session at the moment. He's just done a sub 25.5. As there is the 211. And again, another lap time deleted for Ahmad Al-Mehdi. Turn 6 again for the man from the state of Qatar. Schwarzwälder really hooked up at the moment. He's gone purple again in sector number 2, as we have just over 13 minutes of this session remaining. So it's further from Schmidt. Muschlechner now jumps up into P3, 1:38.026 for the number 216 from Germany. Gratian, Monegro, Megvabishvili, Kaiser, Eric Santos. Good to catch up with the Brazilian earlier on this week. I think it was Thursday. I had a quick chat with him. So Eric also improving. He's currently P8. Joel Monegro, the man from the Dominican Republic, jumps up into P2. 1:37.332 from the 224. So Eric Santos, Sadamoto Takahashi in the 204. Sebastian Schmidt now responds and goes P2. Nicholas Kaiser up to P6. Ahmad Al-Mehdi now rounds out the top 10. Jastremski, Buriu, Zalko Drumic, Franz Lama, and then you've got the pairing of it's the 232. And that is Schaflitzel and Kaus. Of course, some drivers will be taking part in one of the 2 races. So we're about a minute and a half away from half-time in this 20-minute qualifying session. Dragos Buriu now up into P6. Max Muschlechner now P3. Schwarzwälder, however, is still absolutely flying. Losing a little bit of time in sector number 1 is the 211, but he's gone purple in sectors 2 and 3. Crosses the line, 1:36.169, improves by a tenth of a second. So it's Wöhler, Schmidt, Muschlechner, Monegro. Marcus Gratian now passes him and goes up into P4 with a 1:37.301, pipping the man from the Dominican Republic by 31 thousandths of a second. Ahmad Al-Mehdi now up into P6, followed by Buriu, Nicholas Kaiser, Megvabishvili and Takahashi, rounding out your top 10. And still the push to get the fastest lap at this particular point is still happening. So the number 232, that's the Vendan Motorsport entry, Andreas Schaflitzel and Wolfgang Kraus. So Andreas will be taking part in race 1, Wolfgang in race 2. So further time penalties, further times being deleted. Zelko Drumic, also car 203, Sebastian Schmidt has also had another lap time deleted. Max Muschlechner now to the top of the timesheets, dips underneath the 1:36 barrier and puts it at 1:35.956. And it is getting really tight at the top. Muschlechner, Schwarzwälder and Sebastian Schmidt all covered by less than 0.3 of a second. And funnily enough, they're all running under the same garage, Porsche Zentrum 5 Motorsport. So these 3 are really rapidly firing their way around the circuit. So Zelko Drumic in the number 213 MS Racing entry. Not been an easy one for the Austrian, but is starting to improve. Change between 8th and 9th. Takahashi demoted as Megvabishvili goes up into 8th position on a 1:38.257. Top 3 covered by less than 0.29. Helmut Rodig now up into 10th place. Good work by the 202 for Fach Autotech. And then instantly, I think he's had that lap time deleted. Right. Across the line goes Max Muchlechner. Does he improve? Not quite. 9 1,000ths off the previous lap. So the man currently leading the Class 21 standings. And in the Open GT, we have Class 21, Class 23, Class 24, and also Class 40. So the Class 40 cars will be Open GT 992 GT3 Cup cars that have been modified from the original spec of the vehicle. Right, car 214 has just had a lap time deleted. Franz Lama from Austria. And another one for 216, Max Muchlechner. Schorschwörler has now pitted with around about 7 minutes to go on the clock. Sebastian Schmidt now up into P2 on a 1 minute 36.165. And, well, this time Helmut Rodig now up into 9th position with just under 7 minutes on the timer to go. As those wondering, why did Max Muchlechner indicate? Well, he was going through into the entry into pit lane just off the cover of Misano. So, at the moment, you might think that Max Muchlechner might be feeling comfortable in this qualifying session. Well, not really. The reason being, okay, yes, he's currently leading things as they stand with a 53-point advantage. So we have seen it before in championships all across the world in motorsport, whereby you might be leading the championship or the category that you're in, but who knows what the final round of the season might bring. So the time is fast ticking away here at Misano in this in Group A. And there we see, picture in picture, Max Muchlechner in the garage. And one of the mechanics from Porsche Zentrum 5 Motorsport used to be adjusting tyre pressures. So 5 minutes to go, and times are, in some respects, improving, and there are some that may not be improving. However, it's dependent on how you can get those. You know, if you bolt a new set of Michelins on, if they did that towards either the end of yesterday's free practice day or this morning, ready to get the cars going up through the heat cycle. You normally have about 2 or 3 push laps on the Michelin Cup Sport tyres. But the final tweaks will be very much in the case of this qualifying session. Will determine the respective grid positions for this weekend. We've had a pretty much a green flag session all the way through. No major dramas with drivers going off circuit at all. But at the moment, it's still Max Muchlechner that leads the way in this session as we speak. Oh, but we have had a drama. Ahmad Al-Mehdi has just dropped the car and is now having to, he's managed to keep out of the way. Very, very lucky for the 222. And I did have a chat with the Qatari driver. I think it was Thursday afternoon, and he said, you know, it's a new track for me. I'm learning as I go along, but you know, we're improving all the time, which is always a positive thing to hear from a race car driver. That you want to see improvements all the way through testing, and then also making it through to, you know, building the pace and building the confidence in the setup of the car underneath you heading into time qualifying, because this is where you really do need to push like crazy. But we're into the final 2 minutes of the session for Group A. And we'll have Group B up very shortly. But still, the throng of 4-litre flat six boxer engines in these wonderful machines roar around this circuit at full velocity. So car 211 Schwarzwälder has just had his previous lap time deleted. Track limits at turn 8. Oh, but I did hear a big old screech of tyres just a second ago. So Schwarzwälder's lap time being deleted has demoted him back to P3, 4 1,000s behind. Porsche Zentrum 5C Motorsport, and it is the 203. Sebastian Schmidt in the barriers. Oh, disaster for the man from Germany with a few seconds to go on the timer. I did hear a squeal of tyres, and Sebastian Schmidt has unfortunately struck trouble in the dying moments. So that would have been in the opening sector. So the timer is counting down. And the checkered flag is out. Max Muchlechner will cross the line. But drama has struck Sebastian Schmidt at a pivotal point in the season. This is where he did not need that to happen at all at this point in the championship, because there's still an outside chance that he can, but by placing P2 he's softened the blow a little bit, but depending on the car being extricated, that will provide a slight delay to proceedings for Group B. Nicholas Kaiser improves up to P8 in the final throws. As Manabi Mekvabishvili, the driver from Bulgaria for lap time performance, comes into pit lane. So a few more attempts as 221. Eric Santos comes across the line. Now, for those wondering about the cars with the silver livery with the Porsche in black stickers along the side of it, those are the cars that are for the Porsche test drive experience cars. They are run by Manthey Racing, of course, headed up by Olaf Manthey, the team based out of Neuspath, not too far outside of the Nürburgring in the Eifel region of Germany. So still, I think, maybe waiting for a car or two to come across the line. The last one was the 232, the pairing of Schafflitzel and Kraus. Of course, they both got to, well, in this particular session, they would have gone out. So Schafflitzel would have gone out for part of it, and Wolfgang Kraus would have gone out for the other part. But Max Mutschlechner has the lap time to beat overall in Group A qualifying when it comes to Class 21, a 1 minute 35.956. Sebastian Schmidt, I haven't seen the car roll down pit lane. I've seen Schorsch Wöhler just come through into pit lane, and Sebastian Schmidt is going again. So hopefully the damage for the crew at Porsche Centrum 5C in Motorsport is superficial. So I think that's probably him roaring around the track at the moment that I can hear in my ears. Well, one of which was the 221 of Eric Santos. So Max Mutschlechner takes the top time in Group A for Open GT. Sebastian Schmidt, P2, head of Schorsch Wöhler. Top 3 covered by 2.1 tenths of a second. Top 6 covered by just under a second. So good work by Schorsch Wöhler, Marcus Cation, Dragos Buriu, the Romanian, and Joel Monegro from the Dominican Republic in the 224 entry. And the PTE operated by Manthey car. P6, Zelko Dremic, the next best placed driver in 7th position. Niklas Kaiser in 8th, head of Ahmad Al-Mehdi. And Germany's Helmut Rodig rounding out your top 10. Sadamoto Takahashi and Marabi Megvabishvili rounds out your top 12. Eric Santos, John Jastrzemski, then Andreas Schafflitzel and Wolfgang Kraus between them round out the top 15, with Franz Lahmer from Austria rounding out the 16 strong in that particular qualifying session. And I have just seen Sebastian Schmidt just roll down pit lane. So I think it might have just been a glancing blow, or he might have just held on to the anchors. Whether his tyres are going to say anything about that session is another matter altogether. So with that in mind, we very shortly will be getting underway with our penultimate qualifying session of the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli for Group B for Open GT. Some of the cars starting to make their way down pit road, which includes the number 40 car that is going to be piloted in race 1 by Richard Distel and Alexander Woller, that will be running in the number 40 car in race number 2. There are also some other drivers that have decided to go into the into Class 21 this time. Most notably, the 295 entry is green flag waves. Green light signals the start of the 20-minute qualifying session. And we're underway with Group B qualifying. So, I have a few drivers in this session, including the 235 of Rieder Racing's Alois Rieder in Class 23. Tarek Fahmy in the 238 entry for B driver. And good to have Max van Rosen back on the grid. Him and David made their first appearance this year in Class 10. Max running with the team Neuhofer Rennsport. Good to see Jörg Müller, a veteran in his own right, being here as well. He's been doing a lot of driver coaching. We've also got a man who's also well known in racing circles, Marco Werner. Had the opportunity to chat to both gentlemen over the course of the weekend. It's great to have them here as the 240 now makes its way towards the end of the pit lane. Also, we've got Patrick Dinkeldein, the man from Proton Competition, man who won both races at Monza. And the thing is, he has taken his own set of glory. I mean, especially when he did quite a good job. There's the 299. Everyone loves the Martini livery on a Porsche. Rod Christie back behind the wheel. And had to make a sudden adjustment from a 992 GT3 Cup car with no ABS on Thursday morning, courtesy of yours truly. And they went straight out again into the 992 GT3R. Was here a couple of weeks ago. He missed out on Mugello, but the car's been a little, well, it's had an engine overhaul, and the team were testing here a couple of weeks ago, and let's just say that Rod's circuit experience did not entirely go to plan. So he's in the Class 24 division, of course. Stefan Heim, can't forget about that man for Team Jos by Twinbush. He'll also be taking part, well, Rod Christie will be partnered by Dynamic Motorsport team boss Matteo Malucelli, and Stefan Heim will be having his own team boss, Michael Jos behind the wheel again in the 2-hour endurance race later on. So it's a case of just getting things up to temperature here in this 20-minute qualifying session. So we're going to have a total of 32 combined entries in terms of the Class 21, Class 23, Class 24 and Class 40. And then after this, we'll then have our final qualifying session, not just of the weekend, but also of the season, where we'll have Class 10, which is the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Schwarz. We'll then have the 964s, the 993s out, so Class 31, Class 32, and also Class 39. Now, Class 39 are modified variants of the 964 and the 993 derivatives of the RS and Cup cars that run in Class 31 and Class 32 respectively. So one of the beautiful things about understanding about these cars a little bit more, as I've accustomed to over the course of the season, is with the GT3Rs, as we see Rod Christie out on track, the GT3Rs are more aero-dependent, and the 992 GT3 Cup cars, if you will, you could call it a bigger version of a tin top, a touring car, where rotational speed comes more into play. So Rod Christie weaving from side to side to try and get some more temperature into the tyres. Obviously, with the way that the 911 over its multiple decades of history, the weight is on the back axle. So what the drivers are doing when they're warming up the tyres, they're trying to warm up the front tyres and to get the grip in there to try and do what they can to move forward. So lap times are coming in thick and fast as we're a quarter of the way through this 20-minute session. Alois Gida in the number 235, fastest on a 1:42.684, a 1:50.072, not reflective of the times that we'll see from Rod Christie. Marco Galassi in the number 260 is also out on track, and that is from Malucelli Motorsport. As Max van der Rosen puts the 240 up to 5th spot, ahead of Gualtieri Tierro Branco, who's battling away in the lower, well, who's battling away for the sharper end of the field. Manuel Zloff, who wore the Lightning McQueen livery on his car, now goes up to P2. Good to also see Siebach Motorsport's Levin Gelf back on the grid. As Patrick Dinkeldine storms in, the man from Germany with a 1:35.483. Love the livery on this Proton competition Porsche 992 GT3R. Very deep, deep gold, not bright and shiny, but more of a sort of a closer to a matte than a gloss finish, with a lot of exposed carbon fibre on display, or a matte black finish, if you will. But Dinkeldine really, really pushing. Christie now starting to push. and is within a tenth of the German in the opening sector. Alois Rieder in the number 235 has just been demoted by the 294 of Danilo Pauletti for Amadeus Rennsport. And Rieder running in class 23, so Pauletti, I think about 3 seconds off the pace that we saw from Max Münchlechner, 2.7 seconds in terms of class 21. So Malovzlov now up to P5. Right, Levin Gelf has just been got across the line, gone P3 overall in the session, and will have this lap time deleted by exceeding track limits at turn 8. Car 235, Alois Rieder, will have a lap time deleted for track limits at turn 13. And there is the 240 Lightning McQueen tribute band car. As Branco goes up to P3 overall, but that is class 21 fastest in the session. But once again it changes still, but not to the point where it's going to impact Guartiero Branco. But it does when Pauletti goes quicker by 57 thousandths. So that's 4th overall in the session. But more importantly, Pauletti now quickest in class 21 in this session. So another penalty coming in. Branco getting a track limit penalty of a lap time deleted. Turn 6. Same for Distel and either Richard Distel or Alexander Voller from Sportec. So we are getting closer and closer to the halfway point of the season. Rod Christie with an absolute flyer of a lap time in the number 299 Dynamic Motorsport 992 GT3R, 1:33.941. Dinkeldine is put in a 1:34.352. Alois Rieder, who is in the 2:35, that is the 901.2 GT3R, rounds out the top 3 overall. Leading class 21 overall and 4th in the classification. Danilo Pauletti in the number 294 entry. Stefan Heim getting the Team Eurosport Twin Push car up to 5th overall. And a good showing by B Drivers man from Italy, Tarek Fahmy, up to 6th place. And that is 2nd in class 21. Closely followed, well, about 0.3 of a second back, is Austria's Max van der Rosen in the 240 Team Neuhofer Rennsport entry. And just behind is the 251, the A-Works by Porsche Paderborn entry of Johann Frisch. Been some good showings of pace as Branco, the 274 from Malocelli Motorsport up to P3 overall and takes the lead in class 21. But that's quickly changed because Stefan Heim says, right, here we go, as the 291 from Switzerland goes up to P3 overall and pips Alois Rieder by 85 thousandths of a second in Class 23. So we are coming down to the final 8 minutes of this session, and then we'll have GT4 Club Sport and Classic to round off our qualifying sessions this year in Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse. And Rod Christie has gone purple in the opening sector. He's slightly off, not by much, but still posts the fastest final sector in the 299 Dynamic Motorsport 992 GT3R and puts in a storming 1 minute 33.535 and is over 8 tenths quicker than Patrick Dinkelstein. Right, there we see a little bit of work going on the left front corner. Mike Janser, new to the team, new to Porsche. Also being coached by Joe Warhurst this weekend. Currently sitting in 12th in the session. And there is the wonderfully liveried 291 car. Right, the gaffer tape has come out for the lower left-hand side. So some really, really wonderful, colourful cars, as always, here within the Porsche Motorsport family. Of course, if anyone might remember my chat with Stefan Heim earlier on this season at Portimao, it's actually his son that came up with the idea for the livery, and it's one of those, it's something that is very, very striking, if you will. So more to the point, it always goes to show how much hard work that these... Now, there's a lot of people that are... You know, when you look at the different cars, the different liveries, and there's the B driver car of Tarek Fahmy at the moment, who is still sitting quite a way back, actually. Guaratello Branco's really, really pushing the car. Now, I'm wondering, he's just... The Italian's just on a 1:35.884. Has that... I think that might have just beaten Max Mutschlechner's time from Group A. Now, that could be very, very telling. But we're coming up to the last 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer here in this 20-minute qualifying session. There's Levin Gelf. I think he's due to partner up with Yanis Fitch in the 2-hour endurance race later on this evening. So, can there be an opportunity for Patrick Dinkelstein maybe to close in what is a significant gap between himself and Rod Christie, which is just over 8 tenths of a second? Let's see if the man from Germany can put in a pretty astounding lap time around this 4.226 kilometre circuit. And he's just done a 24.977. Which is the best part of over 2.5 tenths of a second behind this man on your screens at the moment, Rod Christie. Stefan Heim has just done a personal best in the opening sector. There's the 291 Class 23 car. So let's see. I'm thinking I've got a suspicion, but I'm waiting for results in some respects to make me aware of whether Gualtiero Branco has taken that top time in the session, and if he has, that's a great bit of work by the Italian at this stage. So Dinkeldine has improved on sectors 1 and 3. So at the moment, well, it's kind of a bit of a pendulum swing for Patrick Dinkeldine when it comes to the qualifying laps in this session, as we are on the verge of being into the last 10th of the 20-minute session. So is Dinkeldine going to improve? He's about 4/10 off, so he's going to, I mean, with the 134.725, he might just about get another 2 laps in if he's lucky. I mean, at this particular occasion, with it being so deep into the session and the last few moments counting down, it could be a bit of a tall order on that front. So more lap times showing as deleted. Another one for Danilo Poletti. Also another one for Christian Fischer in the number 248 for the Porsche Basel Racing team. So the last few attempts here in this particular occasion for what is going to be the last qualifying session for Open GT for 2025 for the series. Checkered flag now goes out for the session. So the final few pushes, the engineers will be in the driver's eardrum saying, right, okay, this checkered flag is out. You need to push now. You need to push now. You're up. And they'll tell them cumulative data. So not just the sectors in general, but micro sectors as well, like if they're losing time coming out of particular corners. But the checkered flag is being waved. Rod Christie will take the session overall and will start from overall pole position. Maybe not just for race 1. So Rod Christie, I think, might be coming down the pit lane very, very shortly. Yep, he's come in as the Martini liveried 992 GT3R comes in. Patrick Dinkeldine has also come in, so Rod Christie will take the session. 133.535. Tarek Fahmy crosses line will remain 7th in this session, but a storming lap by Rod Christie. Patrick Dinkeldine will make it an all Class 24 front row. It's going to be an all Class 23 row 2 with Stefan Heim and Alois Rieder. And also Gualtiero Branco and Levin Gelf will be the top 2 drivers in that session. But I think maybe by less than a tenth of a second, Gualterio Branco has taken pole position for Class 21 for race number 1. Levin Gelf in 6th, Tarek Fahmy, Max van Rosen, Danilo Pauletti, Mike Jansa, Johan Frisch, Matteo Biasone, Marco Galassi, Christian Fischer, Manuel Zloff, and then we've got 273, the pairing of Sportec Racing's Richard Distel and Alexander Voller, rounding out the 16 strong. So that concludes Group B qualifying for Open GT. And very shortly we'll be getting underway with our final qualifying session of the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli up next. It's going to be classes 10, 31, 32 and 39. So our classic divisions and GT4 with the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. So you see some of the wonderful scenery that we have here at the circuit surrounding the area. Around about a 15-minute drive from the from the beach, especially when you've got local areas such as Cattolica, where I'm currently staying over here this weekend. But what an intense few qualifying sessions. We still have one more still to go. And that will be coming up very, very shortly. That will be Class 10, Classes 10, 31, 32 and 39. And there we see a hive of activity down at pit lane as everyone's waiting and chomping at the bit. And you see some lovely, lovely examples of the cars that we've got here this weekend. So in terms of Class 10, well, Elia Papacena has pretty much just got to finish race 1. He's got the, well, I think he tied things up very, very early on in the season. And great to see the images down in pit lane. There's Kurt Eckert in the number 311. The 993 Class 32 car. There's also the 105. Eric Chatelain for Amex First Rennsport. Now the green flag waves and the green light shows at the end of the pit lane to commence our final 20-minute qualifying session of the season. As David van Rosen is being held at the end of pit lane at the moment by some of the technical staff behind the scenes. Of course, a lot of people that make this championship work day in, day out. So a few of the drivers making their way out into the session. 14 cars in total due to take part. So we got in Class 10, we were due to have, I think it was 6 cars due to start. So we've got Eric Chatelain, Elia Papacena, David van Rosen, Alexander Walker for the Porsche Basel Racing Team, and America First Rennsport's Jovasek. Jochen Kilp was on the entry list coming into this weekend of the season. Then in Class 31, we've got Redback Racing's Ivan Reggiani. Then Kurt Eckert in the Class 32 993 Cup car. Reggiani running in the 964 Cup car in Class 31. And along with Kurt Ecker, we've got Sebastian Gleser. Then also in the Class 39 division. Now this is one of two 964 Carrera RSs that we've got on circuit that are modified. So Jeremy Christopher Brodard. Then we got in there Niki Leutweiler from Porsche Zentrum Oberzürichsee. And then we've got a few other drivers for Class 39 in the 344 964 Carrera RS. Jürg Schreiber. And then in classes 31 and 32, entry 327, Florian Schmidhuber. And then in class 32, the 345, Gunther Schindler, both running under the Kurt Ecker Motorsport banner. As the first. And the thing is, this is you see this here, the 322 is not hanging back. That's Niki Leutweiler, and he's right on the rear of the 105 of Eric Chatelain. I mean, the thing is, you see the car that occupies a lot of the the drivers making the move from, like, say, karting into the entry point into sports cars, which is, through Porsche, the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. And this just really goes to show that when we have the modern day and those wonderful classic machines still able to roar their way around the circuit and show that they are still very capable. So in Class 10 at the moment, it's Alexander Volker for the Porsche Basel Racing Team that is really, really pushing. At the moment, well, Kurt Ecker not hanging about either in Class 32. Elia Papacena went out for, I think, for a scouting lap and has come back into pit lane. As now up into P3 overall goes the 322 of Niki Leutweiler. So nearly a fourth of the way through this session. Sebastian Gleser now goes up into P7. So at the moment, well, David van Rosen from Austria in the number 123 entry for Team Neuhofer Rennsport now moves up into P2. 1.8 seconds behind Alexander Walker in the 125. Eric Chatelain rounds out P3 in Class 10, and at the moment, well, Elia Papacena now has moved out of the pit lane and has gone back out onto the circuit. And as I say that, Jova Zek in the 175 entry for Amag's first Rennsport has just gone to the top of the timesheets, 1:49.788. I remember having a chat with Jova. I think it was Red Bull Ring earlier on this year for round 2, and Jova has improved quite significantly over the course of the season, and has an opportunity, I think, race 1 to wrap up P2 in the championship. As David von Rosen now goes to within 7/10 of a second of the 125 on a 1:44.127. Eric Chatelain rounds out third. Jovazek now up to P5 overall, but P4 in Class 10. And Nicky Lodweiler leads the way, fourth overall, 149.059 for the 322 993 Cup car. And now that is a beauty. Body in white, 344, Yudschreiber, and just listen to it. It rumbles. There's a very different, distinct engine note that the traditional boxer engine that the Porsche 911 has been provided with over the generations. You know, you get these very, very different raspy, rumbling exhaust notes, and it's a wonderful sight to see it come out of Curva Misano at the final corner and across the start-finish line. So Jovazek crosses the line and puts in a 151.7. About a couple of seconds down off of his lap in a lap a little bit earlier on. I might as well just do ASMR for the moment, really, because some of these cars are absolutely glorious. The exhaust note, it's wonderful to hear, and to see these 964 and 993 RS and Cup cars fly their way out of Curva Misano at a big rate of speed. Now, obviously, they're not as, you know, with the modern advent of internal combustion engines and how the technology has improved to such a significance, you know, to hear these classics, to hear these cars thunder, like, you know, and it's not a rumble, it's a rumble when you hear them in the distance, it's a roar when you hear them at flat chat. So there is the 125, Alexander Volker, that's now leading Class 10 overall with a 1 minute 42.692. And now we're going to get a wonderful onboard here. And this is onboard with Nicky Lodweiler in the 322. You can hear the brakes sort of like chiming in. These cars, you know, there's no creature comforts. They're stripped out to the bare metal. You know, no sound deadening. It's lightness, it's performance, it's handling. You get this nice rumble as Nicky pulls it into the pit lane. As now we've got a change at the top of the times in Class 10. David von Rosen for Team Neuhofer goes top of the timesheets by nearly half a second in the 123. And he went fastest of anybody in sectors 2 and 4. So the Austrian on a charge, and I'm just going to have a look over my desk at the moment. I think Nicky Lodweiler might, yeah, he pulled in to the pit lane and then the car darted to the left into the working lane. So, just over half of the session completed, just over 9.5 minutes left on the counter here in the qualifying session. And then the drivers making their way around the circuit at high velocity, and Elia Papacena has just blown David Van Rosen's time out of the water by nearly 1.6 seconds. The 107 has just put in a 140.620, and that was a sign of intent, saying, right, I'm gonna keep you all waiting, and then bang, straight in he goes. So at the moment, it's a lockout of the top 5 overall in this qualifying session by Class 10. Elia Papacena P1, David von Rosen second. And now we're on board with Papacena going through. That was Corvone at the top part of the hill, the top part of the circuit. Now, we're going to get a real understanding because it's a right-hand kick that's hard on the brakes. And then you've got to power out of the corner through Del Caro. And then there's two left-handers. Here's the first one coming up. And then into Misano. And Papacena, got to make sure he does not go completely off track coming out of that final turn. And now across the line he goes. Went fastest overall in sector number 2. And he was 1.1 seconds off. But sectors 2 and 4 for the 107 from AMAG First Rennsport are definitely a notable improvement. As I've just spotted Ivan Reggiani coming down the fast lane of the transit part of the pit lane. So Papacena, purple in the opening sector in the 107. Good improvement by Alexander Walker, who remains in P3, but has just put in his best lap time of a 1:42.236. Von Rosen also on the move. Papacena is absolutely flying at the moment. The 107 on a charge. Second sector, 23.6. Now into Corvone, the top part of the circuit. And still accelerating. Hard on the brakes. And then it's down in towards Cava del Caro. And that's at turn number 13. There's a dip to the right-hand side of the camber on the inside of the corner, and now it's into the final 2 turns. Now into Misano. Goes the 107, and he's absolutely flown across the board. Will this be a sub 1 minute 40? Across the line he goes. Yes, it is. 1:39.626 with 6 minutes on the timer. Papacena has said, look, this has been my time, and that was a lap that perfectly personified it. Purples across the board, and Papacena, I don't think is done yet. If he can get a 1:39.6 now, what can he be capable of? Is there still more pace in the 107 from AMAG First Rennsport? Meantime, I mean, that's nearly a 2.1 second gap he's got between himself and David Von Rosen. Jovazek is now starting to close in on Alexander Walker and Eric Chatelain for what is 3rd and 4th in the Class 10 category. Meantime, in the Class 32 division, it's Sebastian Gläser, the 312 from Germany for Kurt Ecker Motorsport, that is leading the way in 6th overall. Nicky Leutweiler is in P2 in that class in the 322 entry. They're covered by just under half a second. But Papacena, last lap around his 6th lap in qualifying. He's set fire to the place here with that 107.718 Cayman GT4 RS Clubsport. Impressive lap, and I think with 4.5 minutes to go, the team will probably say to him on the radio, don't risk the car. There he goes into pit lane. I think that is the last time we'll see Papacena out for qualifying, unless he decides to throw caution to the wind one more time. You never know. Sometimes it's difficult when, sometimes drivers will tell you one thing, then they'll say something completely different altogether. So with 4 minutes to go, can there be further improvements within the Class 10 division? There is at the moment, because Jovazek has just done his fastest second sector. 4 sectors around here at Misano, according to our live timing. So we are coming down to the final few moments of this qualifying session, and also the last one of the year here for 2025 for Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, a big thank you to everyone that's tuning in at the moment. Thank you for joining us. So 3 minutes remaining on the timer. And it is going to be an interesting one. Well, all Class 10 cars have pitted. Sebastian Glaser is out. Niki Leutwiler in. Albert Weinziel in the 307 Class 32 entry. The 993 Cup car has come into pit lane. There's 305 Ivan Reggiani in the 964 305 entry. A sort of throng of an exhaust note there. I think it's probably he's deciding to come on in. A lot of the drivers now with the older cars, sometimes if you do push them quite hard, they sometimes can. You know, you might want to just help them to cool off a little bit, and that's exactly what's happening because Ivan Reggiani has pulled into pit lane. So Kurt Ecker now into the pits as there's some activity. I think I've just seen, David von Rosen's car just outside of the Team Neuhofer Rennsport garages. And they've got the rear deck lid over the engine of Florian Schmidhuber's car up in the 327. So we're coming down to just under the last minute and a half, and here is the 344 Jud Schreiber absolutely flinging the 344 car through the final corner at Cover Misano, and across the line he goes. And that is a new, well, that's nearly on par with his personal best at the moment. That was a 154.896, his best lap so far, 154.756. Gunther Schindler crosses the line and is 1.3 seconds off. So coming down to the dying moments of this session, there is some gravel that has been stricken over the circuit at certain points due to earlier dramas that drivers have had through time qualifying here at the circuit. But I think Jud Schreiber's having a lot of fun out there. He's just gone far. He's just had a certain personal best in the opening sector at 29.583. And very shortly we'll break the timing beam for sector number 2. But we are counting down the seconds in this last qualifying session of the 2025 season here for Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse. And we hit 0 on the timer. Checkered flag is out for the final time in qualifying this year. And Jud Schreiber is still going like the clappers. He's improved in Sector 2, done a personal best. So, is he going to stay out and complete the lap? And could that put him a little bit closer to Ivan Reggiani? Because they both, Jud Schreiber runs in Class 39, along with Jeremy Christopher Broda, and the number 315. And across the line, Jud Schreiber goes. And that was a 153.844. Jud Schreiber improves on his final lap. Eric Chatelain does improve on his final lap, but stays fourth in Class 10. I think we've still got Gunther Schindler out on the circuit as well. So coming down pit lane, Gunther Schindler now in. There is the 105 of Eric Chatelain in the 105 AMAG First Rennsport entry. So in the session, Class 10, pole position, Elia Papacena with an absolutely blistering lap time only driver to go sub 140, 1 minute 36 points, 1 minute 39.626. 1.5 seconds ahead of Team Neuhofer's David von Rosen. Alexander Walker rounds out the top 3. Eric Chatelain and Jova Zek round out the overall classification for what will be race 1. Sebastian Glaser in the 312 takes class 32 pole position for race 1. And Nicky Lottweiler will be second in that class, ahead of Albert Weinziel in the 307, followed by Kurt Ecker, Günther Schindler, and then Jut Schreiber in class 39 will take that class pole position, and he'll be followed by Ivan Reggiani with Jeremy Christopher Brodar and Florian Schmidhuber rounding out your respective classes in groups in GT4 and Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. Well, that is qualifying over and done with. And more to the point, I hear underneath me are Class 1 drivers starting to make their way to the end of pit lane. We're not that far away from our first grid walk of the day, because coming up very shortly, it is the penultimate race of Class 1. Our GT3 Cup drivers with a title yet to be decided. They'll go into battle at 10:57 local time here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, as it will be Segre on pole and Ischer alongside, heading into Variante del Parco. So, with that in mind, I'm going to take a trip downstairs and we'll join you very, very shortly for our first grid walk for the final round of the season. Welcome trackside here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli at the front row. We have Matteo Segre. Picks up not just pole position for race 1, but race 2. That's 6 points. This man here, Ethan Isher, second. He's going to be starting on the outside of the front row, so which means Segre is going to have the inside line going down into Variante del Parco. Let's see. Let's have a chat with Kevin. Kevin, I'm not going to disturb your driver, but this is the make or break it weekend, isn't it?
It is. For us, it's, I want to say it's not the pressure is increased. We do the same job as usual. Of course, that we have that in the back of our heads, but it's going to be all right.
Now, you weren't exactly a happy man when that person decided to dunk some champagne over you at Monza, did he?
Yes and no. Yes, I was happy because he won. No, I wasn't happy because we had the race afterwards, and I was sweaty and covered in champagne during the race.
I know that feeling because I had to do a flight back from Spain, and I was doused by one of the drivers on the podium, sticky back all the way through to back to the United Kingdom. But the main thing is, he seems to be in a very, very good frame of mind. Obviously, you've given him every tool at your disposal. Obviously, with Andre and the team, obviously Marcel, who we're going to see. I'm so glad he's dusting off the overalls for the Sportec tradition, but I just wanted to wish you and Ethan all the very best of luck here for race 1.
Thank you very much, Alex.
So, Kevin, Ethan's right-hand man. We're going to lead these two drivers because this could be the deciding moment in this championship. Ethan at the moment has now a 43 points advantage based on the qualifying results, because it's 3 points if you take pole position through the first and the second fastest laps of the race. Now, let's see, who else can I grab whilst we've got time, because we're going green in about... Mr. Fessler, good morning.
Good morning.
Right, let's keep our focus away from what's going on the front row here. But there is a Sportec racing tradition where you've been in your overalls and you were out for qualifying for the 2-hour night race yesterday evening. How did that go?
Yeah, actually it was not that easy for me after such a long time not being in the car. Very tricky condition out there, but I really liked it. It was good fun to drive then and sliding around a bit and just enjoying. I think I had a good pace, but unfortunately we ran out of fuel in the last 2 laps, which were the important ones. So, but yeah, quite happy. It's just a bit fun.
I mean, let's just look back. Obviously, we've got a very possible decisive moment happening here now for race 1. The whole team at Sportec, you know, you, Andre, Greg, everyone mucks in, everyone gets involved. And it's one of the things I love about this championship, the family atmosphere. You guys must be feeling really, really good at this point now where we're about to go racing for the penultimate time here in Class 1.
Yeah, it's, let's say, yeah, it's a bit a nervous time at the moment for us, to be honest. It's a good situation for us, that's for sure. It's a crucial moment because for Ethan it's very important to finish the race, to get the points he needs. But as always, first you have to finish. And yeah, that's now our goal, to have a good race and make him a champion.
Brilliant, Marcel. Thanks as always for your time, buddy.
Thank you.
Good luck to you and the team. So we've got Peter Heglin, we've got Lorenzo Celli. That, funny enough, there's a feature coming up later on today before the endurance race. Rod Christie took me out in that car around this circuit. So we are fast approaching, I think, coming up to 5 minutes before we go racing. This could be the final deciding moment. Can Ethan Isher strike now and take the title with 1 race remaining? Well, you're going to have to bear with us for this roller coaster here in Rimini, because Misano is the final battleground. Can Ethan Isher, best pole sitter and title rival Matteo Franco Segre, over the next 25 minutes plus an additional lap? Stick with us and find out live here at Misano. So the first bit of racing here this weekend at Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. It could come down to this pivotal moment. Matteo Segura starts on pole position. Alongside him will be the man leading these standings, Ethan Isher. Lorenzo Celli and Peter Hagelin ran at row 2. As now we are green and looks like we are underway. So the drivers will be doing what they can to get things going. So it is early doors here in what will be a 25-minute plus one lap encounter. So start is currently under investigation. So it will be down to the facts of how things will go. Lorenzo Celli would have lost a bag full of time as the field makes their way towards the second sector being completed. So we are going to be waiting for what will be happening right here, right now, as they are at full velocity as we speak. And there have been a couple of drivers that have had to lock up their brakes. And it has put them on the back foot. So now, at this moment in time, the field thunders its way across the line itself. Matteo Franco Segura has a lead of 1.367 seconds over Ethan Isher. Matteo Beretta rounds out the top three. Greg Burkhardt has absolutely thrown his weight up the order. He's up to P5 already. So the drivers will now have to settle into a rhythm. And more to the case of how they can get through on each other. No further action after the start being investigated by race control. But Matteo Franco Segura is going to try and do everything in his power. He's got the fastest lap of the race. That will be 3 points to his credit. But there has been more locking up of brakes. So it looks like, we've already had our first safety car. Safety car has been deployed. So it will start to bunch the field together. So safety car has been deployed with just over 3 minutes completed. So now it's going to bunch everything back up together. What this means now is that if Ethan Isher wants to put any shadow of a doubt between himself and Matteo Segura in the battle for the race lead, he has to go very quickly on the offensive, on the safety car restart. Several drivers are being warned, including Christian Caramasquilla. And there's big front-end damage to Christoph Langer's front bumper. That could impact the cooling system on the car. So Fach Autotech will have a massive repair on their hands between here and race 2. So not exactly how some of the drivers will have wanted this to have proceeded. So Christoph Langer has, well, basically looks like a post has hit it right square in the centre. So 19 minutes and 38 seconds plus an additional lap remaining in this first of two. 25-minute plus an additional lap encounters here at Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. And look at how close Ethan Isher is. He is waiting like a tiger in the reeds for his opportunity. The green flag will now start things up over again. It is going to be down to Matteo Franco Segre. He bolts now through the penultimate left-hander into cover Misano. Safety car now in, and we're back under green flag racing. I have to wait until the start-finish line to overtake, and Isher's gone with Segre. Isher has gone with Segre, and now he's flashed the lights ever so slightly to say to Segre, right, hang on sunshine, don't forget about me quite yet. And Greg Burkhardt now behind Lorenzo Celli, the number 30 Dynamic Motorsport machine, rounds out the top six. So now we have a true fight on our hands. And now Segre has been pulling away. He's done a lot of racing this year, has the young man from Italy. And at the moment, well, the way things stand, Ethan Isher has the fastest lap of this race, and that is an additional 3 points. And that, without a shadow of a doubt, would make it done and dusted with one more round to go. But, as they say, you put an immovable force, an unstoppable force with an immovable object. You see what happens as the direct consequence. And with that normally comes the word unpredictability. So from that aspect, Isher has to just hold position. Meantime, Ilario Introna nearly had Christian Caramoschia up the inside. And that would have been coming through Atto Tremonto on the run down to Corvone. Oh, and a bit of a run wide there by Introna. Heading into Del Caro. Caramoschia to the inside. Now it's going to be the left-hander coming up very shortly. They've got Jeremy Siffert just behind, as well as Gioga. Gioga started way down back and now has moved his way. So it looks like Thomas Brauch was the other driver that was caught up in the drama with Christoph Langer earlier on, and both are in the pits. And here goes Lorenzo Celli. Might try and look for a move on Peter Heglin, who has struggled this season. It will be, it's very honest there. And more to the point, Lorenzo Celli diving to the inside here on Peter Heglin. And Celli gets through. Change for P4. And now Greg Burkhardt sees that there might be a little bit of a weakness in Heglin's armour. If he makes a mistake, then straight away, Greg Burkhardt will not need a second invitation. Finished up runner-up last year to Felix Hersinger. And was third in the year when Jason Ferrati won the crown. And it's not been the best of run for the number 88 Sportec driver and CEO of the company. But Burkhardt is finding time. And with it comes patience through that experience. And again, Peter Heglin runs a little bit wide. And at that particular moment, it shows to Greg Burkhardt, if he keeps the pressure on, it won't be a case of if, it will be a case of when he gets through. So, car 95, Christian Caramoschia, will get a 5-second penalty if he gets another track limit warning from race control. He's had his first warning, and also there's a last warning. Ethan Isher has got to be very, very careful, because if he gets a 5-second penalty, then that is going to drop him down the order. You can see the travel on the suspension as the drivers make their way through Cover Misano. As we complete lap number 5, on to lap 6, and Burkhardt is really, really racy. And Caramoschia, once again, going wheel to wheel. There was a lock-up just in front. Now, was that Burkhardt? Was that Heglin? Into Variante del Parco. It might have been possibly Burkhardt. But Ethan Isher will be told by his team at Sportec, no more track limits, otherwise you get a penalty. And if he gets the 5-second penalty, that'll drop into 5th. And 5th is 11 points. So, incident involving cars 3, Gioga, and car 54 in turn 2. Jeremy Siffert under investigation. So, Jeremy Siffert has tumbled down the order. And still, now there's a lot of last track warnings. Final warnings coming in. Car 15, Emanuele Quintieri. Car 30, Lorenzo Celli. They have all got a final track warning. As now, again, Caramuschia is closing in on Ilario Introna. Emanuele Quintieri is the third part of that Italian trio, making their way into turn 1 at Variante del Parco. Jeremy Siffert in the meantime closing in. I think it's Luca Casella in the number 11. They're a tenth and a half apart. Closest battle at the sharper end of the field is Greg Burkhardt. Oh, there's another lock-up. Was that Burkhardt again? Yes, it was. Must have been the left front. Now, these cars, you need to get the tyres warmed up, particularly concentrating on the front end with these 992 GT3 Cup cars without ABS, because the front end has got hardly any weight on it. It's got the fuel cell, but that's not as significant as the transmission and also the engine over it. So Ilario Introna has just picked up a track limit warning as well in the number 26. Whilst trying to keep Christian Caramuschia at bay, I would imagine. But as a result of that lock-up, Greg Burkhardt lost a big amount of time. No further action involving Jeremy Siffert and Gioga at turn 2, according to race control. As Caramuschia really getting a bit closer on the apex, trying to get the rotation through the corner. He nearly opened the door for Emanuele Quintieri. And now Gioga gets a track limit warning at turn 8. Here we are on board with Emanuele Quintieri, who at this point in qualifying, unfortunately found himself backwards, pointing the wrong way up Curva Misano. So, fastest lap of the race, no longer in the hands of Ethan Isher. It is now in the hands of Lorenzo Celli. Matteo Franco Segre, now effectively, he's second fastest overall out of everybody. Trying to look who's third fastest. That is Ethan Isher. So, it's going to be a tall order. This three-way Italian scrap here behind Gregor Burkhardt is rather interesting and enticing as well, all at the same time. We're past the halfway point of this penultimate 25-minute plus an additional lap race of the GT3 Cup season for Class 1. And Matteo Franco Segre has a 2.2 second advantage over Ethan Isher. As we're still right on board with Emanuele Quintieri, who's still chasing down Christian Caramuschia. And Caramuschia makes a bit of a mistake there. Might have just opened the door, thought, well, Quintieri is his teammate after all. And Prima Ghinzani Motorsport are the technical partners of Omnia Racing, who've also been racing in Porsche Carrera Cup Italia this year. So we still have just over 10 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And the battle, I don't think, is over yet. But of course, you don't know what might happen post-race. But even with the fact These drivers are pushing at absolute breakneck speed here at Misano. Right, Quincietti's got the drag on in Trona. Is he going to look to the inside of the next left-hander? Yes, he does. Dive to the inside. Right, car 95. Karamuskia has just been given a 5-second track limit penalty. He had his first warning, then his final, and now that is a slam dunk 5-second time penalty post-race for the number 95 for Omnia Racing. So now, Emmanuel Quincietti through on Ilario Introna, and now he's going to go hunting after Greg Burkhardt. Nevertheless, the gap between Ethan Isher and Matteo Segre is still around about 2.3 seconds. Okay, car 26, Ilario Introna's just been given a warning. And that was a bit close towards the pit lane wall by the number 26. Matteo Beretta's really helped himself in terms of how things might look in the battle for P3 in the championship standings. Beretta is doing a really, really good job, and he's actually gone quicker than Ethan Isher in this particular race. So Ethan Isher at the moment will not score points for being in the top 3 for fastest laps. But still, Christian Karamuskia and Ilario Introna are magnetised to each other. And the number for 95 from Omnia Racing, is he going to... he showed his nose there. He showed his nose. But at that particular point, thought, well, discretion is the better part of valour. Tries to accelerate out of the right-hander. And the back end steps out to the left-hand side on the rear. So it has not helped him as such. Meantime, at breakneck speed, they go flying through at Corvone. And there has been a lock-up in front of Introna, I believe. Now, Lorenzo Celli is closing in. The lead is across the line. Beretta is being closed in on by Lorenzo Celli. And there's a flash of the lights from the number 30 from Dynamic Motorsport. Matteo Beretta is really going to put himself into... I think the thing is, Emmanuel Quincietti, currently sitting in 7th place. He's going to lose ground to both Beretta. Burkhardt is also going to pull some ground forward. Oh, there's a lock-up there by Ethan Isher. What's happened to the young man from Switzerland? That was a lock-up on the left front. Maybe he's just trying to get the car home. He's 3.8 seconds behind, but if that car is starting to cause problems, if he gets a vibration through the front end of that Porsche, he will have to drive that thing with a massive flat. If he's got a flat spot on it, I don't know if he's hit trouble. But that was an unnerving lock-up there by Ethan Isher. He's just got to hang on. He said the first ever time I came to a main race circuit was here at Misano. And I said to him, well, it's pretty much come full circle, hasn't it? And he went, you're right, it has done. But he has lost time. He's lost time to Matteo Beretta. Beretta was nearly a 10th quicker in the opening sector, was nearly 2 tenths quicker in sector number 2. And now Greg Burkhardt has got Emmanuel Quincietti, who's rapidly caught the man from Sportec. We still have 6 1/4 minutes to go. And Greg Burkhardt at the moment, he's now 1.4 seconds behind Peter Heglin. Leader comes across the line. Now what is the gap between Matteo Segre? It's now 4.3 seconds. And Matteo Beretta is closing in. On board with Emmanuel Quincietti, chasing down Greg Burkhardt in the 88. Greg has had no, he's been open and honest with me all weekend long. He said, like, it's not been the best season. I was second last year, and this is going to be quite character building for me. Of course, him and his other half, they're expecting a baby due early next year. So congratulations So driver duties, CEO duties and fatherly duties for Greg Burkhardt on the cards for 2026. Also have to give a shout out to Ethan's dad, 48 yesterday. So also a man born in the same year as yours truly. So Ethan took him out for a passenger ride in the number 21. However, battle for P3 has started to bring the fireworks with 5 minutes to go. Plus an additional lap. Lorenzo Celli to the inside of Matteo Beretta. And the number 30 Dynamic Motorsport car is through. Great work there by the man from San Marino. Gets through. And Beretta's just had his last track limit warning as well from race control at turn 6. So this is where we're getting into the dying moments of this race. 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. I don't think Lorenzo Celli is going to be settling with 4th position. Now that particular vehicle, as I said on the grid walk just about 20 or so minutes ago, was on the Mobil 1 Super Cup car grid this year. And here we are again, back on board with Emmanuel Quintieri, battling with Greg Burkhardt. And this is for P6 on the road. And so far this season, I think Greg, if I'm honest with you, he's had some 5th places. He hasn't featured in the top 3 like we would have seen last year, and also competing for victories. And I've just noticed Lorenzo Celli has just matched Ethan Isher in the first sector. Slightly slower in sector 2 by about 1/10.5. Emmanuel Quintieri swarming all over the back of Greg Burkhardt. But the danger I fear that is coming is outside of the championship permutations, the championship side of things with regards to Ethan Isher. It's Lorenzo Celli. Now what the team will be doing at Sportec is just making sure he's calm, making sure they reassure him of, you hold this, you've got it done. But at the end of the day, there's still another race to go after this one, so they'll want to keep the machinery intact. So Matteo Franco Segre's lead after 13 laps is now 5.2 seconds and climbing. Greg Burkhardt stalwartly defending against Emmanuel Quintieri as they go through into turn 1. A little bit smoother through the first part of it by Burkhardt. Quintieri tries to get gain some distance under braking coming out of turn 2. Now into Del Rio here at 4 and 5. And then through into the left-hander here at 6. You see how full. That's incredibly a lot of momentum carried through turn 6 up to Quercia. Quintieri to the outside. Burkhardt defends. And Burkhardt runs a little bit wider, but he's going to try and do the crisscross in front of Quintieri to take the inside line of the next right-hander. Quintieri just looking for that opening and waiting for it to present itself, and there it is. But can Burkhardt have the intestinal fortitude to keep in front of Quintieri? Yes, he does for the moment. Through into Corvone at high speed, they're going to go. And then it's going to be hard on the brakes. Quintieri's got to be very, very careful. He does not hit the back end of the 88 from Sportec. Great measured driving from both competitors. Lock up there right front from Quintieri. And now that could provide a flat spot to the left front Michelin. So Matteo Franco Segre across the line with just over about 1.25 minutes to spare. So we're down into the final 60 seconds. Greg Burkhardt doing a great defensive job against Emmanuel Quintieri in the number 15 for 6th position. And they are still, look how, they're actually not that far away from Peter Heglin. So it may, in the dying stages, become a battle for 5th position if something happens. We've seen Peter Heglin hit trouble before but the final few moments. Okay, so the last lap board is going to be indicated very shortly once Matteo Franco-Segre comes across the line, the number 45 from DCV by Ombra Racing. Car 3 Gioga's had a penalty for track limits. Greg Burkhardt still defending. Timer strikes 0. Right, this is going to be an agonising wait for the two drivers at the front end of the field, particularly the one in second. And while Gioga's just been hit with another track limit penalty, that's 2 on the bounce, at least 10 seconds. Burkhardt still defending against Quintieri. Last lap is underway of the penultimate race of the GT3 Cup season. Ethan Isher holding station in P2. Lorenzo Celli chasing him down. But it's more the case of what is going to happen. Car 54, Jeremy Siffert gets a 5-second penalty for track limits. But Matteo Segre in the number 45 is nearly a quarter of the way through the lap, nearly about to break the timing beam, I would imagine, for sector number 1. As once again, Burkhardt and Quintieri, they are magnetised together at the bumpers. But there is the man that has put it on pole position and got the maximum score of 6 points for both race 1 and race 2. But Matteo Segre has done everything in his power to put it on pole position, and he has led every single lap so far here at race 1 for GT3 Cup, here at Misano for the final round of the championship season. But Ethan Isher has played the game, he played the numbers game to perfection. Lorenzo Celli is chasing him down as Greg Burkhardt has got him on, and Quintieri looking to the outside for the final time, and he's going to try and throw it round the outside. Quintieri round the outside of Burkhardt, and Burkhardt still keeps his elbows out. But the checkered flag is now being prepared to be waved, because very shortly, here he comes through Curva Misano. Complimenti! Matteo Segre wins the penultimate race of the season. It's going to be a great win for DCV by Ombra Racing, but out of the final corner, Ethan Isher. Ethan Isher, has he just done it? He's just taken second. Does that mean it's game over? Isher takes second, and I think with that might take the championship title. Out of the final corner for P6, Burkhardt has got the run on Quintieri, who's righted his wheel tracks across the line. Burkhardt takes 6th. But what a dynamic race we have had here for race 1, GT3 Cup, here at round 6. Matteo Franco-Segre takes not only the 25 points for the win in that, but also if he gets the 3 points for the fastest lap of the race, well, all I'm going to say is I'm not too sure, but I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. If it does stay like it is, it might be that Sportex Ethan Isher becomes the 2025 Series champion. But Matteo Franco-Segre led every single lap, got the jump, safety car, he bolted, Isher went with him. And at that time, Isher decided, you know what, I'm going to hold station, play the numbers game to my favour, and he rounds out the top 2. Lorenzo Celli gets up to P3 ahead of Matteo Beretta. Peter Heglin rounds out your top 5 ahead of Gregor Burkhardt, who valiantly fought off Emmanuel Quintieri, Ilario Introna, Jeremy Siffert, Thomas Winkler, Christian Karamuschia, Gioga, Luca Casella, Ernst de Bissin, and unfortunately on lap 2 we lost Thomas Pauch and Christoph Langer. But there is your race winner, another one in the books for Matteo Segre, and behind him the man from Sportec who came bolting out of the gates earlier on this year, Ethan Isher, with Lorenzo Celli for Dynamic Motorsport and Matteo Malucelli's crew. That's a great result for the man from San Marino as they head into pit lane. And now it's time for us to go downstairs and talk with some of our drivers in the top 3.
carino. Bravo Lorenzo, vieni, un abbraccio.
Faccia pesare adesso.
Questa volta pesa.
Right, folks, let's bring your attention to this. He's done enough. Ethan Isher, the man formerly known as Mr. Broccoli, is the 2025 Class 1 champion. They're now going through onto the weighbridge at the moment. But, I mean, you know what? I thought he'd done enough. He's, you know what? Played the safety game. Right, you know what? This man needs that. Come on. No. Jose. Right. Matteo, we'll first come to you. Firstly, complimenti. Lights out to checkered flag, safety car restart, you fought. And we've had a long chat this weekend, you and I. Another win. How are you feeling? I know obviously there's disappointment that it didn't go down to the final race, but you put your heart and soul out there this just now, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm happy of my race, but like you said, I lost the championship, so I'm a bit sad because I had 2 zeros during the season, and this really matters because I think that I was really close to it, and so it's hard a bit to lose the championship one race earlier.
You know what you need to do? That second race later on, do exactly what you did in race 1, because you know what? You've impressed me all season long. Never give up. Always keep pushing. Matteo Franco Segna. But I'm sorry, Mr. Broccoli has done it.
Let's go.
Champion.
Thank you very much.
I mean, the main thing was playing the numbers game. I mean, obviously, you went onto the front row. That's 4 points in qualifying with second place, and by sticking it in 20 points, it was enough. And all the team, you know, especially we've got to come on, Kevin, bring that in here. Right, these two are BFFs, and look at this.
Yeah.
So he joins Felix Hersinger, Jazin Ferrati as former champions, another driver from Switzerland that wins this. How are you feeling, mate?
Yeah, obviously it's super nice, so yeah, I'm just super happy about it. Thank you to the whole team, to everyone, to my friends, my girlfriend, my parents, my sponsor. Thank you to everyone. We make an incredible job this year. Just thinking about March was my first time in a GT3 Cup car without ABS. The second time in a Cup car, so yeah, just amazing, like half a year and world champion. So yeah, it's amazing, it's amazing.
And this man, we've already talked so many times, Kevin. That man, he now can go and have fun in this final race. But you know what we need to do? We have to speak to Mr. Celli. Well, complimenti, well done, congratulations. That was a storming drive. I mean, I know what that car was capable, but in your hands, it was like Play-Doh putty, wasn't it?
I'm happy for the result. P3 is my first podium in a championship car. It's my first year on the championship car. And the start was not very good, but I tried to make my pace and reduce the gap with the other car. And yeah, good P3.
Lorenzo, well done, congratulations. So there you have it, folks. It's now official. PSCS 2025 Class 1 champion. That 18-year-old from Switzerland came flying out of the blocks. And there you have it. One title decided, some still to go. Coming up next, Open GT race one. 32 cars down into Variante del Parco. What madness are we going to see over 25 minutes plus an additional lap? Well, join us in a few moments when we go to our second grid walk of the day here in the sunshine in Misano. Well, alongside me, Richard Feller. What a season it's been, my friend. Ethan Ischer, Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, GT3 Class 1 champion, following Felix Hirsinger, Justin Ferrati, amongst others. It was great to see how much of a performance he's done this year, but also you got to compliment Matteo Segre fighting right to the death.
I totally agree this, Alex. What Ethan started this year and improving all the time. Matteo Segre has a better experience because he drives also in Carrera Cup Italy. Both guys have done a great season, and that was a brilliant fight with no incidents. Brilliant issue with Ethan champion. Segre will be second, and he will also be a nice champion if it would have been. That was a great season. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. You'll see in the lunch break a nice little interview with the man who steers the ship for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. So, Open GT. Got an interesting front row. We've got Martini versus... I'm trying to think of a drink that actually has a gold AU vodka. There we go. That's an alcoholic reference. I normally say musical references. But we're going to have Rod Christie in the Dynamic Motorsport Martini liveried car. To his immediate left will be Germany's Patrick Dinkeldine from Proton Competition. And as you can see, the grid. Here we go. Right. And look, on cue, the front row arrives. So Patrick Dinkeldine on the outside. Michael Sufid, I think, will be joining him. So this is a really, really good sign to see. Okay, right. Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen, Patrick. Wie geht's dir? Alles okay?
Morgen. Ja, ich fühle mich nicht so gut. Ich habe schlecht geschlafen, irgendwie das Essen schlecht vertragen, aber ich war ja letzte Woche so oder so komplett flach gelegen. Ja, jetzt muss ich mich irgendwie durchkämpfen, aber jetzt schauen wir mal.
Ja, bei mir letzte Woche war auch krank sein. Ich war die ganze Zeit im Bett gelegen. Aber du bist neben deine guter Freund, nicht nur auf dem Grid, aber in die Boxengasse auch, der Rod Christie.
Ja, ja.
Vielleicht könnte es ein sehr gutes Zweikampf hier Misano ist zwischen euch beide.
Ja, wir gehen mal davon aus. Der Stefan von hinten wird sicher auch noch versuchen. Aber jetzt gucken wir mal, was passiert. Wir werden es nachher sehen. Wichtig ist für mich, dass ich auf jeden Fall jetzt mal das Rennen durchstehe und mich erholen kann zum nächsten. Und ja, ich gucke einfach. Ich warte einfach ab.
Ich habe nur eine Frage, bevor ich dir verlasse. Fährt der Siegfried mit dir bei dem Endurance-Rennen heute Nacht?
Endurance-Rennen mache ich noch davon abhängig, wie es mir tatsächlich geht. Das werde ich nach dem zweiten Rennen entscheiden. Ursprünglich wollte ich alleine fahren. Marco ist aber bereit. Aber wie gesagt, ob ich dann überhaupt fahre, muss ich später noch entscheiden.
Okay. I'm feeling Glück for dieses erste Rennen, mein Freund. So, Patrick's not feeling 100%. He didn't sleep too well last night, so it's a bit of a doubt whether he might do the endurance race. If you might remember, he did the endurance race at Monza after doing 2 sprint races. Let's have a chat with this man here, who I've had the pleasure of knowing. So, firstly, it's wonderful to be here at Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. It's always nice to hear these Porsches roar around this circuit, isn't it?
It's a very, very important event for the circuit. It's the pleasure of the circuit for this. It's a very, very important car, very important driver. It's a good event.
Brilliant. Well, complimenti. Grazie a voi. Thank you very much. So, look at this. We don't just have one beautiful 991.2, we have another one alongside it. So we got the 291 of Stefan Heim. And, they've got the air blowers out at the moment. Let's see. You know what I'm going to do? I don't know if we might have enough signal on the roving camera with Laura behind it. Maybe I might try and see if I can grab a word with some... Okay. Sebastian, grüß dich.
Hallo, servus, hi.
Wie geht's dir?
Mir geht's gut, ja.
Okay, ich habe nur eine Frage für dich. Was hat mit dem Umdrehung in Qualifying passiert?
Ja, ich wollte doch noch mal eine bessere Zeit setzen und bin eindeutig über das Limit hinausgegangen.
Ja.
Was I pushed too much, really too much. Yeah,
Ja, das habe ich schon gewusst, aber keine wichtige Beschädigung bei der linken Seite von dem Auto, aber
links,
ja, war alles okay, bei dieser Karosse. Ja, nur Popometer war braun, ne?
Ja, das war zu viel.
Ja, aber was ich ehrlich muss sagen, dass das Titelkampf jetzt im Moment zwischen deine Teamkollege Max und wir haben auch wieder der Josh Wörle, der war echt schnell in Qualifying. Das ist riesig, etwas darüber zu freuen, ne?
Ja, also es war ein wahnsinnig interessantes Qualifying. Also das hat sich ja wirklich dann so rauskristallisiert, dass es doch bei uns vorne so knapp war. Und ja, ich bin guter Dinge, dass es jetzt vorangeht.
Okay, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für heute. Ne?
Danke.
So Sebastian basically said, I did an Alex vert, so I pushed the limits and it was a code brown. But he said it's really, really nice that, how things are interesting. Obviously, we've got Schorsch Wörler in the 211. A little bit further back, we've got the 216, Max Mutschlechner leading class 21. So we are not that far away from going green here for Open GT. Classes 21, 23, 24, and of course the modified Open GT 992 GT3 Cup cars. So another roller coaster here in Misano. Well, 32 cars on the grid should do it. We're coming up very shortly for race 1, Open GT. round out row 9. Johan Frisch and Ahmed Almedi round out the top 20. Helmut Hodich and Matteo Biasoni round out row 11. Sadamoto Takahashi and Marco Galassi, row 12. Row 13, Marabi Megvabishvili and Christian Fischer. Eric Santos from Brazil will be joined by the USA's John Jastrzemski on row 14 with Manuel Zloff. Alan Andreas Schaflitzel, Richard Distel and Franz Lahmer from Austria, rounding out your 32 strong grid. That is a big one when you talk about the amount of cars. We had 34 on the starting grid. The red lights are on the gantry, and the leaders must control the pace at 80 kilometres an hour. Green lights are on, and now they can start to attack, and Dinkelstein straight away gets the jump on Christie, heading into Variante del Parco for the first time. German not feeling 100%, and he's a bit under the weather. Was recovering last week as everyone starts to make their way through. Well, someone's definitely taken a big old shortcut there. That was Zelko Dremic in the 213. He took 5 cars in one position and used the runoff area. So now that driver, all 3 wide, Schorschwerler in the middle of it all. And Max Muchschlechner trying to get through in his own right in the 216 Porsche Zentrum 5-scene Motorsport entry. But already Patrick Dinkelstein leading the way. Rod Christie, Stefan Heim. And a good start. Alois Rieder has been jumped by Gualterio Branco. Look at this, 3 wide. A little bit further back. And there we see, oh, right. One of the Porsche Manthey cars. PT by Manthey cars. Now, who is that? I think that might have been Marcus Gratian, possibly in the 223. There's the 252. Mike Janssen trying to make some positions up the order as things stand. So really a minute and a bit into this race. Oh, hard into the barriers. Hard into the barriers. That is going to be an immediate safety car, I fear. One car has gone pinballing across the circuits, and the medical car is there. So the amount of G-forces suffered on the impact there, that car is going to be a shadow of its former self. So it will be down to race control as to whether there is going to be a safety car intervention. We had one in race 1 GT3 Cup. Could have the same thing here. Dinkelstein leads after the opening lap over Rod Christie. The advantage 1.2 seconds. Stefan Heim, Gualterio Branco, Alois Rieder, Sebastian Schmidt, Levin Gelf now up into 7th. Schorschwerler. Now, who's the driver that cannonballed his way across the circuit? Marco Galassi. Marco Galassi is the one, the man from San Marino, and it looks like we have got a safety car in progress. Yellow flags, circuit wide. And I would imagine we will have a safety car intervention. Safety car has been deployed. Massive, massive impact for Marco Galassi, and I fear that the man from San Marino is not going to well, it depends on how significant the damage was. It was the right-hand side of the car that took an absolute clobbering. Now, whether he got caught up in an incident, so safety car will neutralise the race as we are 22 minutes plus an additional lap away from the checkered flag in this one. So at the moment, Patrick Dinkelstein will have his 1.2 second lead, concertinaed quite significantly. So the Porsche Panamera GTS safety car will normally pick up the leaders. That was explained in the driver's briefing yesterday lunchtime. So it has been confirmed on the main start-finish straight. Safety car has been deployed. So second moment. And Marco Galassi is out of the race, I'm afraid to say. Never the easiest thing for anyone to deal with, especially when it was that hard an impact on the right side. So that depends on whether that's done anything with regards to suspension, tracking, toe in, toe out, lower suspension arms. So, and also I have to say a big thank you to the marshalling crew. Myself and Deputy Race Director Xavier Penelba. We went out on the circuit during the reconnaissance laps this morning and waved to every single one of the marshals to thank them for their support and what they do. Quite a big crew here at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. So with 20 and a half minutes to go, we are still under safety car conditions here at Misano. And it will be down to a certain Patrick Dinkeldine when we get the authorization to go back to racing. So 5 minutes of the race now having been completed here in Misano. So, safety car will be in this lap. Green flag now waves on the start-finish straight. And can Rod Christie reel in Patrick Dinkeldine? We're back under green flag racing with 19 and a half minutes to go. Dinkeldine leads us back under green flags here into turn 1 at Variante del Parco, but a dive up the inside. That's Levin Gelf on Sebastian Schmidt. So, luckily enough, the man from Germany for Porsche Zentrum 5 Scene Motorsport just had a glancing blow on the left-hand side of the chassis. So just probably the brain might have gotten a little bit wobbled as a result of that. However, Levin Gelf, who has been in action with us before here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, so with regards to it, there is no. With regards to full course yellow, we don't have a full course yellow. It's yellows and a safety car if the safety car is deployed. But of course, when you have pack racing like that, and it's unfortunate whether you're in the mid-pack or you're at the back of the field and you're the one that gets caught between a rock and a hard place and you're the one that ends up spinning around through no fault of your own. That just sometimes can show how treacherous things can be, and especially at a circuit like this here at Misano. Right, okay, 2-2-4. Joel Monegro trying to go through on Zelko Drimic. As meantime, Schorsch Wöhler closing in on Levin Gelf. There's Max Mutschlechner trying to close in on, I think, Dragos Buriu. Yep, so the 207 from Newton Racing Team. Had a wonderful chat with him. And obviously the car was in a very, very different state yesterday evening. The guys at Newton Racing Team pulled the front end apart on it, and it was the front cross member I saw. I mean, with the Porsche 911s, the front tub normally would, you know, on the production vehicle would be the front, you know, your trunk space. Well, it's warts and all, like literally, it's spot welds, primer, and everything else that helps the chassis to be very, very strong and reinforced. But in the meantime, Alois Rida closing in on Gualtiero Branco in the number 274 from Malocelli Motorsport. Okay, car 213. Zelko Drimic has just been given a track limit warning for turn 6. And Branco has got Alois Rida in the 235 entry. And that is the Rida Racing car. But Sebastian Schmidt at the moment, when you think about it, is quite... he's a couple of positions ahead. We'll make that 6 cars in total, all diving to the... Hang on a second. Now, was that... Now, who on earth pulled that move around the outside? That was Marcus Gratian around the outside at Misano, on all people of Dragos Buriu. Kept it around the outside. Great work there by the 223, running under the PTE by, operated by Mantai team. We've got multiple cars here. But Rod Christie, in the meantime, is catching Patrick Dinkeldine. I have to say, kudos to Patrick for giving us the opportunity, not having slept too well last night, feeling really under the weather, and deciding still, I'm going to get in the car, whether he's going to do the endurance race. Now, if you remember, that man did all 3 races on his own. He did the 2-hour enduro solo. Then he also did both Open GT races at Monza. And the heat there was a lot more significant than what we've got here at the moment. So, dramas for the 202. Helmut Rödig has got around whilst running 23rd. That's in sector number 2. So a real shame there for Helmut Rödig, the driver from Germany for Fach Autotech. It's not been a good one so far for the crew. But we are now 10 minutes deep into this race, just over 14 minutes and 40 seconds left to go on the timer. And that gap is closing. Rod Christie, I mean, the thing is that Rod and Patrick are literally towards pit lane entry, pit lane exit. They're in garages next to each other. And Rod being the ever-present racer. This is getting a bit close. Now that's Marcus Gratian. Who was the other car? 2-2. Was that two? I think that was 2-2. Well, that's Marcus Gratian. And who was the other PTE operated by Manthey vehicle? Tried to catch out the number. Unfortunately, did not clap eyes on it, I'm afraid. It might be the triple. Ahmad Al-Mehdi is trying to make some moves up the order in that, and he's trying to close in on Joel Monegro. Of course, Ahmad, one of the drivers who I've had the opportunity of speaking to a couple of times back at Monza when he won both Class 21 races, and then went on with Eric Santos to then take the top honours in the endurance race. Eric currently running P27 at the moment. And, Helmut Rödig really not having the best run so far. But Max Mutschlechner is trying to close in and pull a move on Marcus Gratian. Just in front, they've got Max von Rosen in the Lightning McQueen car, even though it's got the number 76. And the 76 represents Manuel Zloff. Mutschlechner on the flashes once or twice. There's Zelko Drumic trying to close in on Danilo Paoletti. And no, that's Gratian around, and straight away Max Mutschlechner. I think the right front clip, the right rear of the 223. Is there damage to Mutschlechner's right front bumper? And if that's caused problems with the cooling system, Mutschlechner might hit trouble. If that engine starts to overheat, the team are going to tell him, temps for the engine are climbing and you need to pull that into pit lane and retire the car. It's the slightest of glances, and also what you have to remember is with the 911, it's the majority of its cooling system. The radiators, the coolant pipes are all located behind the front bumper. There's dramas there for the 240. Max von Rosen is also around. Was running 9th overall. Now look at the rear wing. Max Mutschlechner, it's tilted to the right side. Look, that wing, it's lost its upright on the right side. There's no rear aerodynamic downforce, and Max Mutschlechner is going to hemorrhage places over the next 11.5 minutes. Plus an additional lap into the outside goes Ahmad Al-Mehdi, who goes to the inside line. Mutschlechner's rear end is going to be all over the shop with no rear aerodynamic downforce to help it. Right, we've had a slam dunk penalty here. Car 248 has just been given a 30-second time penalty for overtaking under safety car conditions. 248, that's Christian Fischer. Currently running 20th at the moment. So, at the meantime, so a few drivers now starting to get there. Now, the big question is, from my perspective, is that Max Mutschlechner has no rear wing on that 216 car, and he is still out there. And he's just done a 26.0 in the opening sector. Meantime, at the moment, Rod Christie still closing in on Patrick Dinkeldine for the overall race lead. And that gap again is closing. These two have raced together for a multitude of years. They know each other well. They're good friends off track. And that's one of the beautiful things about this championship here at Sports Cup Suisse. And there it is. That is 2-2-3. Marcus Gratian is in the pit lane. That's a real shame for Marcus. He was 7th coming in, and that could be an O score on the door, I'm afraid. But in the meantime, we've got just over 9 minutes, 20 seconds, plus an additional lap remaining in this race. And, well, Mutschlechner is carrying on. He cannot... I can understand what he's going to do. He's going to limp and crawl that car home. I thought it was the right front. It's the right rear that's taken the pounding. And Porsche Zentrum 5C might say to him, look, if you want... I mean, he's got a 53-point advantage coming into the final 2 races of the season. But if he DNFs, that's going to be a no score. And that will put him into the clutches of a few drivers. When you think about it, Sebastian Schmidt at the moment, I mean, it's now about Mutschlechner. He's just got to hold on. And then at this point, if he can make it work in race 2, if he can finish it and get the job done, that he will be a very, very lucky individual. But of all the people you defend against, Max Mutschlechner has got Mike Jansa, newcomer to the series, in the 2:52 lap time performance Porsche. Closing in, there's also Zirko Dremic. We've got Sadamoto Takahashi, and look at Jansa. Oh, and there is the 273 off the circuit. 273, that is Richard Distel from Sportec off the track. Now, whether that is going to cause problems for a potential intervention of some kind, I am waiting to see if I get any messages regarding it. But here is a move taking place. 294, Danilo Poletti has got that right. That's Joel Monegro through, going through Corvone. And Ahmed Almedi also tries to get through. And car 240, oh dear. Well, for Max van der Rosen, he's just got a 5-second penalty for his first excursion outside of track limits on turn 6. But this here is going to be a rather enticing battle. So Pauletti has been passed by the 224 of Monegro. Ahmad Almedi, who openly admitted to me earlier on this weekend it's a new track. He's recently been back to his home nation of Qatar through the... I have to give a shout out to my good friend Amro Al-Hamad, the executive director of the Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation. The Losail International Circuit will be hosting the 2025 MENA Karting Championship Nations Cup next week. Oh, and we got further dramas further down the field. What on earth has happened there? That's the 273 again. Richard Distel, that car is at a stop. And was there a possibility it might have involved, might have involved Helmut Rödig in the 202. He's just done nearly a 41.7 in the second sector. Oh, for Richard Distel, it's not gone well. Hopefully for Alexander Voller in the next race, it will go a little bit better. But in the meantime, well, looking at how things stand, leading class 21, Gualterio Branco, that would be 25 points to his credit. There's Joel Monegro, who at this moment in time rounds out P6 in the class, I believe. So P5 actually. So P5 being 11 points. John Monegro is 6th. And then you've also got Pauletti and Ahmed Almedi. I think we'll be round about 8th position. And Max Mutschlechner is currently, well, he's actually behind, so it's not as bad as you might think. That depends on the results post-race. And here goes the move finally. Ahmed Almedi getting his elbows out on Danilo Pauletti. As Joel Monegro, I think, might have just gotten through. Possibly on a back marker, maybe. There have been a couple of cars that have been in strife so far here today. As right to the inside. Oh, Ahmed Almedi gets through. And that was a back marker, and Pauletti nearly saw the door open in front of him as the Qatari and the Italian come out of the final corner at Curve Misano. Right. Oh, no. Max Mutschlechner's got the meatball flag, the mechanical black flag for the 216. That is going to give him no points. Max Mutschlechner's going to find himself having to park that thing. Race controller said no, and he's come down into pit lane. I mean, the damage might look superficial with that rear wing, but whether that's done further damage to the right rear corner of the car is anyone's guess. So Max Mutschlechner on the penultimate race of the season is at this moment now out of points. No points in this particular adventure for the man who was leading the championship by a considerable margin. He was leading by 53 points coming into this round of the season. And we go back to the battle at the front end of the field. And bit of a stumble there from Patrick Dinkeldine. I think it was only going to be a matter of time. That man, despite being under the weather, it just made a bit of a mistake. And it was heading in towards Curva Delicado. He went a bit deep on the brakes, opened up the steering, and made a bit of a faux pas. And Rod Christie didn't really need a second invitation, went straight through. But Dinkeldine, well, they've got a back marker just in front of them. Looks like the Scooby-Doo mystery machine in front of them. So these drivers now, next time around, will more than likely have 2 laps to go. Dinkeldine's still got the fight in him. He might be under the weather, but he is still going to give it his all. So now It's going to be 2 laps to go. They've got 2 more corners remaining, and Dinkeldine, despite being ill, is going to push Christie all the way through. Right, 2 laps remaining, and out of cover Misano go the 2 Class 24 race leaders. And now the gap between Christie and Dinkeldine, 0.493 of a second as they cross the line with 30 seconds to go. And at this point, it is about 7.5 kilometers remaining, because effectively it wouldn't matter whether he finished first or second in Class 24. Rod Christie, 2 wins at maximum score at Portimao, maximum score at Imola. Monza, well, it was 50-50. But nevertheless, he took pole position. And now the timer hits 0. And on this particular occasion, next time around, we'll see the final lap board. Now through into Curvone. They're running at about 260 kilometers an hour into the braking zone. As still the battles wage on up and down the order. So through Curva Misano for the penultimate time on lap number 16. Lap number 17, last lap underway. Rod Christie trying to extend the gap between himself and Proton Competitions. Patrick Dinkeldine, who no matter what has happened this year, no Pierre Erret, so Patrick Dinkeldine would effectively be confirmed as vice champion. But these two have had a great scrap. Whenever we've seen them on track, Patrick joined us at Imola at round 3 in the midpoint of the season. As I did hear another car coming to pit lane. I think Helmut Hurdig did come in. But still, Sebastian Schmidt is closing in on, well, he's trying to close in on Gualterio Branco. Sebastian Schmidt might help himself if he can get past the Italian. As, well, Alois Rieder has dropped all the way down into 11th place as we go in towards, through past Tramonto, now into Curvone. Full acceleration by these GT3 R992 designations as Dragos Buriu gets through on Levin Gelf. Right, that's the move for 4th. But through into the final few corners, through Del Caro, and now in towards the last left-hander. One more corner remains. Dinkeldine's going to push him to the limit, but the Scotsman, Rod Christie, out of the final corner, will win Class 24 in 2025. Dinkeldine, by less than 2.5 tenths of a second, rounds out the top 2 in the standings, provisionally as things stand, but Rod Christie, another race win, and it takes him to the Class 24 title. Congratulations, Rod. And we will have Stefan Heim, Meister 2025 für der Nummer 291. And, well, Sebastian, look at that. Max Mutschlechner crosses the line and was down in 27th. But the win in Class 21, it goes to Gualterio Branco. Levin Gelf has got the 294 of Danilo Paletti right behind him, I think. So Levin Gelf has dropped down the order. So Dragos Buriu takes P4. Branco, Schmidt and Wöhler ran at the top 3 in Class 21. Alois Rieder takes 2nd place in Class 23. What a debut for Mike Jansa for lap time performance. Up to 14th at the flag behind Zelko Dremic. Sadamoto Takahashi takes 15th ahead of Niklas Kaiser, Christian Fischer, Manabi Mekvabishvili, Farag Tami, Tarek Fahmy, Matteo Biasone, Manuel Zloff, Max van Rosen, Johan Fritsch, John Jastrzemski, Eric Santos. Well, Christian Fischer's going to be dropped down to 25th, I think, through to a 5-second time penalty post-race. And rounding out the grid, well, rounding out the field, Andreas Schafflitzel, Max Mutschlechner crosses the line in 27th, and I think that might be just a couple of points that the Germans just scraped through with. Franz Lemmer, Richard Distel, Helmut Hödich, Markus Kreschen, and Marco Galassi. Well, Marco, unfortunately, out on the opening lap. That was the car that was involved in that massive pinball incident coming out of Curva Tramonto on the run down to Corvone 3 wide and was on the outside. But there we see our top two, Rod Christie and Patrick Dinkeldine, with Stefan Heim pulling in behind, as it's now time to head on down and get some reaction from our drivers.
We have motor problemi, kid. Yeah? Engine problems.
Thank you.
Engine? I think spark is broken.
No.
Good, no? Good, no? Come on. Yeah, spark.
Hello. How are you?
Okay. Right. Rod Christie, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Class 24 champion 2025. How does that sound?
That sounds pretty good to me. I made that harder than it needed to be.
Well, the man who's not 100% gave you.
He did.
Gave you a lot of fight.
He did.
He did indeed. But it was nice, like the Chuckle Brothers to me, to you, wasn't it? Between you two, was it like always?
It was back and forth. It was, and then trying to stay behind them and keep close. You know, you're offline a bit. You fire up the tires. The back tires were pretty warm by the time I got past, and so I made it much harder than I wanted it to be.
Oh, so you got to have a little bit of fun out on track at the same time, haven't you?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Rod, congratulations, Class 24 champion 2025.
Thank you.
Und komm mal hier, Mr. Heim. Na?
Ja.
So, jetzt können wir live auf Stream.
Genau.
Meister Klasse 23 2025. Was für eine Gefühl, ne?
Ja, ist geil, oder? War eine schöne Saison. Ich wäre heute gerne länger dran geblieben, habe Motorprobleme. Gehabt, wahrscheinlich ein Zündkerze oder so, defekt, Zündspule, keine Ahnung. War schon gleich nach ein paar Runden so. Drum bin ich abgefallen, oder? Ansonsten wäre sicher ein geiler Dreikampf geworden. Ich habe die Pace gut mitgehen können am Anfang und ja, aber schön.
Ja.
Hoffen, dass wir das Auto richten können fürs zweite Rennen und dann halt auch ein Nachtrennen und dann eine gescheite Party.
Ja, das habe ich schon gewusst, weil deine Teamchef noch wieder am Steuer sitzt, ne?
Genau, ja, der Michi startet, ich fahre den Mittelstint und dann machen wir eine gescheite Party.
Aber Stefan, Gratulation, Meister dieses Jahr 2025.
Vielen Dank.
Und leider, der schwitzt wie ein Schwein im Moment. Ja, ich habe schon gedacht. Eine kleine Sache von deinen Wenigkeiten.
Ja, kurzen Moment. Zu wenig Power gehabt, physisch, wie ich ja vorhin schon gesagt habe, durch meine Krankheit. Und kurzen Moment nicht aufgepasst und zack, war er vorbei. Ja, passiert halt. Und jetzt muss ich mich erholen und gucke, dass ich das nächste dann vielleicht ein bisschen besser mache.
Yeah, gute Besserung, mein Freund, okay. Patrick said, look, you know, it's a case of when you run out of power, these things do happen. Right, let's just see if I might be able to have a chat with one of our class. Right, let's see. If I can speak to either Mr. Branco or, let's see if I might be able to have a chat. So, Sebastian? Auf dem Podest nochmal wieder, ne?
Once again, yes.
So, wie wir haben früher in dieses Jahr gesprochen, war das, ich denke, das war ein Portimao. Das war für dich 2 Rennsieger, Pole Position auf jeder Rennen. Das war ein gutes Gefühl, aber leider hatte Max bei dem Hinterheckflügel das Meatball Flag bekommen, Beschädigung. So.
Okay.
Es gibt eine Möglichkeit, dass du vielleicht kannst dieses Jahr vielleicht Meister geworden, aber wir warten auf die Punktesammlung.
Ja.
Aber das ist wirklich, er hat Pech dieses Jahr. Du auch?
Ich auch.
Aber ein gutes Gefühl, den Dreikampf zwischen dir und der Branco am vorne, das war richtig der Hammer. Du war immer näher, jedes Runde, jedes Kurve.
Ja, also wir haben wirklich stark gekämpft, glaube ich, miteinander. Aber Branco hatte genau wie ich, glaube ich, irgendwann auch Probleme mit dem Hinterreifen. Da war zu viel Druck, glaube ich, drauf. Es war ein Kampf bis zum Ende. Gott sei Dank bin ich noch an dem R vorbeigekommen. Der war ein bisschen im Weg, aber dann ging es voran. Also ich habe ein gutes Gefühl und ich kann entspannt, glaube ich, ins letzte Rennen gehen. Ich kann eigentlich nur gewinnen. So sehe ich.
Ja, das ist wie die Ende von Schulejahren, ne?
Es ist
aber Gratulation, ne?
Danke.
So basically, it's like the end of school here, end of the school year. You know, everyone's wanting to break up for the summer, which in our case will be the winter. But Gualterio Branco, Sebastian Schmidt, of course, 3 fantastic GT3R cars to see out the closing shot of this penultimate race of the season for Open GT. But coming up next, GT4 Club Sport and Classic, Race 1. Well, I've had to take the jacket off because it's starting to warm up here, but it's wonderful. We've got all the classics. We'll concentrate on the classics for race 2, but race number 1 here. So the top 5 spots are occupied by our GT4 RS Club Sport, because after this we will be going to the lunch break. We will then have a nice little bit of an hour, but there'll be some content coming up for you guys and girls watching on the live stream a little bit later on. So let's see. Okay. Na, wie geht's dir? Alles okay?
Ja, alles gut. Ein bisschen nervös, aber soll so
Nervös?
sein. Ja, ein bisschen gespannt, aber soll so sein. Gute Grundspannung.
Ja, das stimmt doch. Aber was für eine Hammerstrecke hier in Misano, ne?
Ja, danke schön. Nein, das ist alles gut. Probier das Beste.
Dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für heute, ne? So, we'll leave the man in the 125 to control he's a little bit nervous. A little bit nervous as while they're actually doing the podiums for Open GT. Right, let's see it. Right, come on.
Morning.
Mr. Jörg Müller.
Morning, everything all right?
Yes, the Jörg Müller. We got this man, we got Marco Werner in the pit lane as well. We've been staying at the same hotel, you and I, Jörg.
Yeah.
But how has it been, you know, I used to see you sitting behind the wheel of a car, and now I'm seeing you in a completely different capacity, helping the team at Neuhofer Rennsport. How's it been this weekend for you guys?
Well, it's so-so. We've got 2 new guys, the Van Rosens. I think you've talked about them already in television. One is driving the 992 Cup car, the other one is driving our GT4.
Yeah.
And it's their first year in racing, so, you know, it's ups and downs, and we did a lot of testing already, but, you know, it's a good atmosphere in the team. Drivers are happy, so what can I say? It's fine.
Which means you've also got a smile on your face, Jörg, as well, huh?
Always, you know, if I smell engine, or if I hear the engine noise and I smell fuel, I'm happy.
And burnt rubber as well at the same time. Jörg, thank you for so much. Good to see you. Jörg Müller, you might have seen that man for a very, very long time. Right then, Mr. Papacena, I have to say, congratulations, well done this season. You've been a very, very busy man this weekend, truth be told, stepping into the GT4 for the last time, but tell the folks at home what you've been up to the last 2 days.
Yeah, we did a lot of testing in GT3 over this weekend with Porsche Ticino. I've got the opportunity to test over the last 2 days the GT3 Cup car, and it was really nice, a really nice experience, and I'm pleased to have done this, because it helped me a lot to understand the different car, and also every kilometer I drive more gives me more experience and more trust in the car. So yeah, I've been a very busy man, as you said, over the last 2-3 days. Now I'm back in GT4, and we try to finish the championship as we should.
Brilliant, Elliot. It's been a pleasure see you operate as always. So viel Glück bei das Rennen. So Elliot Papacena, he pretty much has wrapped up the GT4 class title here in 2025 for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse before he goes into the big boy class 1 next year. So with that in mind, it's time for me to haul these little feet up to the commentary box. Stay tuned. GT4 Club Sport and Classic up next for race number 1.
Dai,
Infatti è tipo questa però per il gusto interno. Quello che però è fatto, però è fatto caricato, non è come questo? Sì, è come questo, è come quello della presentazione ma cambia di colore. Già, buon divertimento. Grazie ragazzi, grazie.
Cosa aspetta? L'autobus?
I assume I'm clear.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get ready for our last race before the lunch break, and then we'll have a nice little bit of a spelunk for an hour whilst we all soak up the Rimini sunshine here on the western Italian coast. There is the 315, which is looking like it's going to start from pit lane, and that is going to be Jeremy Christopher Brodard in the 315, one of the Class 39 cars. So will be Elia Papacena starting from pole position. David van Rosen, coached by experienced sports car veteran, the mini manufacturer Jörg Müller, for the team Neuhofer Rennsport crew. Then Alexander Walker, who I had a chat to just a moment ago, said he's a little bit nervous, but the leading car now pulls away from the start-finish straight. So it will be Elia Papacena and David van Rosen on the front row of the grid. David and Max made their debut a little bit earlier on in the season, but also took part in one of the rounds of the Porsche Sprint Challenge, Southern Europe. Alexander Walker and Eric Chatelain round out the top two rows. Jovazek will round out the top 5 in Class 10. Next up will be Sebastian Glaser and Niki Leutweiler rounding out 6th and 7th, ahead of Albert Weinziel, Kurt Ecker and Gunther Schindler, who will be rounding out the overall top 10, thereby running in Class 32, I believe. We'll have Jutta Schreiber in Class 39, starting 11th, Ivan Reggiani for the Redbat Racing Porsche Club Ticino, I believe, in the 305 Class 31 entry with Florian Schmidhuber and Jeremy Christopher Brodard rounding out your grid. So, as always, it will be a flying start. So there you see the wonderful background of the circuit. Be a very, very different situation a little bit later on tonight when we go green for 2 hours. So once the leading car has pulled away, it is then going to be down to the front row that will start proceedings for this penultimate race. It's GT3 Cup Sport and Classic ready to go, revving up and into racing. Here we go, green lights are on and they can start to overtake right here, right now. There is a 49-meter offset between the start and the finish line, as it's going to be a dive to the inside. Jovazek has already gotten through on one driver, and that is the 105 of Chatelain. So the 175 managing to make his presence very, very much known at that particular juncture. Great dive to the inside of Eric Chatelain, as now Jeremy Christopher Brodard now makes his way out of the pits. And we ride on board. So it is the 322. And that is Niki Ludweiler trying to close in on Sebastian Glazer for what is effectively the lead in Class 32. And there you see them, line astern. There's Kurt Ecker in the 311. So once again, 25 minutes plus an additional lap of this race. And still the drivers have to keep the calm nerves on cool shoulders around this 4.226 kilometre circuit. So Papacena trying to pull away early from David van Rosen from Team Neuhofer Rennsport. And after the opening lap, well, Papacena will be looking to move up into GT3 Cup next year. The gap between the top two, 0.559 of a second. So, and Niki Ludweiler has got through on Sebastian Glazer for the Class 32 race lead after the opening tour of 4.2 kilometres. So that just goes to show that it doesn't matter what age you are, if you've got that racing killer instinct and you see a move, you will go for it. 100% guaranteed and assured. So Elia Papacena trying to be, just try and close off the season in the right way possible. And he knows for a fact the way things have gone so far this season. Well, he wasn't with us at Mugello, but he's definitely made sure that he's come back here to Misano and made good his intentions. You can hear that the throttle, the speed is still climbing, even with the 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Schwartz going through at Corvone, as now he makes his way through Cova del Caro, which is turn 14, and it's normally turn 15, which is the next quarter along on the exit that our race officials have been keeping an eye on proceedings. Once again, the leaders come across the line, and it is a three-way scrap. Well, it's a little bit further back. You've got here Alexander Volker, Jovazek, Eric Chatelain trying to go through on the 175. And as I said earlier on at the top of the show when we went qualifying here for Class 10, 31, 32 and 39, the amount of impressive work that Jovazek has done, but Chatelain up the inside he goes. And that would have been a lunge into Curva del Rio at turn 4, now through into 6, and then it's the short run up to Quercia. So possibly a 3-car scrap over what is third place in that division. Meantime, we've got a fight here. It's 322 versus 312. Sebastian Gläser versus Niki Leutwiler. They are nearly side by side. Leutwiler to the inside. Gläser tries to stick his nose to the inside line. But the big old whale tails on these 993 generation cars and the 911. Gläser is giving Leutwiler something to think about, and he's got the high beams on as the 312 from Germany. To Corvone they go, and Leutwiler keeps the throttle pinned. No lack of courage from that man from Switzerland in the 322 Zurich Obersee 993 generation car. And I love the racing stripes right down the centre. Absolutely glorious to see these cars in action. Leutwiler is being hounded now. Gläser trying to see if there was an opportunity maybe to look to the inside at Curva Misano. And back on the board we go again with Niki Leutwiler in the 322. Now into Variante del Parco. Using the curbing on the right-hand side, now through into the left. It's very much like the Misano version of Monza's Ascari. And then it's a short shoot up to the double right here at Curva del Rio. Got to be hard on the brakes, brake in a straight line, then let the car do the rotation. Meantime, Jovazek and Eric Chatelain are battling again as Jovazek gets through for 4th place. But Chatelain not wanting to give up any stretch of the in any sense of the imagination when it comes to these two battling. And when you think about it, well, Jovazek is pretty much on the cusp of being the vice champion in the series this year. And there is Ivan Reggiani in the number 305 of the Redback Racing number 31 class entry, the 964 designation of the 911. And just by seeing the classics here at the circuit, along with the current generations, it just goes to show the evolution. The 911 has always been a car that's always evolved. It's never been revolutionised, because in the old age, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the 911 has been a true talisman for Porsche. It's a de facto halo car, if you will, despite the fact of other cars that have been, in terms of performance orientation, when it comes to more speed, yes, you've got other cars that fill that need, but the 911 is the quintessential car when you think of the mark Porsche. Leutwiler trying to pull away from Gläser in the at this moment in time. Right, car 105. Eric Chatelain has just been given a final track warning, a track limit warning at turn 16. That's Curva Misano. But here we ride on board once again with Niki Leutwiler in the 322. Run under Porsche Zentrum Oberzürichsee. You can just see the commitment, the steering wheel input from Niki. Don't be worried about those noises that you're hearing. That's showcasing how, I did say earlier on when we got a real sort of like bird's eye view from inside the cockpit, there's a lot of vibration going on. There's no sound deadening, there's no carpets, there's none of these creature comforts that you get in the road-going version of the cars. But look at Gläser, who's closing it again. We've had 9 minutes of this race already completed, and the battle for class 20 to 32 is really, really heating up in terms of the race victory. And at the moment, well, Kurt Eckert currently running in 4th place. That's effectively 13 points. Rider would gain 25 in the class, and well, it also depends on how the points will be allocated for qualifying. And at the moment, well, Jud Schreiber in the 344 leads Class 39, and I think is, well, he's going to be pretty much on the cusp of wrapping up the Class 39 modified 964 and 993 RS and Cup Division. 1 race to go. And with regards to Ivan Reggiani, I think will have wrapped up the Class 31 title, and Elia Papacena will have done the same in the Class 10 division. Papacena now has a 4.1 second lead after just over 10 minutes of racing here in the in Class 10. But here is Florian Schmidhuber closing in on Jud Schreiber. Schreiber in the 344. So this is an on-track battle for position, but not in class. But it still just goes to show that Florian Schmidhuber, despite being in Class 31, is still keeping pace with the Class 39 car. Now, obviously, modifications can vary from what the individual wants or needs from their car. But again, these two going through Corvone and making it a nice, entertaining battle. Right, car 105, Eric Chatelain has just received a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits at Curva Misano, turn 16. So he's the only one that has had blemishes on track limits so far in this race. Everyone else seems to be keeping within the limits and the confines, as was discussed in the driver's briefing yesterday lunchtime. And as you can see now, look who's in the rear view of both Schreiber and Schmidhuber. There is Elia Papacena, and he's on now what is lap 8, with just over half-time completed in this race. 6.26 seconds ahead of David van Rooyen. We're right on board with the Yamaha's first Rennsport number 107. And to the inside he goes, nice and neatly, getting quickly past. And I think, well, when you think of it from the longer picture, you know, Jud Schreiber and Florian Schmidhuber would want to have their own battle, but they don't want to have to worry about a significantly quicker car closing in on them, and then they have to, and if they decide to start battling in front of Papacena, then Papacena would be like saying, well, hang on a second, I'm the faster car here. The faster car has to make the move safely, but it's also down to the, well, David van Rooyen has got his right side indicator on in the 123 car, so straight away, right, oh, dearie me, Eric Chatelain's race has just gone from bad to worse. That is 2 successive 5-second time penalties for the 105 from Armag First Rennsport, both offences committed at Curva Misano. So, again, just seeing these cars gracefully roaring around. And it just goes to show the lineage that this icon of German sports cars has showcased over the ages through technological advancements, especially with now a lot of the cars these days being more rather naturally aspirated to now being turbocharged. Some which also having hybridized turbo applications. There's Alexander Walker, Jovazek in 4th. Chatelain is going to be another further 10 seconds back. Nicky Ludweiler still leads class 32 overall. So when you see the old and the new generations of Porsche history when it comes to motorsport, it's wonderful to see these classes on track together, running their own races. In the meantime, Eric Chatelain has just put in his best first sector of the race so far. Elia Papacena has just gone purple in sector 2 overall and leads by 7.1 seconds. And again, I mean, we're seeing some great battles up and down the order. I think the closest at the moment is Jörg Schreiber and Florian Schmidhuber. All the way down, it might be 12th and 13th, but they are really, really putting on a great show for everyone to see. And, well, Eric Chatelain making his way out of the final corner. So the 105 continues to run around the circuit. He's 2.9 seconds off of Jovazek, who in turn is now trying to see if he can catch Alexander Walker. And last time, well, Alexander Walker 1 minute 45.3, Jovazek 1 minute 43.9. So gap is coming down. That was by nearly 1.2 seconds on that previous tour. There we see Kurt Ecker in that wonderfully liveried 311 going through Corvone at full speed. And hard on the brakes. First of 2 braking zones. Blue flags are being waved because there is a GT4 class, GT4 car coming up on. No surprise there. Elia Papacena, hello again. 8.5 seconds ahead of David van der Rosen, and I would imagine he might be into double digits by the time the checkered flag falls in about 9 or so minutes time. As Kurt Ecker out of the final corner pulls the left hand side, and this is a great onboard shot from Elia Papacena with that 480 brake horsepower engine mid-mounted in the car. And it's a great training ground for those wanting to go up into the higher side of things. There is Ivan Reggiani, once again for the Redback Racing operation. Wonderful example of the 964 car. And also, the funny thing is that I like how the alloy wheels actually match the livery. Yellow at the front, black at the back. And again, another car that's one, you know, when it's hooked up, it's absolutely wonderful to see. You see that the 964s and the 993s, they have a lot more body roll in the way that they are, but whereas the 718 Cayman is a more, you know, you see that the car doesn't have as much travel. But when it is more of a purpose-built side of things, Alexander Walker now gets a track limit warning at turn number 13, which is on the approach, I think, into Cova del Caro. And here's the 307. Albert Weinziel behind the wheel of that one, comes out of the final corner. Goes across the line. As well, David van der Rosen now gets through on the 345. Gunther Schindler. So we still have 6 minutes plus an additional lap to go of this penultimate race for GT4, Club Sport and Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse. They've been part of the championship for 4 of the 6 rounds. There's the 315 of Jeremy Christopher Brodard, running in the iconic Marlboro livery colours as well. And this is another wonderful onboard. And this is going to be going through into California. He's still accelerating, and look, possibly a little bit of a lift there, just to be on the safe side. And it can be, you can hear all the noises of what's going on over the curbs and everything. And it does look like he's got a rudimentary old school 3-button stopwatch on the centre of that old school 4-spoke Porsche steering wheel. That's what you call classic. That's brilliant to see. I don't know how he's operating. I'm wondering if it's a Tag Heuer stopwatch on there as well. You never know. Well, he has got Tag Heuer emblazoned on the front of the bonnet. But that is that's a quirky little touch. You don't see that these days. Normally it's where you got the buttons on the right-hand side of the driver's position in the cockpit. You'll normally see race logic technology involved, where it will give you lap time, stint time, and a lot of other information to boot. But we're now on to lap number 13. Elia Papachin in our leads. David von Rosen by 11.3 seconds. Alexander Walker, who I spoke to, he said he was a little bit nervous. Well, he's probably feeling a little bit nervous now because he's just got through on Gunther Schindler, through at Variante del Parco. Gunther nicely got out of the way of the 125. Just see the difference in closing rate of speed between, say, Alexander Walker and then also Kurt Ecker in the 311 car. That wonderful silver, yellow and red liveried 993 car. And Jovazek is trying to chase down Alexander Walker in the dying stages of this race, but he's about 3.6 seconds adrift. Of course, the drivers are having to, in the Class 10 division, having to deal with slower traffic. But of course, we've got 4 classes racing at the same time. So blue flags being shown, I think, to Gunther Schindler. And here goes through Curva del Caro. That is Kurt Ecker being passed by Jovazek. Getting through out of turn number 15. A great run by Nicky Dodweiler in the number 322 993 Cup car. And he has now pulled away. I mean, Sebastian Glazer at one point was about 3 to 5 tenths of a second behind him. Now he's 5.9 seconds behind him. But nevertheless, one of the big things about this of Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse is that, these cars are here to be raced. They're here to, sometimes it's not always about the winning out on track. It's also about the atmosphere of the paddock, getting to see good friends, also enjoying a wonderful atmosphere, being able to don the race suit, put on the helmet and the hands device and go out there and go full throttle at a fantastic amount of circuits. So Eric Chatelain trying to go around the outside here of Kurt Ecker. That was a bit close for the 105. So we are coming down to the last couple of moments of this race. So it is going to be this plus 2 more laps to go. Oh, Elia Papachin threading the eye of the needle through 2 of the 993 Cup cars. and makes it through with next to nothing to spare in terms of proximity room. He knew that there was a gap, he just went for it and said, right, see you later guys, I'm off. So let's stay on board at the moment with Elia Papacena, the 107, who is pretty much, he sewed it up early this season, but this is basically going to put the final nail in the coffin for anyone else in Class 10. Now up the run to Coverquercia. Down the gearbox, on the apex. Now accelerates out of the corner, and then it's the double right here at Curva Tramonto. Be on the power, you've got to be on the brakes here, and sweep into the apex here, and now it starts to accelerate and prep the car ready for the right-hand kink here at Curvone, the fastest corner on the circuit, and I think one of the fastest corners in modern-day motorsport. And is he going to lift? No, full on the accelerator all the way through the corner, now down the gearbox. In turn 13, now into Curva del Caro. At 14. So, timer has hit 0. This time, Elia Papacena, who gets past Nicky Leutwiler through the penultimate left-hander, will see the final lap board for the penultimate time this season. So, last lap, 4.226 kilometers, that's 2.626 miles for Elia Papacena to cement his legacy in this series. And over the last 3 years, Thomas Guedes from Portugal, Patrick Hoffman in 2023, and Alessandro Motta back in 2022. Even though we did have a Class 11 earlier on this year, Dirk Melzer did one race weekend and that was it. Job done. But you can, one of the biggest things about the differential between the Class 10, Class 31, Class 32 and Class 39 cars is that the only paddle shift vehicles that I remember are the Class 10s. Everything else is a good old H-pattern gearbox. Yes, he's been busy testing GT3 Cup this weekend on Thursday and Friday, but he's going to cap off the season in style with one race to go. Elia Papacena through into Curva Misano for the final time here on race number 1. That's it. It's done. It's over. Papacena with this victory puts the title out of reach of everybody else. Papacena seals the deal here at Misano. And it's going to be a real good run to the line between Schreiber and Schmidhuber. David van Rosen will cross the line, finish in P2. Sebastian Glazer will end up winning Class 32 because Nicky Leutwiler actually pitted in with a lap to go. So whether there was a problem for Nicholas Leutwiler, not 100% sure. Ivan Reggiani will take the win in the number 305 Redback racing car. Kurt Eckert, I think, might round out the top 3. And Gunther Schindler will complete the top 4. There's Kurt Eckert and Gunther Schindler coming out of the final corner. And they cross the line. They will take 3rd and 4th in Class 32. So Elia Papacena, that's it. The man from Amag First Rennsport takes the title with one race to spare. It might have been signed up a little bit earlier on this season, but never say never. You never know what might happen in the final weekend of a championship season. David von Rosen and Alexander Walker ran at the top 3 in Class 10. Sebastian Glazer, Gratulation, Sieger beim Klasse Nummer 32. So Sebastian Glazer wins Class 32, and it's a German top 3 make that a German top 4. Albert Weinziel and Kurt Ecker round out the top 3. Ivan Reggiani crosses the line and will win in class number 31. Jürg Schreiber will take the victory in class 39 with Jeremy Christopher Brodar rounding out the 14 drivers that will take to the checkered flag. But there we go. That is the final bit of on-track action here this morning at Misano. So it's time for me to once again head on downstairs and get some reactions from some VOD drivers here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. You down at the van, are you? Yeah, no problems. Right. Let's have a chat with this young man. Jetzt muss ich ehrlich sagen, Elia Papacena, Meister 2025. GT4 bei Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, das ist ein großes Gefühl für dich, weil du hast so viele Rennen dieses Jahr gewonnen, ne?
I do in German? Okay, also...
Ja, wir werden auf Deutsch machen, ne?
Okay.
We've done too many interviews in English, my friend.
Fair enough. Ja, auf jeden Fall sicher gut, wieder im GT4 zu gewinnen, da ich Mugello ausgesetzt habe. Und deswegen das Gewinngefühl hat mir ein bisschen gefehlt. Natürlich schon Meister nach Monza, jetzt wieder anfangen zu gewinnen, ist natürlich das beste Gefühl, das man haben kann. Und wir haben noch ein Rennen vor uns, deswegen müssen wir noch die Arbeit perfekt machen. Und dann haben wir unser Maximum in diesem Jahr perfektioniert.
Und auch bei den letzten Rennen dieser Saison noch mal ein bisschen mehr Spaß zu haben, ne?
Natürlich Spaß ist auch wichtig, aber auf jeden Fall unser Ziel ist es natürlich, so gut wie möglich abzuschließen. Deswegen versuchen wir das gleiche Prinzip wie jetzt zu machen.
Ja, Glückwunsch, Elia. Well done, Elia Papacena. He said, well, we wanted to do the perfect job. They've done it. The title's official now. So for him, it's been a great job. Let's see if we can find. Well, everyone seems. Let's see. Can we find? Hang on a second. Right then. So we've got Alexander Walker's car there. We've also got Van Rosen one as well. I mean, to be honest with you folks, this morning has been a great morning to kick off things. Elia Papacena confirmed GT4 champion, GT3 Cup champion, Ethan Isher with 1 round to spare. Rod Christie, class 24 champion, Stefan Heim, class 23 champion. So we're going to go to the lunch break now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Some features coming up for you folks here on the live stream courtesy of Alpha Live. We'll see you just before 2 this afternoon as we go for the final 3 sprint races, and then we've got the 2-hour enduro later on tonight. Rickard Feller, the man behind Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Good to have you with me, Rickard. Firstly, I have to say on behalf of myself and obviously the team here at Alpha Live, we thank you and Florian for the trust to help bring Porsche Sports Cup Suisse live and direct to the internet. Firstly, you've been involved with the championship for a very, very long time. How did you get involved with Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, first of all?
First of all, as a driver, young driver, not so young, but with old cars. That was in the late 90s. I started, had my first race license in 96, and the organization was not central. It was divided in several clubs, and the club for which I was driving was one of the organizers, and very quickly I helped organizing, so late 90s, beginning 2000. That club was one of the biggest at that moment in Switzerland, and was organizing 2 to 3 of the 6 races, and that's where I started to help. And as it grew up over the first 10 years of 2000 years, we realized we had to central this, and that's how everything went on one organization, and I took over the championship, I expect 2007 or 2008, fully responsible, and probably organizing since 2010 all the races.
Now, we've got to know each other over the last 6 months and 1 week now. That's how long it's been since the season kick-started in the second weekend of April. What makes Porsche Sports Cup Suisse stand out? Because there's 35 different sprint challenges and Carrera Cups all across the world. What makes Porsche Sports Cup Suisse different?
Very important is that we are always our own organization. That means we don't buy hours on another occasion or another organizer. We rent 3 days in a row and offer for all drivers 2 test days and the race days. And I think that's one of there's not many challenges that can offer 3 days of driving. I don't know if there is any. I won't say there's none, but that's one of the major offer that we have, and that's why we have so many gentlemen drivers. And the second thing, I'm sure it's the family atmosphere that we keep between all the drivers and teams.
I mean, this year we've seen fantastic grids across the board. I mean, particularly, let's take, for instance, 34 open GT cars going at 80 kilometers an hour before the lights went green. Race 1 at Monza, and it was three abreast. I mean, I could feel the vibrations through the floor in the commentary box. That's got to be one of the sort of like the high points where we're seeing a championship such as ours bringing so much influx of not just the young drivers, but we've got the gentleman drivers as well, who like Rod Christie, for example. That guy is an absolute weapon behind the wheel of a 992 GT3R. I found out with the Cup car ride that I did earlier on this weekend. Yeah. But we've got such a great breadth of young talent with Ethan Isher, Matteo Segre, Elia Papacena. And then we've got people like Rod Christie, Philip Minotti, Stefan Heim, and all. It's really great to see that depth and breadth within the field, and it shows that there's something in this championship for everybody, isn't there?
Yeah, that's one of our goals, is to be open for everything. We've been working on young drivers in the last 4 or 5 years with a junior program and things like that we didn't have 4 or 5 years ago. And on the other side, we want to keep it open for gentlemen drivers that do that as pleasure. That's why we are here, to give them pleasure. They want to use their car, to drive their car, without having a professional driver around them that maybe gives them a little, that they get afraid from him, but they feel the family here, and they can use the brilliant and nice cars. We have also a level of cars incredibly high, because we have gentlemen drivers that own the cars.
I mean, obviously, it's a big logistical undertaking. Of course, you're backed up by a great team. Obviously, we can't not forget to mention Florian Klapperlich, who is our Cup Series manager. You know, logistics, when we're talking south of the Algarve, we're then talking Styria, we're also talking 4 race weekends in Italy, obviously due to the proximity to Switzerland. There's a lot of organisation that goes into it, and we talked earlier on in the year that you actually gave up a full-time job to be hands-on 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It is something that it's not just a job, but it's also a passion because of this brand that we're all associated with.
So that's a nice thing for me. It was my hobby, and my hobby became my job. And I did most of it alone. I was the only one that was 100% occupied by this. And getting slowly old, I was looking for somebody to take over, to make sure that it continues like this. And we're really happy to have with Florian, somebody that joined us. He's more than 20 years younger than I am, has knowledge of teams, of cars, maybe not all the knowledge of the tracks and the connections that we had, but that's why I'm staying also to help him get that through. But it is a one-man job, I would say 1.5. All the others from the team, we don't have to forget them, they take holidays to be here on track to help us, but we're a very small and lean team with 4 or 5 people that take the holidays to come here, and that makes it also efficient.
Now, you said about the facts of you having raced before in this championship. I know that you've raced further afield, I think the USA, you've raced at and had success over there, but you're getting behind the wheel for our famed curtain call, the 2-hour endurance nights race here at Misano underneath the nighttime lights. I've seen it so many times in the build up to this, and I'm really, really excited. Obviously, Vidmo Motorsport with the 718 Cayman GT4. Are you looking forward to getting back behind the wheel again? Because you've been behind the wheel a lot this weekend as well.
Sure, I always like to get behind the wheel, but that was also with the increase of the championship, getting more professional and things like that in the organization. It wasn't possible anymore to be a driver and organizer. So it's nice to have these 2-hour races that don't count for the championship, where I can be behind the wheel and really enjoying getting there. It's also a night race with good lighting around the track. That helps a lot for gentleman driver, older like me. It's real fun.
Now, looking ahead to the future, of course, 2025, it's the first year that this championship has had live streaming, and we've talked that the coverage has been fantastic, and the fact that what started out as one weekend at Portimao is going to now further extend into 2026 and beyond. It's been a real pleasure from our side, from myself, and also we have to give a shout out to Ben, who was in my place for Imola and Mugello. But looking ahead, this can only mean great things in the future for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. I think not just the calendar that is coming up for next year, the live streaming, but also the opportunity for family members and friends to watch all across the world, no matter where they are. How much does that mean to not just you, but to Florian, to have this live stream coverage to promote the series in general?
So it's very important to us. It was a step that we were talking about for 3 or 4 years. And I must say thank you to Florian. He did the work over the winter. It was his first job for us. He sorted this out, which was the best way to do it, compare costs and results. And that's how we came to Alpha Live with you guys, with also Ben and yourself. And so now we're really happy that we have a deal for 3 years. And it's one of these steps where you get into it, you can't go back. It's a little like the catering. We have a gorgeous catering.
Yes.
We can't afford to go back. And it's going to be same thing with live streaming. That was missing us. So we're really happy to have it. And we have very good feedback from the drivers. And I think that should be grown. We should maybe use it more for advising and things like that.
One final question. Now, of course, in this modern day of not just the automotive industry, but motorsport in general, sustainability is always a big talking point. Forget about EVs and automotive, because that's something we don't look at here. The sustainability of the championship, obviously, is something that is constantly being, I would imagine with you and Florian, that you're constantly looking in ways to help the environmental impact? Is that something that is continually ongoing when you're looking not just this year that's just gone by, but you're looking 2-3 years ahead of the future? Is that something that's always under consideration?
It is always under consideration, sure, but I have to agree or to say that's not one of the major focus, because if you agree that we race, there's lots of things to the sustainability that we can't really do.
Yep.
There are some things that we really can do. We take care when we are with a caterer, we work on traveling together, things like that. But so long we can afford or be allowed to have such nice race cars with these engines and use of tires, it's a focus to keep things as low as possible. It's not a major focus.
Richard, thank you very, very much for your time. I'm looking forward to working with you guys as well in the future. But thank you so much for the trust, and we look forward to what's going to be a fantastic Class 1 battle between Ethan Isher and Matteo Franco Segre here this weekend at Misano.
Alex, thank you very much. I must say, you showed your power in talking, in advising these races, and I'm looking forward also for these last race events here with the battle all in Class 1, but also in the other classes. We'll have a nice final here in Misano. Thanks a lot, Alex.
Buongiorno e benvenuti a tutti a Misano. Welcome to the Rimini coastline. Welcome to the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli for the 6th and final round of Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse. Class 1 has been an enthralling, exciting category as it always has been in this championship. More to the point, we've got 2 title protagonists coming into the final round out of 6. On one side, Switzerland's Ethan Isher from Sportec Racing. On the other side, home soil again for Matteo Franco Segre from DCV by Ombra Racing. The title comes down to these last 2 races. So ahead of it all, I decided to have a sit down with both Ethan and Matteo respectively to find out their thoughts about what's going to happen here on the Adriatic coast. Right, Ethan.
Yep.
Firstly, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
Final weekend of the championship. How are you feeling?
Quite okay, I would say. I come without pressure because still, obviously, there's the championship title at the end of the day, but I don't want to give me pressure, so I just drive like the other weekend, taking to have fun in the car, and yeah, just let's see how it will be.
And also being plenty of banter between you and your good mechanic friend Kevin, as always.
Exactly.
As we've seen. You've shown really, really strong, consistent form all season, multiple wins, multiple podiums. What would you say has been the personal highlight that stands out for you, and is there another race that you wanted another go at?
The big highlight, I will go for obviously the first win in Red Bull Ring, because I made quite a good move, overtaking Karen from in the grass, 2 tires in the grass, so it's quite a good move. Like we can saw with Kevin Estre, obviously. So.
Oh yes.
I was thinking about him in the car. I did like him. Okay, not exactly the same. His one is a bit better, obviously, but it's.
Well, you still pulled. I mean, you pulled it off at the Red Bull Ring. He pulled it off at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Exactly.
So he was on the grass, but I mean, Kevin Estre, we know what he's like.
Exactly. So at the end, yeah, Red Bull Ring first victory, I would say. And otherwise, yeah, for sure, Monza and Mugello wins were also a very high moment of the season.
Would you say that there's a particular race that you wanted to have a second go at because it didn't always go to plan?
Yes and no. Like Portimao was the first race, the second time in the car, so obviously it wasn't that easy. But I think I managed pretty well, leading the both race for first time in a cup car, so with a roof overall. So. Yeah, I would say there was hard time. Obviously, it's racing, but I would not go for bad time. So yeah, for me it was okay.
Now, Misano.
Yep.
First of all, let's talk about this full circle moment, because your first time behind the wheel of one of these GT3 Cup cars was here.
Exactly.
And here we are, October 2025.
Exactly.
Final round of the season. That must
Exactly.
be a pretty special emotional moment for you personally.
Yeah, obviously, like it was my first time in Formula 4 also. So yeah, it's already a big thing. First time in a GT3 Cup car. The test was the 20th of October, so still not 1 year. I did for the first time close in 3 days, so or was the 19th, something like this. So we were quite close, and yeah, after yeah, for me it's a big moment, one of my favorite tracks. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here and to maybe won my first title in a cup car. It's even better.
I mean, the big thing is you've got a great team behind you. Sportec, headed up by Head of Motorsport Marcel Fessler. That man is a legend in his own right. You've also got your teammate, but also the CEO of Sportec, Greg Burkhardt, as your wingman. It's pretty much a family feel there, isn't it? And it's great that everyone knows what they need to do and knows what their role is. How special has it been part of the team this year here in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse?
For me, it's amazing to be in the team. I'm very lucky to have a team like this. Like I always say, it's kind of a second family. Everyone are always with the smile, making a massive work for us, for the drivers. So for me, it's if I can say it, the best team of the championship. So I mean, everyone have his opinion, but sitting in the team for me about how people are, how they're working for me, obviously is one of the best teams where I've been. And yeah, it's super nice to have Marcel also, like to have 2 times 24 hours of Le Mans who is helping you in the car or outside of the car. For me, it's a big thing, and I'm very lucky to have him next to me, and also to have Greg as a teammate. It's something special. You don't have many times your CEO who is a driver. But I think, yeah, it's like when you are driving in the F1 game, creating your home team, he's doing like this for his life. So for me, it's super nice to have him next to us.
Now, Misano, it's a circuit that demands the ultimate balance between the car and also precision around the circuit. Obviously, Variante del Parco, which is the first complex, going down at the bottom of the circuit, coming through turn 1. That's a big talking point. And then, of course, the fastest corner I think I know of in modern day motorsport, nearly 250 kilometres an hour, 5th gear Corvone, which I experienced firsthand. Thank you very much, Rod Christie. It is a test of everything, isn't it, on these cup cars? And obviously no ABS.
Yeah, exactly.
You've really got to put it all together. Is it more about having a compromise with a consistent setup rather than going for all out performance? You know, there's always got to be that balance that you and Kevin and Marcel and Andre and the whole team will work over the course of the weekend. I mean, without giving too much away, how much work has there been over the testing so far ready for race day?
Then yeah, obviously there is a lot of work every session. I create my own driving feelings, so it's a paper where I have a 0 in the middle of each corner, to 5 for understeer, to 5 for oversteer. After the session, I write all my feelings. I make some, okay, in this corner I have oversteer mid-exit, or I have oversteer releasing of the brake, all the information for every corner overall. And after this, I discussed with my engineer, Florian, about it. We check data to see if it's quite the same feeling. Normally it's quite similar. Maybe sometimes I say it's 2.5 of oversteer, and maybe it's more 0.2 or 0.3, but it's really about feelings. And after this, I'm also talking to Marcel to see a bit like what he thinks. I say to him, okay, we go two rings lower, or I try many things with the team. We go the re-wing. We try a lot of things, obviously, about what it's my feeling in the car, and we see how it's going.
Obviously, Greg's got a lot of experience in this. Yep. You know, he's finished 3rd. He's finished second to Felix Hersinger last year. Having that kind of man, not just being the CEO of Sportec AG, but also your teammate, how much of that experience have you been able to sort of like use to keep yourself as a competitive individual in this championship? I mean, Greg's a great racer in his own right. It's not been the greatest season for him, but you know, when at Mugello, he played the team game, gave you an opportunity which you took with both hands. How vital is it for a young driver like yourself to have Greg as your wingman and say, look, okay, this is what I found works for me, and you guys can share data and setup?
So after the first Mugello test was The first time I sit in the car was in March, I think, or April, something like this. I don't remember exactly, depending of the race weekend, but was Mugello, start of the year. First time in the GT3 Cup cars with ABS, and obviously he helped me a lot because he was at the start faster than me. The time I get into the car to understand everything, so he gave me his data, obviously, told me, okay, here maybe you can try to be a bit more smoother, all these kind of things. And after we have to Portimao, and I drive 1 or 2 sessions behind him to really have the dead lick. And after this, I went to get the speed to be in front. So, but obviously he helped me a lot. And even here in Misano, like this morning, he put new set of tires. I was with the fresh one, and we could compare, like, okay, in this corner it's better like this, and we discuss together like this. He can gain and I can gain at the end. So it's a teamwork at the end. It's a teamwork.
Ethan, firstly, thank you very much for your time. I have one final question for you.
Tell me.
If you could describe your 2025 season in one word, what would it be and why?
I would say amazing, because if everything goes well this weekend, normally I have the title. The team is amazing, so that's the second reason. And I'm a Porsche junior for Switzerland. I have maybe an opportunity with Porsche, so yeah, for me it's one real season who helped me in my racing career. So that's why I would call it amazing.
Well, Ethan, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Et
Merci bien.
Bon course.
Merci beaucoup.
So, Matteo, final round of Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. You must be feeling really excited. We're now at this stage where it's you versus Ethan for the Class 1 title. How confident are you this weekend?
I'm really confident. I was the fastest through these 2 days of testing, so I'm confident for tomorrow, and I will try just to do my best and to win both races, and then we'll see how the championship will go.
Now, let's look back on the season. It's been a very, very long 6-month campaign. You've not just been racing here, you've been racing in Carrera Capitalia, who had the penultimate round of their season this time last week. But how would you rate the season with the team at DCV by Ombra Racing this year?
I am happy of my improvements, and also the passion that the guys put on their work. But I think that I was really unlucky in this season. I had a lot of misfortunes. For example, in Portimao, if I consider just the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, for example, in Portimao, Karen Gaillard crashed into me, like taking me out from the race. Also in Imola, I was really unlucky. I was leading race 2 with a consistent gap, and then I had a puncture, and I had to retire. Or at the Red Bull Ring, I was leading race 1, and then I had a problem with the gearbox, and I lost the race. Or in Monza, for example, I had to skip 1 day of testing because I had an engine problem, and I had to, like...
I mean, let's look back at Monza. Race 1 really gave us an indication on how competitive, but also how close and how fair it's been when you and Ethan raced together. I mean, he was chasing you down really, really hard. Obviously, race 1, Emmanuel Quintieri was due to start on pole, started from pit lane, which gave you the opportunity. You had to defend not just against Ethan, but Dylan Yip, who we know is very, very quick. But to take that win in that first race at Monza, of all places, how did you feel, you know, looking back at that? Because that, for me, I think was one of your best moments of this year so far. How you defended against Ethan.
Yeah, for sure, I was really happy because, like, it was my first win after a lot of problems, after a lot of potential win lost. For example, in Red Bull Ring, in Imola. So it was really important for me to finally say, oh, I've done it, I won, with no problem, with like hard work, preparation, also considering like the problem of the Friday that I had in Monza at the engine. So it was really a good moment for me, and also because Monza is the most important circuit in Italy, so it's something special to win there.
I still remember when all of you were about to go green for race one, and I could feel the vibrations from the engines coming through. And Monza, you know, La Pista Magica, the Temple of Speed, is an incredible place. And I mean, I remember how close it was. It was less than 2 tenths across the line between you and Ethan.
Yeah.
But of course, now we're here at Misano. You were racing here last week with GT3 Cup Italia. What is the key to really getting consistent and really, really clean around here at Misano?
Misano is a really atypical track because it has a first sector that is really like twisty, and then a part that is really fast. So you have constantly to adapt and to change the rhythm of the driving. So you don't have to push too much in certain corners and to push a little bit in others.
Yeah.
So it's also important to get the right setup. It's really important.
Now, forget about the fact it's the last race day of the season coming up. When you're on the grid and you're sitting in the car, the door's shut, you're waiting to get the signal to start the engine of that 510 brake horsepower, 4-litre flat six behind you. What are the final things before you end up going on the formation lap that are going through your mind? Is there like a process that you have to sort of keep the nerves calm?
I just try to clean my mind from everything. Just be focused on what I have to do. Focus to have a good start and like to find my rhythm without stressing too much the tires, with no mistakes, and just like fully focus on the race.
DCV by Umbra Racing have really, really helped you, like you said, that you progressed weekend in, weekend out. It's very much a true family atmosphere. You know, what have been the funny moments with regards to being in the garage with the team, you know, when they're working hard late into the night and you're still helping them with, like saying, giving insight on what you need to do, how you need the car set up? How does it feel to be part of a really, really cool team?
Yeah, for sure. Like, they became like a second family for me, because in particular this year, like, we had a lot of up and downs, a lot of bad luck that like it was really important for me to have like them by my side, because like they were motivating me, pushing me, and helping me to improve my skills and my also like improve me as a person, like to grow up and to be a better person on track and off the track. It was really important also like the win in Monza, because it was a reward of the hard work that they did to change the engine all the day on Friday, and was a special moment for us.
Final question before you focus on tomorrow. Can you tell me one word that sums up your 2025 Porsche Sports Cup Suisse season and why you picked that word?
Roller coaster.
I think you pretty much said it. You don't need to say anymore, but Matteo, thank you so much for your time. Good luck, and I really look forward to the battle between you and Ethan this weekend for Class 1. Buon fortuna.
I will go for it. I will try my best.
Well, as you can see behind me, the paddock full, every single garage bursting with a hype of activity. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you to both Matteo and to Ethan for taking time out of their busy schedule this weekend. It is a very important weekend for both of these young drivers, how their careers move forward. So, it's Isha versus Segra, the final showdown. Who's going to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Felix Hirsinger and Jasim Ferrati? Well, wait no more. Here it is, the final race for Class 1. Will it be Isha or Segre that takes title glory? It's coming up right here, right now. Right, championship is all done with here for GT3 Cup, race number 1. Now, Ethan Isha has got the title. It's now about the last bit of skirmishing, the last bit. If anyone likes their karting, you know the words elbows out. We could see some here because it's all about pride. And one of the people I want to speak to is the teammate of a certain Ethan Isha. I hope you all enjoyed the feature with Richard Feller, the man steering the ship of Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, and also the interviews I did with Ethan and Matteo ahead of today. So the cars are going out of pit lane at the moment. So it will be the case of waiting to see what happens, but I know that we speak to Kevin and Ethan quite a bit, but there's a man that is an unsung hero. So, how's the big boss feeling ahead of this final race?
I hope good. He has a bit of problems today, but I hope he have a good race.
Well, he definitely did a good job keeping Quintieri behind him all the way through, right up until the checker, didn't he?
It's been tough, but I hope we do it.
Exactly. Good luck, mate. We're gonna wait for Greg to actually come, you know, because he's the man. He joined this championship a few years before 2020. Joined Sportec as CEO. You know, there's smiles on the faces of Motorsport. Marcel Fessler, Andre, one of the team, Jose, who's part of the board of directors at Sportec AG. There's Christian. There is Karamoskia coming through the shots on the Omni Racing number 95. He was a bit unlucky in race number 1, but he starts from the outside of row number 3. So this is one of the beautiful things we don't always get to show. We've got a few things, Ilario Introna coming in, Emanuele Quintieri in the number 15, Jeremy Siffert now pulling up, I believe, in the 54, and it's going to be exactly the same. Matteo Franco Segre, 45, so Jeremy Siffert starts on the outside of row number 4. Ethan Isha starts on the outside of the second row. Matteo Beretta, can that man secure third in the championship? And, well, we've been waiting for a man I've wanted to speak to. Spoke to him earlier on this year. And let's see. Let's see if I can get the thumbs up. Yes? Right, okay. Oh, look, at such a gentleman. Mr. Burkhardt, good afternoon.
So?
Guten Nachmittag, my friend.
Na, wie geht's? Wie steht's?
You definitely had your elbows out alongside... Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think, Andre, I just want to apologise on that front from my perspective. So we will move out of the way. That's not one of the things we wanted. So they, as you just heard, but we'll leave them to do it. It's not one of the things we like to hear. They're just checking the hinge on that door to make sure it's safe. So that's one of the things we don't like avoiding on that one. So, you know what? We're going to leave these drivers to race one final time. And it is about what happens now. Who is going to finish third in the championship? Segre already confirmed runner-up. First, it is Ethan Isher. Who can finish third in the championship? Let's race one more time here in Class 1 and find out. The title in Class 1 may have already been decided earlier on today. However, there are still positions in the championship to battle for. Ethan Isher has taken the 2025 Class 1 title. Matteo Franco Segre, no matter how this race finishes, will be the runner-up in this season. However, there is still bragging rights. There is still an opportunity to go for one final hurrah and for glory. And when you look at it, the three drivers that could have an opportunity will be the number 15, Romano Quintieri, the number 12, Matteo Beretta, and you cannot exclude from this the man who finished up runner-up to Felix Hirsinger last year in Class 1, Sportec Racing's Greg Burkhardt. One more 25-minute run into the unknown here at the roller coaster circuit at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli here in Rimini will decide once and for all who will be standing on high at the podium at the end of this race. There is Matteo Beretta, the number 12 from DCV by Umbra Racing, the teammate of Matteo Segre. And at this point, the drivers that have already been battling tooth and nail this year now have no pressure on their shoulders. This man here from San Marino, Lorenzo Celli, showing good performance in race 1. He starts from the inside of the second row and will have Matteo Beretta to his immediate left-hand side. Matteo Franco Segre has locked out pole position for both races this weekend in the season finale, and Ethan Nischer doing exactly the same on the outside of the front row. There's Christian Caramusquia from the Omnia Racing crew with their technical partners. Prima Ghinzani Motorsport helping them all the way through this 2025 season. 1 minute board is being shown to the front of the grid. As you can hear, the winds are very, very blustery, up to as high as 15 miles an hour here at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. .30-second board being shown to the grid, which means the leading car, the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, goes off into the distance. The medical car for the circuit in the background with its lights ablaze. So now the tyres do the weaving dance as instructed by their pilots. Here is your starting grid for the final GT3 Cup Class 1 battle of 2025. Matteo Segre on pole position, Ethan Nischer alongside on the front row. Lorenzo Celli and Matteo Beretta, row 2. Peter Heglin and Christian Caramusquia, row 3. Gregor Burkhardt and Jeremy Siffert, row 4. And rounding out the top 10, Ilario Introna and Christoph Langer. Looks like a great repair job by the team at Fach Autotech to get the number 7 back out onto the circuit. Thomas Winkler and Luca Casella ran out row 6. Thomas Falconer in De Bintzen ran out the penultimate row of the grid. And rounding out 15th and 16th positions respectively, both from Italy, Emmanuel Quintieri and Gioga. So once the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, RS Club Sport moves, RSMR that is, moves away from the start, from the field, it will then be the case of Segre and Nischer once again controlling the 2x2 Noah's Ark formation. I would imagine that probably by the work that he's done, Matteo Beretta, if he finishes in the top 4, that's it. Third in the championship will pretty much be his. So we are about to get ourselves ready for the final hurrah for 4-litre naturally aspirated flat 6 boxer engine combined will have a significant amount of horsepower, probably the best part of 8,000 horsepower about to be let loose here at Misano. So 80 kilometers an hour is the governed speed. As now the lights go green, we are underway for the final race of the season, and Segra and Isha wheel to wheel. Isha nearly glances off the barriers. Gregor Burkhardt looking for a move up the inside into Variante del Parco for the first time. There's a concertina. Peter Hegglin around the outside of Matteo Beretta and Lorenzo Celli. Greg Burkhardt looking for an opportunity. He's got Ilario Introna not too far behind him. Now into Curva del Rio. Burkhardt up the inside of the 26 of Ilario Introna. And Caramuschia runs wide. And Lorenzo Celli got, I think in some respects, he got checked up, had to move out of the way, out of trouble. Now Greg Burkhardt up from 7th, now runs P5. He's got Beretta in his crosshairs along with Peter Hegglin. Round the outside of the number 54, Jeremy Civic tries to go. Christian Caramuschia nearly puts 2 wheels on the grass coming out of the corner. As now we head to the top part of the circuit and out of Curva Tramonto here on the opening lap, and then it's the run through into Curva Carvone very, very shortly. Segra and Isha at full racing speed now go through at over 230 kilometers an hour in 5th gear. Hard on the brakes with the first kink, then the second, then into turn 14 here at Curva del Caro. Isha fractionally quicker in sector number 2. Gregor Burkhardt going into Del Caro. Nearly opened the door there for Lorenzo Celli, the driver from San Marino, for Matteo Malu, for the team at Dynamic Motorsports. Run by team boss Matteo Malucelli as Celli goes up the inside, through on Burkhardt. That's a change for P5. Burkhardt demoted down to 6th position. So 2 minutes out of the 25 have already gone by. All lock up by Peter Hegglin on the left front. And that's opened the door. Matteo Beretta's slung shot through on the number 5. So Matteo Beretta now has an opportunity. Medical car, I think, is just being scrambled to the end of the pit lane. Maybe just keeping a watching brief in case something happens. So it looks like Christoph Langer and Thomas Brauch did not make it to the grid. So both cars seem to have picked up a lot more damage than may have been initially intended or scanned for. But the front end, right, car 54 has just been given a warning, Jeremy Siffert, for track limits at turn 6. So there is always going to be that what if, and now I see, oh, the turnaround, Lorenzo Celli into the right side, right rear of Peter Hegglin, and that has given an opportunity and a half there for Greg Burkhardt to move up into what will be 4th place. And now he's got Ilario Introna now closing in on his 6th. So Burkhardt now 4th. 5th, that's the 26 Ilario Introna. Lorenzo Celli has now got Emmanuel Quintieri right behind him, and that incident has spun Peter Hegglin right to the back end of the order. Jorge has got through on Luca Casella for P11. But drama hits at the moments when you least expect it, and all of a sudden it was turnaround for Peter Hegglin. So a real shame for the number 5. So this is where things could get rather interesting in the next 21 minutes. Ethan Isher, at this moment in time, is the fastest driver out on track. Segra, purple in sector 1, but look at Isher. He wants to close off this championship winning season with a victory. He is gunning for Matteo Segra. The gap last time around after 2 tours was 0.3 of a second. Isher is going for it. Jeremy Siffert gets the final track limit warning for turn 6. Ethan Isher's just had the same thing thrown at him as well. as Christian Kanamaskia trying to go toe-to-toe with Thomas Winkler. And now Ethan Isher in the slipstream across the start-finish line. After 3 laps, the gap between him and Matteo Segre was 0.3, it's now 0.2. And Isher has just gone quicker by exactly 1/10 of a second than Segre. Now through into Del Rio. Who locked up there? Oh, it might have been Segre. Might have made an uncharacteristic mistake. Did the number 45 from DCV by Ombra Racing. Isher hunting him down. Beretta now is going to be safe. But at the moment, well, if Greg Burkhart can get a wriggle on, he's got 1.6 seconds to find, and he's got just under. So for those wondering, especially in 1999 Subaru in the chat, Ethan Isher has won the title. Matteo Franco Segre is in P2. So effectively their championship points have been decided. Meantime, Matteo Beretta is leading the charge for P3 in the championship. Greg Burkhart wants to end this season with a podium. He's not hit the podium once this year after what was a fantastic 2024 campaign for the man from Sportec. Thomas Winkler and Christian Kanamuskia flying their way through into Corvone. And right behind them, they've got Jeremy Siffert in the number 54, the grandson of Formula One driver from Switzerland, Joe Siffert. Christian Kanamuskia, that's an audacious try through at turn 14 at Cova del Caro. But Thomas Winkler able to keep the number 95 from Omnia Racing at bay. Oh, and a bit of a wiggle for Thomas Winkler. Lorenzo Celli, in the meantime, has got through on Ilario Introna onto the approach into Varianti del Parco. So this now becomes a bit of a dogfight for some of the other positions down at the bottom of end of things. Greg Burkhart is slowly but surely catching Matteo Beretta. Greg Burkhart now 1.7 seconds adrift of the number 12. But here is the cork in the bottle situation, and said cork is the number 23 of Thomas Winkler from Fach Autotech. So car 23, Thomas Winkler has just had a track limit warning. Well, I think he had a snap-on of oversteer to boot at turn 16. And at the same time, well, Christian Kanamuskia also was found to have exceeded track limits. Jeremy Siffert trying to get a wriggle on here is the number 54. And he's got Gioga closing in. Oh, Ethan Isher has just been given a 5-second time penalty for track limits at turn 6. Well, the thing is, both drivers don't have the pressure on their shoulders like they did coming into the first race of the weekend. So, oh, right, this could be very, very interesting indeed. 5 seconds. Now, I'm going to put something out there. Mugello. Greg Burkhart played the team game. He was goose to Isher's Maverick, if you will, when you look at a film reference, say, for example, Top Gun. Greg Burkhart became the wingman. Now we've got to move up here. This is Emmanuel Quintieri through on Ilario Entrona. So, incident involving cars 5 and 30. Lorenzo Celli and Peter Heglin, who's now got through an Ernst in Debitzin, is currently under investigation by race control. And Lorenzo Celli is right on the rear bumper of Greg Burkhart. Meantime, Christian Kanamuskia now becomes the cork in the bottle of Vino Rosso, so to speak. So nearly 10 minutes down, just over 15 to go And at the moment, well, Greg Burkhardt is taking lumps out of the time between him and Matteo Beretta. I think in some ways it's down to 9.5 tenths. And Lorenzo Celli is going to make it go from 2's company to 3's a crowd. That's the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And there it is. Oh, lock up on the right front by Greg Burkhardt. Lorenzo Celli looking for the inside opportunity. And the San Marino driver gets through. However, if Greg Burkhardt can stick with Celli, then the San Marino driver is going to pull him along in towards the clutches of Matteo Beretta, who's still with 14.25 minutes plus an additional lap still to go, has a somewhat semi-firm grasp on that 3rd place. So in terms of the points that would have been applied, it would have been 9 for Emmanuel Quintieri, 15 for Matteo Beretta. If Beretta stays where he is, that is gonna be the job done for the Italian, because it's 1 point. It's, by my calculations, it's 125 Emmanuel Quintieri, 124 Matteo Beretta, which means it's going to be something interesting in the latter stages of this race. If Quintieri so at the moment, well, with regards to Beretta, 3rd place, that's but actually it's a little bit further away, I'm afraid. 13 points for Matteo Beretta in race 1. That puts him on 122. Quintieri 125. Now at the moment, the drivers are currently running. So Emmanuel Quintieri currently P6, that's 10 points. And Matteo Beretta, well, that's 15. Oh, Matteo Beretta could be, yeah, Matteo Beretta, if he stays 3rd at the moment, and Emmanuel Quintieri does not move any further forward than 6th position, that's it. 3rd in the title will be done, and it goes the way of Matteo Beretta, which means that 2nd and 3rd in the championship will be rounded out by DCV by Ombra Racing this season. And, well, okay, right, so a few drivers now. Lorenzo Celli's on a final track limit warning. Emmanuel Quintieri's just picked up one. And now car 23 has got a 5-second time penalty for track limits at turn 6. So if Lorenzo Celli drops the ball as we ride on board with Emmanuel Quintieri chasing down Greg Burkhardt, and when you think about it, these two were battling each other last time out in race 1. And Burkhardt took 6 by just over 0.2 of a second at the checkered flag. And Greg Burkhardt has just received his final track limit warning at turn number 13. So that would have been coming out of Carbone, I believe, or heading towards Carbone. So that would have been the, oh, and Greg Burkhardt has lost the back end and he's spun around. No, 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 no. Oh, Greg Burkhardt's season. That moment there has just personified it. Well, My heart goes out to Greg on that particular occasion. And what that now means is Emmanuel Quintieri moves up into 5th position. And at this moment in time, I dread to think, I mean, if, and this is the big if Lorenzo Celli gets through on Matteo Beretta, and oh, we've got all right, yellow flags are out, safety car's been deployed, and Greg Burkhardt has not moved. That car went backwards, did a 270. And so the safety car, with just over 9 minutes plus an additional lap, has been deployed. Right. I think Yoga might have just overtaken under yellow flags. Greg Burkhardt's car is unfortunately beached. So, I said about a showdown. We could have a showdown in the making between Matteo Beretta and Emmanuel Quintieri. Because Beretta is currently P3, Introna, well, Quintieri now P5. And, well, Lorenzo Celli is now ahead of Matteo Beretta. So the unthinkable in terms of the number 12 just there, could this be the opportunity that he might need? As there we see the Porsche Panamera GTS safety car escorting Matteo Franco Segre and Ethan Isher. So lights are currently on the safety car. And this now closes everything up. It equalises things for some of the drivers, but it puts Matteo Beretta right in the crosshairs of the number 15 of Omnia Racing's Emmanuel Quintieri. Third in the championship, comes down to the final race, and Beretta has got to time the restart very, very well indeed. So it is a case of just keeping those front tyres warm on those 911, 992 GT3 Cup cars. Of course, a little bit earlier on this year, it was announced by Porsche Motorsport AG over in Zuffenhausen and in Weissach that a new generation car called 911 Cup will be released next year. But lights are still on the safety car as they have managed to get Greg Burkhardt out of the gravel. So I think we might have a replay coming up very, very shortly. As they're now, right, let's have a look. So this is the incident with, this is Lorenzo Celli and Matteo Beretta. This is where the overtake took place. Now I'm keeping an eye out. Now that was on track. And Matteo Beretta is flashing the lights. And that looks like it was under yellow flag conditions. So Lorenzo Celli could be hit with a big penalty if that is deemed to be the case. Because the yellow flags are out, safety car boards deployed. And Beretta nearly into the back of Celli, who instantly was on the anchors quite quickly. So if that is determined to be under safety flag conditions, then someone's going to get a big penalty coming their way. Safety car in this lap. We're getting ready to go back to green here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli for the final time in Class 1. The safety car now starts to peel away. So Matteo Segre becomes the de facto safety car once the lights are extinguished. We've got just over 5¼ minutes left to go. Greg Burkhardt now, not at all surprising, will be pitting the car. That car will be prepared for Greg and Marcel Fessler to hopefully race in the 2-hour Enduro later on tonight. Race start at 6 p.m. So very shortly, we are primed and ready to go back to green flag racing. The safety car still has the lights on. Safety car lights out. The Porsche Panamera GTS pulls away into the distance. And now it's down to Matteo Segre to be the instigator of the restart here on what will be lap number 13. We're on lap 12 at the moment as we ride on board with Emmanuel Quintieri in the number 15 car. He's right behind chief rival for third in the championship, Matteo Beretta. Right. It's time to go back to racing. And look, Segre's backing them all up. He's waiting as they come through Curva del Caro. Segre will wait for the last moment. Isher is anticipating the restart. And it seems like we're going to get accelerating and underway once again. And Isher has bolted along with Segre through Curva Misano. 4 minutes and 5 seconds, plus an additional lap. We're back to green flag racing here at Misano, here in Class 1. So across the line we go to start the next lap, which will be lap number 13 of the race. Segre over 4.5 tenths of a second ahead of Isher. As Georga up the inside, that's Peter Heglin round the outside of the first part of Variante del Parco. He gets through, and Thomas Winkler says, "Thank you very much. I'll have a piece of that cake as well." Brilliant stuff there by Heglin and by Winkler. Georga got royally mugged, and he got the back end of the buy one get one free special there. Did the number 3 from Italy. So coming up to the final 3 minutes, and well, Lorenzo Celli has now got Matteo Beretta to the inside. Beretta's tried to steamroll his way through, and that's exactly what Emmanuel Quintieri has been waiting for all race long. Beretta to go for the move and maybe give him a window of opportunity at the same point. Right on board now with Peter Heglin. As they go through Curvone, don't worry, well, those the air vents on Peter Heglin's front end of his car, just underneath the bonnet, are trying to go upwards just through with the amount of aerodynamic air that's being pushed along them. So restart under safety car, under investigation by race control. But now, at the moment, Matteo Beretta has got to try and do everything he can. If he can get through on Lorenzo Celli and get that third place, either way, if it finishes like it is now, Quintieri provisionally becomes third overall this season by 1 point. If Beretta gets past Celli, it's game over for the Omnia Racing driver in the number 15, and Beretta will, by 1 point, take third place in the standings. It's just around about 8 tenths of a second between Celli, Beretta and Quintieri. And whilst Matteo Segre and Ethan Isher concentrating on their own battle, which is starting to subside a little bit here, if I'm completely honest with you, the battle for third on the road, but more importantly, the battle for P3 in the championship is still undecided. And with a minute to go plus a lap, it's now or never for Matteo Beretta. And now into turn number 15 they go. 2 more laps will remain. And now through into turn 16 at Curva Misano. 2 laps remain of the season for Class 1 here in GT3 Cup. And where is Beretta thinking of where his opportunity might lie? Not through into Variante del Parco, it seems. But can Lorenzo Celli take that opportunity? So now they make their way through into the next left-hander. They just exited Curva del Rio. at turn 4 and turn 5. Now into Quercia. Timer hits 0 on the clock. So a total of 16 laps will be completed. But it's now or never. Matteo Beretta's got about 4.5 kilometres of real estate remaining. And if Emmanuel Quintieri has the opportunity, he will take it with no secondary hesitation whatsoever. Down into Corvone for the penultimate time. Celli's got a little bit more of an extension of that lead over Beretta. Now into the 2 right-handers before Cova del Caro at turn 14. And Beretta getting very, very tight on the apex through at turn 14. Now he's got to size things up because the last lap board is being shown. Matteo Franco Segre, like he did in race 1, has led every single lap. And now it's going to be who is going to be third in the championship. Will it be Beretta? Will it be Quintieri? It could come down to one single solitary move. If Quintieri stays where he is, that's it, job done. If Beretta gets third, the number 15 will lose out by 1 point, and so will the latter mentioned. And now Quintieri wanting to make the move on track to solidify that third place finish. And that was a big old run wide there by Emmanuel Quintieri. And, oh, Ethan Isher's pulled to the side. Has Ethan Isher got a problem? That is going to pretty much, I think, that is really changed everything. Ethan Isher, the second of the Sportec cars, has pulled to the side. So effectively that means that Matteo Beretta, Beretta still needs to make the move. Beretta still needs to make a move. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Lorenzo Celli is too far ahead as they go through turn number 14 for the final time. And Ethan Isher pulls off. That's it, the champion is out. But out of the final corner, not just one win, it's the second one. Complimenti, Matteo Franco Segre, who wins the double here at Misano. Lorenzo Celli will be P2. Matteo Beretta will miss out by 1 point. 1 point. And by my calculations, I provisionally make it that Omnia Racing and Emmanuel Quintieri take third in the overall standings here in 2025. I cannot believe it. It came down to the wire for third in the championship. And I think Quintieri might have pipped Beretta by 1 point. That's how close it was. Matteo Franco Segre has nothing to be ashamed about. And there is Ethan Isher out of the car. Technical problems thwarting another podium for the number 20. But Matteo Franco Segre takes the race win here in race 2. The final hurrah for GT3 Cup Class 1 for 2025. He takes the win ahead of Lorenzo Celli. Matteo Beretta rounds out your top 3. Emmanuel Quintieri, I think, might have just done enough to take P3 in the championship standings by a mere point. Ilario Introna, Christian Karamoschia, Peter Heglin, Jeremy Siffert, Thomas Winkler and Georga ran out the top 10. Luca Castella and Ernst Bitzin ran out the 12 finishers, unfortunately, with 1 lap to go. Ethan Isher, this year's Class 1 champion, retires from the race, and Greg Burkhardt, unfortunately, on lap 9, would retire after spinning out earlier on, with Christoph Langer and Thomas Brauch not taking the start after damage sustained by both vehicles in race number 1. That concludes GT3 Cup for this year, and that is, as they say, is that. But more to the point, I'm going to head downstairs and catch up with our drivers as they make their way to pit road for the final time. And maybe some of them will be venturing into the nighttime air here in Rimini a little bit later on. But a big thank you to every single one of the team's drivers, the families that have been part of the Class 1 paddock this season. Grazie a tutti, grazie a voi, vielen lieben Dank. Merci beaucoup à tous. So very shortly, I'll be heading back downstairs to get some reactions from our drivers after an interesting and dynamic final race of the season for Class 1.
Scendere, così da là. Sto 5 metri di là,
Belli, bravi!
Dopo 10 anni, figlio, dai!
Buono, perché quella è una posizione da tenuta, ma non c'è la bandiera. Va bene, vediamo, dai. Va bene così.
Contatto ai
Se tu...
primi giri e io ero palesemente dentro.
Sì, lo so, infatti non t'ha investigato, però poi a posto così è andato.
Gianvecchi lo mangia schifo.
Okay, time to get some post-race reaction. Firstly, hang on. Let's see. What a way to close out the season, Matteo. Lights out to checkered flag again, another safety car. I think there's two words. Total perfection this weekend's been for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, sure. This weekend we were really fast. We dominated all free practice, every pole in both races, and win both races. So I'm happy because I show that this weekend I was on another level. But yeah, I'm still sorry for the 2 zeros in the championship that made me lose the championship, not for my fault, but for other circumstances.
One thing I have to say, all the very, very best of luck. It's been a pleasure having you here this season. Good luck at Monza for the Carrera Cup Italia finale next weekend, my friend. Well done.
Thank you.
Matteo, complimenti.
Grazie mille.
Right. That was. What was your first thought when, unfortunately, Ethan pulled to the side of the track, and you went, "Hang on, I've got P3 here."
Yeah. That's not so bad. I think actually I've done P2 because likely I think the guy that haven't seen the safety car and overtake me in safety car, but after that I think I finished third in the championship. And after mostly 10 years that I wasn't racing, so I'm back in the car after 10 years. Even I'm 31, I'm like the grandpa here, so I'm quite...
Well, you're not that far behind Greg Burkhardt anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Good wine when he's back, when he's old is better, so no, I'm very good, I'm very happy, I'm very good for the team, since we know each other since last 15 years, so I'm very happy. Congratulations to Matteo that if he would have this speed in the beginning of the year, the championship was... but it's fine, so thank you so much.
Brilliant. Are we going to see you back next year, my friend?
Okay, I hope.
Hopefully we do. Matteo Beretta, third place, could be P2. And that man there, Emmanuel Quintieri, Omnia Racing, supported by Prima Ghinzani Motorsport, their technical partners. They've also got a lot of racing to do. They're going to be back at Monza for the Carrera Cup Italia season finale at Monza next week, where we were in late July. Class 1, done and dusted for 2025. In a few moments' time, folks, we're going to go back onto the grid for Open GT race number 2. So here we are. Class 1 done and dusted. For those wondering, Class 1 will remain in 2026. For those wondering about the new developments reference the new Cup car for 2026, those allocations are going to, like, say, Mobil 1 Super Cup, Carrera Cup, Germany, Benelux, some of the major side of things. We could see them here as early as maybe 2027, but that's not the focus here right now. The focus here, Open GT. Now, I spoke with Patrick Dinkeldine. First of all, we are going to wait for the pride of Scotland, as I'm going to nickname him now, Rod Christie, Class 24 champion. Because, as we all know, who doesn't love a Martini livery on a Porsche? Once again, 32 cars on the grid. But the big thing is, it's the Class 21 title that's really caught my eye. Sebastian Schmidt has still got a partial chance, but Max Mutschlechner struck drama. Clipped the right rear of his car. Well, we saw what happened to his rear wing. You know, it was one of the uprights went off the car. The wing was tilting to the side. It was handling like an absolute pig, that car. We could see the traction wasn't helping going through the corners. They are still going round, so from where we are here on the start-finish straight, that is where they are accelerating all the way through to Curvone. And the GT3, the 992 GT3Rs will be running as fast as 260 kilometers per hour. So there are a few drivers. I mean, also it's not just first, it's third in Class 21. When you've got the likes of Ahmed Al-Mehdi and a few others that could have their moments in the Rimini sunshine here this afternoon. But that is by the by, so hopefully Patrick's feeling a little bit better now. He's had a bit of chance to respite, and I'm not going to disturb him this time as he hits the number 2 board, well, which made a bit of a racket. So just having a look at the grids, Schwarzweiler starting in front of Sebastian Schmidt, and here comes Mr. Rod Christie on cue. Don't worry about those brakes squealing, folks, that's normal. Okay, let's pop in and have a chat with my good buddy, Mr. Christie. Right. One last time, as in sprint racing, but then it's the endurance fun a little bit later on, my good man.
Yeah, definitely. I'll try not to make a mistake on the start this time.
Hoppa. Less said about that, the better, eh? But, you know, I mean, even though Patrick's absolutely pushing like crazy despite being ill, it's still, for him to have that intestinal fortitude to still be on the grid alongside you on the front row. Do you think he might get that lightning start like he did? Or can you counter it this time?
Maybe if I select the right gear this time, I'll get away better.
Oh, the fuel map. That would help.
No, I had the wrong gear selection. So the car bogged down.
Oh, so the car sort of hesitated a little bit as you tried to put the power down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you and I both know that can be an easy mistake to make, can't it?
Yeah. It was just, you know, last minute nerves.
Well, Rod, buddy, have a good one. I'm looking forward to you and Mr. Malucelli getting behind the wheel of this car later on tonight, huh?
Should be fun.
Awesome, have a good one, Rod. So, right. Right, okay, let's see if I can have... Okay, so I'm just hearing at the moment, one of the cars, 260, at the end of pit lane. So I'm not going to disturb Max Mutschlechner. The reason being, he is still leading this. Now, he's got to have a clean race. More to the point, he needs no errors. He needs to keep calm when there's cat-like reflexes being needed, like we saw in race 1 a little bit earlier on. So he is the man. If he stays ahead of Sebastian Schmidt, who is 2 cars behind him, but also there is a driver, and that is Gualterio Branco. Now, he won earlier on. Schorschwerler, we know, is quick in qualifying and is a dark horse in the race. But will it be Max Mutschlechner or his teammate 2 rows back, Sebastian Schmidt, that takes Class 21 glory? And who is going to round up P3 in the series? Stay tuned, because I'm going to head back up to the commentary box and we'll take you through the action live here, trackside at Misano.
Auto runter, Auto runter. Auto runter. Dove c'era dal briefing? Ciao, my love! Go, Derek.
Class 1 already in the books for 2025, and now we turn our attention to Open GT. That is Class 21, Class 23, Class 24, and also Class 40. And for the Class 40s, those are the cars that are Open GT 992 GT3 Cup cars with ABS that have been modified. So, 30-second board. And now the leading car, the Porsche Cayman, will roar its way from the front of the grid. And let's take you through the starting order. For Open GT, race 2, pole position is the number 299 of Dynamic Motorsports, Roderick Christie. Patrick Dinkeldine from Proton Competition, the man from Germany in the 250, will make it an all Class 24 front row. Then we have a look at row number 2. It's the 291 of Class 23 champion, Stefan Heim. He'll be joined by the man that is one step away, one race away from the championship in Class 21, Max Mutschlechner. Gualtiero Branco and George Wöhler round out row number 3. Alois Rieder and Sebastian Schmidt round out row number 4. Completing the top 10 will be Germany's Levin Gelf and Romania's Dragos Buriu. The Dominican Republic's Joel Monegro will line up on row number 6 on the inside, and joining him will be the 223 of Marcus Gratian. Row 7, it's Tarek Fahmy alongside countryman Danilo Poletti. Max van Rosen and Ahmad Almedi from the state of Qatar will round out row number 8. Helmut Hodig, Niklas Kaiser, Johan Frisch and Sadamoto Takahashi round out your top 20. Manabi Mikvabishvili will line up on 21st according to the timing that I have. So just bear with me a moment. And then you see the rest of the grid. The likes of Matteo Biasoni, Christian Fischer, Eric Santos from Brazil, John Jastrzemski from the USA, Manuel Zloff. Then it's Wolfgang Karts. And then we have got Alexander Woller and Franz Lehmer rounding out the grid. So it looks like one of the cars, Marco Galassi, has he made the grid? I'm not 100% sure if he has. However, so everyone getting into their 2x2 rolling start formation here ahead of the final time for 2025. Class 21 not quite set in stone, as it is down to Rod Christie and Patrick Dinkeldine on the front row of the grid. They will come out of Curva Misano at 80 kilometers an hour. The red lights on the starting gantry for one final time here in Rimini. As we go, revs up, lights to green, we're underway. And it's an even start between the front row. Rod Christie will have the inside line. He's millimetres away from the side walls of the tyres on Patrick Dinkeldine as now the frenzy happens here in Class 21. 3 wide, someone bumps over the sausage curbs on the inside of turn 2. But Rod Christie gets the whole shot. He was level with Patrick Dinkeldine into turn 1 at Variante del Parco. Round the outside goes the 222. That's Ahmad Almedi. Great work by the Qatari driver. Sebastian Schmidt at the moment will try and move up the order. Max Mutschlechner at the minute holds on to 4th position. But there is only just there's a spin. A slight spin. And that is Dragos Buriu, the Romanian from Newton Racing Team, coached by Jaap van Lagen. So early doors, even start by the front row. Rod Christie managed to get that whole shot start over the German. And now it's the battles behind that could really decide everything. But Patrick Dinkeldine feeling not 100%. He is still going to give chase to the man from Scotland, now based out of Prague in the Czech Republic. Stefan Heim is giving good chase as well in the team used by Twinbush 291 991.2 GT3R. We've seen Stefan Heim battle with Rod Christie earlier on in the season. Most notably, right, drive-through penalty, car 291. Stefan Heim has got a drive-through for not respecting the start procedure. Oh dear, they did say that if it was not how it should be, then there will be a penalty coming, and that is going the way of the man from Switzerland. So now it is the case of what transpires over the next few moments as to what will happen. Max Mutschlechner at the moment is one step closer. And in the last 3 years, in Class 21, Loic Vidiger won in 2022, Michael Kapfinger in 2023, and Brazil's Marcelo Tomassoni took the Class 21 crown here in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. As Levin Gelf battling away with Mutschlechner. Or I think that might be George Verler possibly. There's Max Mutschlechner. And it is George Verler. There's Joel Monegro just behind Levin Gelf. Then there's Sebastian Schmidt. Gualterio Branco. Not too far in terms of proximity. So it is going to be a really... So what tracks are included in the championship? Well, this year, Portimao was round 1, Spielberg round 2, then Imola, Monza, Mugello, and here at Misano. So drive-through penalty will have to be served pretty quickly. That could then, well, if that isn't served, then that could incur the wrath of the race officials. But there are battles up and down the order at this moment in time. Joel Monegro, Sebastian Schmidt and Gualterio Branco are very, very close to each other at the moment. Oh, and Levin Gelf. Oh, he's indicating to the left. Has that car got a problem? Has the 244 from Sibach Motorsport had an issue of some kind? Whether that car is going to end up in the pit lane, so that's given a position to George Verler. Oh, and oh no! Levin Gelf stopped on the middle of the circuit and got completely harpooned. Someone came through at a big rate of speed. That's going to need a clear up. And Levin Gelf has just been hit from behind. It was a significant impact. But Levin Gelf was pulling to the... Oh, that was a hard hit. Safety car, I think, might now be deployed. Well, yellows are out. Safety car has been deployed. But that... Oh, now... I've got a feeling that was Sadamoto Takahashi that just went into the back of Levin Gelf on that particular occasion. That was a big, big hit. That was a... Well... big, I think the word monstrous might be more descriptive. And it was the 204. I've just had a look, and it was and Levin Gelf. That I think that the 244 that has gone straight into the back bumper, straight into the engine, and that is why we now have a safety car situation. I just hope that both Levin and Sadamoto are all okay. but that was a big, big hit. And, well, Stefan Heim, I think, is now going to serve his drive-through penalty. So Stefan Heim now coming down pit lane. 60 kilometres an hour is the speed limit. Now, for those wondering about the race earlier on, red flag. We've got a red flag stoppage here at 18 minutes to go. So completely the right call. Red flag stoppage. That will mean that Stefan Heim will be told to stop in the pit lane because the red flags are out. So with 18 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, Open GT, red flag in race 2. Looks like they're going to be stopping and bringing everyone into the pit lane. Stop them. Come into the pit lane itself. That was a very, very big hit indeed. So the main thing is that maybe on sides as well at that point. So red flag stoppage, clock officially stops at 17 minutes and 3 quarters to go, plus 1 lap here at race 2, Open GT. So there we see the 260 Michael Galassi. He had a big incident at the opening corner coming out of the opening lap coming out of Curtis Labondo. Now we'll open the door. It's quite hot in these cockpits, even though the temperature might be 18 degrees Celsius. There's no creature comforts. So let's just take a brief look at what happened just a few moments ago in the incident. So Levin Gelf had gone off the circuit, hazards are on, and cars going by, and then bang, Takahashi straight into the back of Levin Gelf. And, oh, well, there's more dramas as well. And, oh, now, was that 207 that went in the air? So we had multiple cars that were involved. Dragos Buriu was one of them. That car's been through the ringer this weekend. And I also did see one of the PTE operated by Manzai cars have a drama as well, along with maybe... might have been the beat driver car that had an issue there as well. So, yeah, red flag stoppage at the moment with 17 3/4 minutes left on the counter. There's the 214 entry. Franz Lama from Austria. Such point as it's not going to just be Sadamoto Takahashi and Levin Gelf. Dragos Buriu in the 207 Newton Racing Team entry. I think when you see things like that, it's a case of when one car hits another vehicle and then it's sort of you know, the cat amongst the pigeons situation, whereby everyone has to avoid. They've got to have those reflexes to quickly get out of the way and expedite it. And sometimes you can be completely unsighted, and it is unfortunate on what has happened in this race. So We are due to start the GT4 Club Sport and Classic race at 16:27. We may be, I think we're definitely going to have a bit of a delay because there's going to be a lot of debris on the circuit. Obviously, the cars have to be recovered back to pit lane. That's one good thing to see. Levin Gelf walking away, helmet in hand. He's made appearances this season in the championship. So due to, I think it was Janis Fitcher, he was due to drive in the endurance race for the 2-hour enduro here tonight. With the amount of significant damage sustained to the rear of the vehicle, not sure what's going to happen there. Of course, then you've got to consider Takahashi, who went straight into the back of the car, and well, there we go. That's that just goes to show with regards to some of the people that do come to these events. Of course, it's not just families; it's also friends, and you know, old school friends, people that you might know over your travels. That and that's a nice little banner there saying "Go Matteo, go number 45." So 5 minutes to go until we have the restart for Open GT race number 2. So a big thank you to the marshalling crews and the recovery team here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, for their expedient work. Grazie a voi. Thank you very much to them. And the team here at the circuit itself, the people that are helping to do everything. Obviously, everything's now being organised in the pit lane. So all the information that we're receiving will be communicated to the team bosses, the race engineers, and everybody else. So it will be that case of just, you know, the adrenaline will be coursing through the veins of the drivers, and it will mean that some drivers will have to start to reset themselves a little bit. And what I mean by that is they've got to sort of recondition their minds into the restart. Now, we are more at the point of the red flag being shown, which is 17 minutes plus 45 seconds. It will be down to the procedure as indicated by race control on a restart after a red flag. So normally it would indicate a single file restart. There are the marshals with their brooms in hands doing an exemplary job. A big thank you to them. So the countdown continues. There you see some of the people on the top gantry just above the main pits. So 1 minute board is being shown to the drivers in the pit lane, ready for them to be released. And then we will be back under starters orders once again for the resumption of Open GT race number 2. So, safety car, the Porsche Panamera GTS is at the end of the pit lane with its yellow lights flashing. So they will lead the field onto the circuit. So the timer has started counting down, as you can see on the start-finish gantry. Safety car will be deployed for this part of the procedure. So it will be as follows. Rod Christie will lead the way on the restart ahead of Class 24 compatriot and competitor Patrick Dinkeldine. Max Mutschlechner will start ahead of Alois Rieder, George Werner, Joel Monegro, Sebastian Schmidt, Guarderio Branco, Marcus Gratian, Ahmad Almedi. They ran out your top 10. So, of course, the 204 of Sadamoto Takahashi and the 244 of Levin Gelf. After that significant impact, the front end destroyed on the 204 entry from DCV by Umbro Racing. A real shame for Takahashi at that point. And also a big shame for Siebach Motorsports, Levin Gelf in the 244, the young man from Germany. So it will be safety car in this lap, and it will be down to Rod Christie to become the de facto pace car. And George Verler has ended up in the pits. The Porsche Zentrum 5C Motorsport crew. So the field making its way through into California. Right, okay, also, so the green flag will wave this time. It's down to Rod Christie, the man from Scotland, to start things rolling. Now, are we going to be up to full racing speed very shortly? Looks like Christie has bolted. Dinkeldine goes with him. Mutschlechner leads Class 21 in third position as we're green. Back here to Misano. Now into Variante del Parco here on what will be the commencement of lap number 6. Alois Rieder, that was a bit of a mistake there from the 235. And that's allowed Joel Monegro. Monegro's going to go round the outside of him here. Monegro trying to use a GT3 Cup car with ABS. Round the outside of a 991.2 GT3R. And there goes Sebastian Schmidt up the inside. Monegro's going to try and look to stick his nose through on there, but he can't get through. The man from the Dominican Republic tried to use the opportunity that Sebastian Schmidt took full advantage of. And look, it's Mutschlechner. And Schmidt, third and fourth at the moment. Alois Rieder rounds out the top 5. Now the big thing is if Alois Rieder needs to get out of the way of the top 2 in the Class 21 battle, he's got to do that very, very quickly and very expediently. Meantime, Patrick Dinkeldine through at Cavani tries to hang with Rod Christie here for the overall race lead and also for Class 24 glory. And this is where things could get very, very interesting. And now Patrick Dinkeldine, out of cover Misano. He tries to throw the old Nigel Mansell dummy at Rod Christie into turn 1. But the Scotsman says, no, no, no. You've got to do better to get past me. Now, as things stand at the moment, well, Max Mutschlechner leads the class. Sebastian Schmidt has got to try and see if he can, well, the thing is when you're battling with Alois Rieder in a 991.2 GT3R, sometimes you have to pay a little bit of deference, so to speak. But at the end of the day, who knows what might happen right here, right now. And Sebastian Schmidt still saying to Alois, oh, they both go wide coming out of the final corner. And this is now allowing Joel Monegro to close on in, and the man from the Dominican Republic on the flashes. He's hassling Alois Rida through into Variante del Parco. Oh my goodness, the cat has been thrown amongst the royal pigeons. Forget Class 23, Class 21 is absolutely where it's kicking off. And Alois Rida, no matter what, Alois Rida can't get through on Sebastian Schmidt. Schmidt has made the back end of that 992 GT3 Cup car, Class 21 edition, as wide as an articulated lorry at the back end. And now there's going to be an attempt here. Marcus Gratian on Gualterio Branco. Ahmad Almedi has now come into the fight and might look to dive up the inside, but Alois Rida is now finding Sebastian Schmidt to be a bit of a bottleneck. And at the moment, to be honest with you, well, Stefan Heim, I think, has decided, well, I'll save the car for Team Boss Michi later on. Michael Jus, when they start the 2-hour endurance race a little bit later on today, but with 10 minutes and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Finally, Alois Rida gets through. Ahmad Almedi has got through on Joel Monegro. So now the Class 21 battle is very shortly, I'm sure, about to spontaneously internally combust. And Monegro goes on the offensive. And if this move happens and it stays as it is, well, Sebastian Schmidt might find himself unable to close that gap, because at the moment, being third overall, Max Mutschlechner is about 11 and a half minutes away. Monegro to the outside of Sebastian Schmidt. Can he get the crisscross? Well, if Monegro's got the traction coming out of the corner, he has. But Schmidt's going to have the inside line for the next right-hander. Through they go. And Monegro using every page in the playbook to try and get through. And Sebastian Schmidt at the moment is keeping his elbows well and truly sharpened and out. Through into Curvone at over 230 kilometers an hour and still accelerating. Monegro is having to justify where he brakes, not to outbrake himself so he does not go slamming into the back of the German in front of him. Oh, and Gualterio Branco, what's happened to him? I'm wondering what's happened, because I did see that Schmidt and Monegro were battling away, and it was into turn number 14. Oh, now, did he get an assist? Did he get an assist from behind is what I'm wondering. I only caught the back end. But now, at the front end of the field, Rod, keep your eyes on those track limits, my friend. I know you got Patrick hot on your heels. The gap last time around was just over 3.5 tenths of a second. And we're now on lap 11. And Dinkeldine, nearly stuck the nose up the inside at turn 14. Curva del Caro there for the German in the 250 from Proton competition. Now out of Curva Misano once again. Lap 11 in the books. Oh, bit of a wide move, a wide line there by Dinkeldine out of the final corner. He might pick up a track limit warning, but he's going to dive to the inside. No, he's a bit too early, I think. But as I said, he's not been feeling 100%. Now, I've also just seen track limit warning, last warning, Sebastian Schmidt. And he's got Joel Monegro right behind him. All I can say is that it's fired up everywhere through in this open GT field. Doesn't matter what class it's in. But still with 6.5 minutes to go, there's still plenty of fight left in Patrick Dinkeldine. He might not be feeling 100%, but he is giving everything. He's putting his heart and soul into this race. He wants to close it out with a victory. It was a great start between the pair at the beginning of the race. And now through out of turn number 14. Oh, Dinkeldine is getting a little bit racy behind Rod Christie. Through out of cover Misano. Watch your exit. Oh, how much speed, how much extra speed did Dinkeldine carry out of that corner? He dives to the outside of Variante Del Parco. He's going to go for it. Side by side between the race leaders. Will Christie edge out Dinkeldine? No. The German round the outside at turn 3. Patrick Dinkeldine threw it round the outside, and Rod Christie, I know for a fact, he kept his foot stuck in. They both did not make contact. That is how you negotiate Variante Del Parco between two 992 GT3Rs that were wheel to wheel, fender to fender, all the way through turns 1 to 3. And Dinkeldine sprinkled a little bit of magic on that one. Meantime, we go back to the Class 21 battle. Sebastian Schmidt has got Joel Monegro looking every which way you can, in the words of Clint Eastwood. Try and get through as best you can. He's got 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to try and see if he can get past the number 203 from Porsche Zentrum 5 Scene Motorsports. And think of it this way, Sebastian Schmidt last year was also the runner-up. But who knows what might happen over these next few laps, because Max Mutschlechner is away and clear. He's over 5.5 seconds away from this battle for P2. And with the way things stand at the moment, Gualterio Branco, I make it rounds out the top 9. Ninth position is 7 points. Now Joel Monegro, if he gets up into second position, and that is the 226 beached in the gravel, I'm afraid. John Jastrzemski with just about 3 minutes to go on the timer. But John manages to get it out of the kitty litter, and it sprayed a lot from the rear diffuser. But Joel Monegro again trying to put the frighteners on. Sebastian Schmidt through out of Curvone into cover Del Caro very shortly here at turn number 14. But oh, big wiggle for the back end of Monegro. coming out of the final corner. Now the funny thing is if Ahmed Al-Mehdi, the man from Qatar, if he makes a move on Danilo Pauletti, that will effectively put him and Joel Monegro level on points, fourth equal in the standings. And there is the triple two. Ahmed Al-Mehdi has just lost a position, and that is to Max van Rosen from Austria. The team Neuhofer Rennsport outfit. And Monegro's trying to go around the outside of Sebastian Schmidt. Oh, that was millimetre close between the pair. Sebastian Schmidt is doing everything in his power. He's using the defensive playbook as they came out of Tremonto, now into Corvone. And it's less than half a car length. What can Monegro do here into the two braking zones? Into turn number 14. Monegro to the outside. Schmidt parks it perfectly on the apex. And Max Mutschlechner, at this moment in time, is doing exactly what he needs to do. Two leaders, Dinkeldine versus Christie, covered by a second. There is Alois Rida, who will round out, who will take the win in Class 23, but the timer is counting down to 0 as we speak. And it's getting a bit feisty in the mid-pack, in the middle of it all. 2:18, Merabi Mekvabishvili closing in on Ahmed Al-Mehdi. Timer has hit 0. And when we see Patrick Dinkeldine come through the final corner, which will be momentarily, we will be on the last lap. Okay, last lap of Open GT. It comes down to this moment. I might be concentrating on the battle for P1 overall, but it is for Open GT Class 21. Max Mutschlechner is leading comfortably by the best part of over 8 seconds over Sebastian Schmidt, who has had to put up a big old fight with Joel Monegro. Max Mutschlechner goes on to the final lap of the season in the 2:16. And still, there are battles to be waged. And at the moment, it looks like the way things are going to stand, Guarterio Branco might have just gotten out of this with a get-out-of-jail-free card. He's battling with Mekvabishvili, who's died to the inside, but that was a bit more of a... He straight-lined the apex, and I think may have just gone 4 wheels off circuit. And it's going to lose the place to Branco at the moment, but the way things are standing, it could be Guarterio Branco might wrap up P1, P3 in the series, as Mekvabishvili ties to the inside. That's a bit too close for comfort. But when it's all said and done, Class 24 ends with a victory. Gratulation! Patrick Dinkeldine, Rod Christie rounds out the top 2. But it's been a long wait until this point. And out of turn number 16, very shortly will make his way through out of the final corner. It's victory in Class 21, but more importantly, Max Mutschlechner takes the Class 21 title with a win when he needed it the most. Max Mutschlechner rounds out a 1-2 in the championship for Porsche Zentrum 5 Scene Motorsport. Joel Monegro for PTE, operated by Mantai, rounds out the podium, and across the line comes the 274. I provisionally make it that Marlucelli Motorsport and Gualtiero Branco may have just secured third in the standings. What a crazy, crazy penultimate sprint race of the season here at Misano. The last few drivers are starting to make their way to the line. We've got Marco Galassi, then it'll be Wolfgang Kraus and John Jastrzębski making their way across the line. But there is Patrick Dinkeldine flashing the lights on the Proton competition. 992 GT3R caps off the season with a win. Runner-up this season, head of champion in Class 24, Rod Christie. Max Mutschlechner, the 216. Well, Sebastian Schmidt, you're going to have to come back and do it all over again, I'm afraid. He rounds out P2 in the championship. Alois Rido rounds out the top 4 overall. Joel Monegro, well, the man from the Dominican Republic, will hit the podium for Class 21. Marcus Gratian, Danilo Poletti, there's your champion in Class 21, Max Mutschlechner. He led every single lap in the class here in race 2, whereas race 1 was something to forget. Marcus Gratian, Danilo Poletti, Max van Rosen, Ahmed Almeti, Gualterio Branco, Marabi Mekvabishvili, Helmut Hordig, Tarek Fahmy, Christian Fischer rounds out the top 15. Good debut this weekend by lap time performances, Mike Jansa, Alexander Volam, Eric Santos, Matteo Biasoni, Johan Frisch rounds out the top 20 with Marco Galassi, Wolfgang Kraus, John Jastrzębski and Franz Lama rounding out the 24. Unfortunately, earlier on in the race, losing Stefan Heim, George Verle, Niklas Kaiser, Levin Gelf, Sadamoto Takahashi, Manuel Zloff and Dragos Buriu. Right, time to head down to pit lane to get some words from some of our drivers here after Open GT race number 2. nicht nur Rennsieger, aber jetzt Klasse 21, Meister 2025. Was für ein Gefühl für dich, Max? Pech bei erstes Rennen und jetzt Meister mit alle tragen die T-Shirts. Wie fühlst du dich im Moment?
Ich fühle mich super, also das zweite Rennen hätte nicht besser laufen können. Ich war ein bisschen nervös mit dem Restart, aber hat perfekt geklappt. Das erste Rennen war ein bisschen schade, hatte ziemlich Unglück, aber endlich, das Auto war wirklich perfekt und danke ans ganze Team und an meine Familie. Es war wirklich eine tolle Saison.
Und jetzt, heute kannst du richtig feiern, oder?
Ja.
Gratulation. Right, so that man there, very, very happy, very thankful for the team. And there you see behind us, that young man has joined an elite list of Class 21 champions. You know what, let's see, this man has been avoiding me on the microphone. If I can grab him. Joel. No, come on. Finally, the man from the Dominican Republic hits the podium, brother. Yeah. How are you feeling after that one? You gave Sebastian so much stick at that race, man. Talk us through it.
Just needed 5 more minutes.
That's always the way, though, isn't it? So.
Yeah, it was really close, and you know we've become friends after the years. We always end up having really close fights, and he's just a hair ahead of me. But this was some of the most fun last laps that I've had this season. Even if I finished behind him, it was great to be in that kind of battle. That's the best part about racing, for sure.
You nearly had me jumping out of my seat, Joel, so well done, buddy. Congratulations. P3. It was that close. You know what? I think at the end of the day, this man, deserving of the title in Class 21, joins an illustrious list. But we got one more sprint race to go, folks. GT4 and Classic coming up next for race number 2 of the weekend. see Class 10 come in. And look, just look at all these beauties. Oh, my goodness me. Now, if you know your German racing history, if we look at the number 312 to our immediate left-hand side, the white and pink, it's got a name I know from German folklore, Harold Kors, who raced with the likes of Stritzelstück, Prince Leopold von Bayern. I'm a bit of a lover of German racing history, but then we've got, you know, Kurt Ecker, you know, everybody else. I mean, I don't see Nicky Leutwiler on the grid. The 322 did come in a lap before the end of the opening race, but, you know, what a sight for you all to see. These cars, 993s and the 964s, classes 31, 32 and 39. And they're all running on Michelin slick tyres. So, you ready for one more sprint race, folks? I definitely am, because we've got the endurance race after this, where we'll be racing into the night here at Misano. So here it is, GT4 and Sprint Challenge Suisse Classic Race 2 to close out the sprint action for 2025. 32nd board shown at the front of the grid as the leading car, the Porsche 718 Cayman, roars its way down into Variante del Parco. Here's your starting grid for Group GT4 and Sprint Challenge Suisse Classic. Elia Papacena starts from pole position. David van Rosen will be alongside on the front row, with Alexander Volker and Eric Chatelain rounding out the top 4 in Class 10. Jovizek in the 175 rounds out your top 5. Looks like Nicky Ludweiler's 322 entry. Well, it wasn't on the grid when I was down there just a couple of moments ago, so the boot was actually open. The engine compartment lid was open. So whether that car is going to be taking any further participation in this weekend's proceedings is another matter, unless he's going to be starting for the pit lane. Sebastian Glaser, Albert Weinzel, Kurt Ecker and Gunther Schindler round out the Class 32 grid. Class 31 pole position starts 11th, Ivan Reggiani for the number 305 entry. And that is the Redback Racing 964 Cup car. Jörg Schreiber in the wonderfully white 344 entry. For Amag First Rennsport in the 964 Carrera RS. And last but by certainly no means least, looks like he is out on track and starting. Jeremy Christopher Podar in the 315, and that is the Class 39 964 Carrera RS. So the roar around Rimini continues at its welcome pace here, thanks to the cars that we have out on the circuit. So this is the final sprint race. What a journey it's been. 6 months and 1 week ago, the entirety of the calendar started in earnest at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve on the 12th of April. The collective tests taking place pre-season at the Circuit Paul Ricard in Le Castellet on the 14th to the 15th of March earlier on this year. So far, every single race weekend has had 2 sprint races and also 3 two-hour enduros. The final enduro starting tonight at 6 p.m. Red lights on the gantry for one final time. We go green here at a Misano. And it's Andiamo, let's go. Straight away, Elia Papacena launches it off the 2x2 rolling start. That's his karting know-how of rolling starts, getting him very much underway. And what a move to the outside. Jörg Schreiber on Ivan Reggiani, who counters with exactly the same move around the outside at turn 2. So at the meantime, the field making its way through into Curva del Rio. But a great early exchange between Ivan Reggiani and Jörg Schreiber. Meantime, like we had earlier on in the race, in race 1, we did have David van Rosen from Austria chasing down Elia Papacena. Safety car now coming in, is now in pit lane and going into its normal standby zone as the 2 leaders make their way at breakneck speed into Corvone at turn 11, and it's onto the brakes here into turn number 14. And Papacena this time around trying to, well, we've seen it earlier on today that Papacena did have a slight advantage, but not by much. However, this time, these exhaust notes here at this circuit, absolutely phenomenal to listen to every single time. But more to the point, it is about how you end the season. And of course, for some drivers it will be a character building year. Some drivers it will be an opportunity to look back, reflect and say, right, how can we go about it next year and go for it and give it the berries, so to speak. That thunderous roar at the moment. Okay, right. Eric Chetelain has just been given a track limits warning by race control. Turn 6. Meantime, the leaders come across the line to effectively complete what will be lap 2. And well, at the meantime, Ivan Reggiani has started to get a move on in the number 305 Redback Racing 964 Cup car. And he's closing in on the 344. Sorry, that's 345. Gunther Schindler. And that is class 31 versus class 32, I believe. But as they go down the gearbox, there's Kurt Ecker in the number 311. As they downshift, you can hear the sound of the exhaust popping and banging, and with the unburnt fuel. And then as they accelerate out of the corners, the real rough, rumbling, throaty roar from these tailpipes. And oh, right, someone's pulling off to the side of the circuit. Right, oh, Jovazek. Hazards are on, staying out of the what? Oh, that's, I was just about to say, that was going through Curvone. So the faster approaching traffic will have to... So normally if you are the slower vehicle, you stay on the racing line, and it's down to the other individuals that are closing in that have to make the move through. So looks like Jovazek's season is going to finish in a similar vein to what we saw with Ethan Isher in Class 1. He's going to pull that car into pit lane, and obviously not wanting to cause any further damage to the 175. So Jovazek becomes our first retiree. Alexander Walker and Nicky Leutweiler are two respective non-starters. Ivan Reggiani's really giving some stick to Gunther Schindler at the moment. And they're not that far apart. I mean, Reggiani was only half a second behind, and now he's about a car length and a half. So he's done a really, really good job keeping pace. Ivan Reggiani, less than 3/10 off. And now he's really, really closing in on the rear wing of the 993 car in front of him, the 993 Cup car. Now they're going to head through into Curvone. You can see the body roll from Ivan Reggiani's car there. You can see that the left-hand side is trying to sort of hunker down a little bit. Obviously, with the cars being of left-hand drive design, you can see that when he turns it right, the left side, and then we see it going through into a right-hander. you're going to see that it's exactly the same. So the body roll is dependent on which direction you're steering the car. So, yeah, the left side goes a little bit higher than the right, and Ivan Reggiani still is close to Gunther Schindler. They come across the line. The gap is still half a second, and Ivan Reggiani was, again, quicker, but only by 18 thousandths of a second in comparison with Gunther Schindler. So there is the team in the 175 crew, AMAG First Rennsport. Of course, Jovazek having support from Porsche Centro Ticino. And still we've got this great battle. 16 and a half minutes to go. Gunther Schindler is being chased down by Ivan Reggiani once again. And Reggiani's, as I said, he's been doing a really, really good job. And when you see a 993 car, 993 versus so when you think about it, the 964 derivative would have about 270. You know, it's a 3.6 litre boxer six-cylinder air-cooled engine, powered about, well, it's about 280 horsepower, a PS at around about 6,100 RPM, being the red line, and obviously with the smoother. And when you think about it, the 964s have the 3.6 litre air-cooled engines, and then when it's the 911, the 993 Cup cars, it went to the 3.8 litre 310 brake horsepower, so which was about 40 brake horsepower more than the 964, and top speeds of the 993 Cup cars. In the 3.8 litre guys, top speeds of around about 280 kilometres an hour. The engine itself revs to about 6,900 RPM. So it was it's more a case of you see these cars in action. There's Elia Papacena, and with 14 and a half minutes to go, his lead over David van der Rosen is about 7.8 seconds. Papacena with the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 41.119. Van Rosen's best lap time, 1:42.738. And you hear the roar from that. Nigh on 450 plus brake horsepower in that Cayman 718 GT4 RS Clubsport from Elia Papacena. The noise exiting at high velocity out of the tailpipes. But again, just that's a wonderful shot, that is. And then you see Elia Papacena in the AMAG First Rennsport number 107. One of three drivers under the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse Young Driver Program, including Class 1 champion Ethan Isher, and also Jeremy Siffert in the number 54 for Fach Autotech in Class 1. And it's great for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse to be able to support these young talents. Right, okay, blue flags are waving, so Jeremy Christopher Brodard has to get out of the way, and so will, very shortly, Jürgen Schreiber in the 344. And you can see how much more aggressive you can be in the GT4 car rather than the 964, which obviously has a little bit more body roll. But this is what Porsche Motorsport, through their customer racing program, have done for so many years, making sure that their cars are for everyone that wants to have an opportunity to race them. And the amount of development that has been happening at the brand over the years really goes to show how much the 911 has evolved since the car was, as a production vehicle, was unveiled a very, very long time ago. And especially when the car tracing its roots back to 1959 and was effectively the then de facto replacement for the 356, and then the first edition of it released to the general public at the Frankfurt Motor Show, would you believe it, 1963. So we're now into decade number 7 of the 911's history. It doesn't matter how many times I hear cars at high velocity around a racetrack, especially these, with these distinctive tones that each car has as in terms of generations of the cars. There is the 123, David von Rosen, the Austrian, keeping a hold of second position. He's 18.5 seconds ahead of Eric Chatelain. Meantime, Sebastian Gleiser leads Class 32, ahead of Albert Weinziel, Kurt Ecker, and Gunther Schindler. And Ivan Reggiani in the number 31 Redback Racing 964 Cup car. He's still giving some stick to Gunther Schindler. These two have been the closest out on track since we went green over 15 minutes ago. And look at, I just saw through that right-hander there, Ivan Reggiani's right side tyres were right on the inside. That was the only bit touching the tarmac. The majority of the other part of the tyre was up the air, off the black stuff. Reggiani's really hooked it up for this second race. And who knows? Who knows what might happen in the next 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So once again, blue flags are waving. And you see a slightly different line there, as once again these two being caught up by Elia Papacena. But you can't keep Ivan Reggiani away from the tail end of Gunther Schindler. They both pulled to the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. And Elia Papacena will dive to the inside here at turn 1-3. He goes nice and neat and tidy for the man from Amag First Henschrod. Still Reggiani giving chase. So more to the point, we've got 7 minutes plus an additional lap until the sprint race action for Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse comes to its inevitable curtain call here as the sun is starting to lower here in Misano at the World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. And still, this battle has been rather enthralling. Good to Shinda trying to scarper away now from Ivan Reggiani, but the number 305 still giving chase. A little bit further back, we've got Florian Schmidhuber closing in on Jeremy Christopher Brodard in the 315. And they both take the same line coming out of the corner through the sweeping left. So at this point, we do have still these cars to roar around this circuit, this 4.226 kilometer circuit. Here at Misano. But folks, stick with us. We have got the 2-hour endurance race started, well, due to start at around about 6 p.m. local time. And again, Reggiani, mamma mia, he's closing in again on Günther Schreiber once more. And Brodard nearly makes a slight error there. There's still these cars thunder their way down around this circuit. It's impressive when you actually hear the downshifts as the cars decelerate into the corners. As, oh, we've got a slowing vehicle coming out of Curva at the moment, and that's pulling to the side. That is, oh dear, now that is going to be... I think that might be Florian Schmidhuber. That car might have decided to call time on the race. And that is out of Curva Tramonto, I'm afraid, on the run down to Curvone. The car has pulled to the left-hand side, kept off the racing line, and gone on to the grass. There might be localised yellows. Yep, there is smoke billowing from the engine bay, I'm afraid, on the number 327. That's a real shame. Florian Schmidhuber looking to get over across the line and get the car safely into pit lane, but the car, I think, had just decided that was enough. Game over. And another lap completed by Elia Papacena. So starts lap number 14, so that's going to be I would say, judging by the time that we've got left, 2.5 minutes, that's going to be another 3 laps to go, including this one. So lap 14 out of what will be more than likely 16 laps. But what a drive it's been for the number 107. Amex First Transport's Elia Papacena. And now at the moment he's just cruising to the finish line. A Saturday afternoon drive here in Rimini. Time quickly ticks away as 2 laps remain for our race leader, Elia Papacena. So this and 1 more lap remains to close out the sprint racing and all the titles for the 2025 season. Meantime, Ivan Reggiani, can he put a move in the dying moments of this race on Günther Schindler? He's got a disadvantage of around about 40 horsepower to the car in front, but it's still not going to stop Ivan Reggiani for trying. Reggiani was a little bit better coming out of that final corner at Misano, who pulls the left-hand side, gets very, very close to the pit wall. And there could be a possible light at the end of the tunnel for the man from Italy. He could have a shot at this. I think he probably does not want to leave it too little too late. Well, he's been trying it all the way through this race so far. All 25 minutes, he has nearly been super glued to the back end of that car. Timer hit 0. And Reggiani, shows his nose. They've got Eric Chatelain closing in on them, so blue flags will be shown, so they're going to have to give way. Well, Reggiani, he's gone to the outside here. He's going to have to let Chatelain go through, as will Günther Schindler. Last lap of the sprint race season is underway here at Misano. But what a drive it's been from this young man. He's done a stellar job all season. He was not at Mugello, but obviously that gave the opportunity for Jovazek to take the top honours. But very shortly, the checkered flag will be. And Kurt Ecker, I think, has just stopped. The 3:11 from Germany has just dropped on the circuit on the last lap of the race. Meantime, Ivan Reggiani was just 2 tenths behind Günther Schindler, going on to what is effectively might be their last lap or last lap but one. Papacena through Corvone, through at turn number 11 for the final time. Blue flags wave to the 2 in front. Papacena really, really closing in. That is... Papacena is not going to risk it with the 3:15 of Jeremy Christopher Baudard. But through turn 15, 1 more corner remains. Gratulazione, Elia Papacena closes off the season in GT4 Class 10 with another victory here for the man from Switzerland. And he's doing a jig in the cockpit. Well done to Elia. David von Rosen from Austria for Team Neuhofer Rennsport rounds out second. Now the big question is, what is happening between Gunther Schindler and Ivan Reggiani? That's been an inter-class battle that's been captivating all the way through. And there it is, down into turn 14. Curva del Carro for the final time. Reggiani sweeps to the outside, tries to get the carrier momentum through the final couple of corners. There's Eric Chatelain. Sebastian Glazer will win Class 32. But here we go. Who's going to be beating who out of the final corner? Gunther Schindler, will he get the run? Ivan Reggiani flat on the floor, on the throttle, and he misses out by just a fraction of a second. 0.481 at the end of the race, but what a captivating battle between the pair. And there he is, the Class 10 champion of 2025. Pretty much wrapped it up last race earlier on today. So Elia Papacena takes the victory overall, caps off what has been, apart from not appearing at Mugello, for him, that is 5 clean sweeps of maximum scores of points. Pole position for both races, fastest lap in both races, race winner in both races, which means that gives him a total of 310 points. And I'm sure that he's waving at the marshal saying thank you very much. A great thank you to the marshalling crew here at Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. Oh, he's missed the... What's that? He's missed the... Has he missed the pit lane entry? Oh, whoops. Or was it... Right, okay. Well... Oh, they're telling him, I think, just to go round again. Sometimes these things do happen. But what can you say? Not too sure what's going on here, but, well, more to the point, what a weekend it's been as we see the members of Porsche Sprint Challenge Classic Suisse. A big thank you to them for their participation in 4 of our rounds this year. And there we see David van Rosen out of the car, being congratulated by family members, friends and everything. So time for me to head downstairs one last time before we have a little bit of a breather before our season curtain call. 2-hour endurance race under the night time here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli, as we'll go racing for 2 hours at 6 p.m. local time. Be back with you in just a moment, folks. The first thing he wants a bottle of water. Well, hopefully they're not going to give him a bottle of beer. But look at all the team. Again. What a job he's done all season. Perfect score at 5 of the 6 rounds, and well deserved. This young man, known him since his senior Rotax days, and now he's the GT4 champion. There is one person I would like to speak to, David.
Yeah.
Auf Englisch oder Deutsch?
Oh, whatever you want.
Oh, perfect. Right. I first came across you and Max. Obviously, you guys raced in Sprint Challenge Southern Europe, but it's been a pleasure having you guys on the grid.
Well, thanks for having us.
A bit difficult to catch up with this young man. He's a bit quick, isn't he?
I gave it all I had. No chance. I mean, the first 3 laps or so was close, and then there's no chance, and also no upside in trying even, huh? Too risky. But no, he's too quick. Congratulations to him.
I think also with regards to Max getting his elbows out in Open GT this weekend, he definitely showed good pace, didn't he?
Yeah, that was my biggest surprise this weekend. Super proud of the youngster. I did okay, but he did excellent. I was really happy with his results.
Oh, congratulations on a second place there, David.
Thank you.
Folks, you know what? I'm not going to speak to this man. I want this team to make as much noise as possible for your champion, Elia Papacena. Noise! On that note, folks, that wraps up the sprint racing for 2025. Join us just before 6 p.m. as we've got the 2-hour endurance race under the nighttime sky here in Rimini. So, see you in a bit, folks. Good morning from Misano. A couple of days away from the season finale, and I am in my jacket, trousers, OMP race boots on, race helmet, hands device, everything standing by. But this is the final weekend of the championship. But what I wanted to do was to bring you along for something rather special, to give you an understanding of how the class, as we would call it, Class 1. Now these are current 992 GT3 Cup cars without ABS. Now this particular vehicle here ran in this year's Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup. So I'm going to have an experience of a lifetime. Now the person that's going to be driving the car is a man that I've already spoken to this season many a time, and he's the pilot of that car that is on the verge of winning the Class 24 title in the 992 GT3R Open GT category. That is Rod Christie. So car's getting warmed up. He's going to go out and get the tyres and brakes warmed up, and then we're going to go on board. So here's the passenger lap with a difference here at Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, here in the Rimini region, just off the Adriatic coast, here in Western Italy. just literally gotten out of the car about 5-10 minutes ago. There's a time in your life when you're speechless. That was everything and even more than I expected. Show me just how brutal these Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars are, and of course we've got the 2026 Cup car coming out next year for Mobil 1 Super Cup and for some of the Carrera Cup competitions. But that was just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take time out here, and a little bit later on I'm going to have a lovely little debrief with my good friend Rod, who was my chauffeur around Misano for 3 laps. Oh my days. Now it's the day after the madness. Rod, thank you first of all so much for that, mate. And I have to say a big thanks to Matteo and the whole team at Dynamic for managing to fit someone of my stature into a GT3 Cup car without EBS.
And thanks for the confidence in my ability to navigate you around.
Well, I mean, first of all, let's... Now, you just seen the actual race logic on board. Warts and all, which includes my grimacing, probably at times when you were braking at 240 kilometres an hour in 5th gear. I mean, we'll come on to the differences between GT3 Cup and GT3R in a minute.
Okay.
But that car, which did compete in this year's Mobil 1 Super Cup, what an animal, first of all. Like,
they're great, aren't they?
I mean, like, as soon as you took the car off of the pit lane limiter and then gunned it as we came out of turn 2, which is the pit lane exit, the sheer ferocity of the acceleration, I think, caught me off guard, first of all, because one of the things that you said, which I was so happy, you went, I'm going to go through the heat cycle, which I knew straight away that the warm-up lap wasn't going to be a sedate warm-up lap. That was for hell sure. But the ferocity of the acceleration, because it's a car that's dependent very much like a touring car, like a rotational speed through the apex and carrying the momentum through the corners. You raced here last year in a GT3 Cup car.
Yes.
Just tell the folks from a driver's perspective, when you get out of that pit lane and you de-restrict it and then gun it and go up the gears, is there a big Cheshire Cat smile on the face, first of all, because you go like you're full throttle?
Absolutely. The first thing is, as long as the tyres are warm.
Yeah.
Because when you go out first thing, and obviously I said I'd go out and warm the tyres up first. If we'd done exactly what we did there, but with cold tyres, we'd have actually just spun around and disappeared off into the side, into the kitty litter somewhere. So it makes a big difference if the tyres are hot and cold. And the big thing with, especially the Cup, is getting heat into the front tyres, because there's so little weight really over the front.
Yeah.
You've got to get them working. It's easier, you think you just put your foot down and brake, and put your foot down and brake, and you get heat in the back tyres. But getting heat in the front tyres is really what it's all about for these cars.
Now, obviously, you lot saw my facial expressions. That was 100% live as it happened, and a big thank you to our good friends at Dynamic for being able to provide it. Obviously, we have blocked out the telemetry for various reasons. Of course, we just wanted to give you an indication of speed. Now, Caravone, top part of the circuit. The first thing that impressed me was the fact that it wasn't a throttle modulation, it was acceleration. We were still gaining speed going through that corner.
Correct.
And I think on the hot lap, which was lap 2 out of 3, 244 was the indicator speed I clocked on the digital display at that point when you slammed on the anchors, and I thought I was going to be catapulted out of the windscreen at one point, but the guys at Dynamic did a good job of making sure that I was secure and safe. It's one of the things that impressed me was just how, after doing the heat cycle, how composed the car is at that kind of speed with no ABS, and you're flying by the seat of your pants effectively. And the braking was just so aggressive, because obviously it's not carbon ceramics because they won't get up to temperature in time, and it's vented steel discs. I was just impressed by how on a sixpence you can, because obviously we had an additional 100 kilos with me in the car, and you're having to compensate that braking 25 to 30 minutes earlier. I was just astounded on how brutal and voracious that car can be.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
And that's probably, touching on it, that's probably one of the big differences as well. If you think that's without ABS. So you have to weight transfer. So you actually don't go hard on the pedal immediately. You come in quick, but you don't go full hard on it because you want to get the weight onto the front so you don't lock the fronts. So you come in and then you push really hard. With the R, you've got ABS. You just push hard, and you pull more G-force in the braking zone.
I mean, obviously, let's get on to the differentials between the GT3 Cup car and you're one that definitely is a fan favourite. Everyone loves, as I said earlier on this season, Martini livery on a Porsche. Obviously, the car is more heavily aero-dependent. You've got to be the smooth is fast kind of consistency, avoiding sausage curbs, obviously complete flat underbody flooring with rear diffuser. Okay, yes, there's... We know with the GT3R it's a car that's established, and congratulations to Ayhan Guven for winning this year's DTM season.
Excellent.
With a robust manoeuvre up the inside of Sachs Curver on Marco Wittmann, I have to add. And congratulations to Manthey. But it's a very, very different style. You've got to be smooth, very fluid.
Right.
And as you said, when we talked about Monza, straight line speed, the coming out of the final corner, that's got to be a very, very different, when you get, when you've got the traction control settings, you've got the brake bias settings, you've got also the rotary knobs and the different setups, it's more like a Formula 1 steering wheel than it is what we've got on the Cup car. So there's a very finite art, isn't there, to really pushing that one to the limit.
Yeah, it is. So in Monza, if you look at the difference between the Cup being driven fast and an R being driven fast, is the R will take very little curb. You'll see the Cup will bounce off. And I tried bouncing off a couple of times in the R, and it's slower. It's actually keep the car very much four wheels as much as possible down, brake light, brake really hard, use the aero of the car to just come through the corner, and then get the car rotated and back on the power, because you can get back on the power earlier, quicker.
Now, there's two more questions I want to ask you. Firstly, because obviously Thursday not being a official test day for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, what was it like going from non-ABS back to ABS again? Because you had to
afterwards.
Yeah, like literally, you were back in the in the 992 straight afterwards as well. Let's not forget.
That's right. Yeah, I stepped out of that. We shook hands, and I stepped in the car and went back out. It took. I'd say it probably took. Well, first thing actually that really struck me was, and I was on hard tyres. It was cold. Both tyres were old because it was first. They were old sets of tyres that we were just running to get through. I couldn't, for the first 4 or 5 laps, I couldn't get round the lap faster than the Cup car because the tyres were so hard to get warm. They were a hard compound. So you were kind of struggling to get the car to actually rotate, and you couldn't get the power down. Then when the tyres came in, started to come into the window, it was trying to recalibrate where the braking points were, and then how much speed I could carry into the corners. Obviously, as you say, like Curvoni, you're flat. In turn 13 in the Cup car, we're probably about 145-ish, 150 maybe.
Miles an hour we're talking?
No, kilometres.
Kilometres an hour,
yeah.
Okay,
So
I want to make sure that people get... So, you talk about it, that's about 90 miles an hour, effectively.
Yeah.
Give or take that 130 kilometres an hour is 80 miles per mph.
Yeah. And add 20 onto that for the R. So you've got to you're carrying more in. And also, if you think we braked just before the apex, on the little kink, just before the apex, in the R I'm braking maybe 10 meters, 20 meters after the apex.
Okay.
So you're 30 meters later on the brake.
That's quite a lot when you think about it. Now, folks, this is a nice build-up into the final endurance race here in the Rimini region, just off the Adriatic coast, because we have got a 2-hour endurance race, and you are partnering, of course, with team manager Matteo Malocelli.
Yeah.
It's always nice when Porsche, this has been a tradition of Porsche Sprint Challenge and Sports Cup Suisse to have this wonderful nighttime race where we get all the sprint racing action. Championships are done for the year, and it's the kind of the let out the cobwebs. I mean, Sportex bring their pensioner Marcel Fessler back out. It's a tradition over there, him and Greg Perkard. What's one of the beautiful things that people can look forward to for the endurance race coming up?
I think from an optical point of view, it's beautiful to see. You see the cars are moving fast. We're moving within a second of daytime speeds in reality. The cars are moving fast. It's dark. Into the braking zones, the discs are cherry red coming into the braking zones. Any onboard footage that you have will be great, because you'll see as people pit at different points, you end up with cars from different classes amongst each other, so it mixes up. And then you see people moving through, and it's really how you manage the traffic to try and keep the lap time. So where do you want to catch somebody? How do you get past them? So you see all of that, and it's much more dynamic as to when somebody, does somebody come in? Do they gamble on a safety car and getting a cheaper stop for the pit stop?
Like we had at Monza, where we had about 20 minutes to go, and we had a safety car come out, and I was like, what was it? Class 1 had about 3 safety cars in the first race, and then we have but I think, like you say, people will always take advantage of that. We know that through multiple different, not just WEC, Formula 1 and other championship, everyone tries to take advantage of that. So, Rod, thank you so much. I'm glad I've trusted this man. So, keep your eyes on 299 with Rod Christie and Matteo Malocelli, because up next is the 2-hour endurance race here at Misano to close off what has been a fantastic 2025 Porsche Sports Cup Suisse season. Well, we are back. I hope you enjoyed that little feature there. A big thank you to Rod Christie, Matteo Malocelli, and the team at Dynamic Motorsport, along with the man that, funny enough, that car was actually in Rod Christie's previous hands as an owner. But the timing is near. The customary curtain call for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse here at Misano. We have got a wonderful spectacle as the sun is setting here just off of the Rimini coastline in Western Italy. It is almost time for the 2-hour endurance race, of course. Excuse me, all titles have been settled, and now it is the opportunity for the drivers to let off some steam. There's Matteo Malocelli in the 299 Martini livery Dynamic Motorsport 902 GT3R. He'll be starting the vehicle. So the rule is, in the qualifying and also the starting phase of the 2-hour enduro race, it is the case that the fastest driver in that qualifying session, this case, now there's been a little bit of a development because Dragos Buriu has not had the best weekend. However, Jaap van Lagen, his teammate, who's run this year in Mobil 1 Super Cup, Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, is his driver coach, but also will be his teammate. He is going to start in the 207. Now, I'm going to have a special guest here in the booth at 6:30 local time, as 6th Carrera Cup Deutschland talent pool driver from the United Kingdom, who is also a former competitor in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain shootout. Joe Warhurst will be joining me for the midway point of this race, so the middle hour. So when we get to 30 minutes in, Joe will come up here and give his insight in the booth. And there is the 213. They will be starting from 5th position on the grid. There is the 211 of Schorsch and Franz Wöhler that will be running in the class 21. We've got a variety of different vehicles, of course. The biggest development earlier on today was the impact between Takahashi and Levin Gelf. There is the 203, so Sebastian Schmidt partnered with Sandro Kaibach, a name I know from German motorsport days. So I'd imagine that Sandro is going to be starting the car. There is the number 95. That will have Christian Caramusquia, Ilario Minturna, and Mr. Iaquinta behind the wheel. There we go. Cheeky little wave on the grid. There's the 240. Max and David von Rosen will be in the car for that one. And there is the 262. Good to catch up over the course of the weekend with Nicolas Arsinelli. Two drivers, along with David and Max van der Rosen in the Team Neuhofer Rennsport 240 will be Dominic Schrammel. But we are going to have 24 cars. And there you can see in the background, the sun is setting. We are just over 20 minutes away from nightfall. Local time 17:58. There is the medical car at the back of the grid. As now the field starts getting themselves ready and warmed up. So the grid will be as follows. The pairing of Malucelli and Christie will start from the front row of the grid on pole position. Jaime News with Michael Hughes, the team boss of the 291 car, will start on the front row. Jaap van Lagen and Dragos Buriu will be rounding out the top three. And then it's the 202 car of Helmut Rodich and Martin Haginger. Then we've got, next up, 213, Zelko Drimic will be partnered with Yanks, and then we've got the likes of, well, it looks like, I'm wondering whether Gelf and Fitcher are going to be on there, but we've got 24 cars. We've got Gregor Perkart will be partnered with Marcel Fessler and Class 1 champion for 2025, Ethan Isher. So a three-man crew. You've got the elder statesman, the man that's won some of the major titles and also major one-off events in racing, including Le Mans, Sebring, Daytona. You've got the boss, as in the CEO, and you've got the young whippersnapper behind the wheel of the car as well. So 2 hours amidst what will be a fantastic spectacle under the nighttime sky here at Misano. Hopefully we're sure that you have hopefully been enjoying our coverage all the way through, not just here at the final round of the championship season, but also when the coverage through Alpha Live. A big thank you to Luke Austin and the team there that have been covering this championship all year long. Also, I have to give a shout out to my good friend, who not only is part of the, a good friend, but also from Motorsport Television Deutschland, Ben Witterich, who is on German commentary. Big thank you also to Parkferme TV, our Italian colleagues, as we are getting set and ready for one final time. And the headlights are ablaze. It's Michael Hughes versus Matteo Malucelli, an all GT3R front row. And under the nighttime lights, we are red, we are green, and it's underway for the 2-hour enduro. Headlights ablaze, and it looks like the 88s of Sportec Racing have gone straight onto the grass. It's 3 wide into Variante del Parco. They did say expect the unexpected with this one, Alex. Well, by golly, have we already had it within the first 30 seconds. And at this moment in time, it's I've spoken to a couple of drivers. There's a couple of corners, 3 to 4 corners, where you're not going to really be able to get an understanding of where your braking points are. But Matteo Malucelli leading the way. Battle for P3. Jaap van Lagen to the outside in the 207. Oh, he's gone high, wide and handsome to the outside as the Dutchman. Classic Van Lagen in action, and it's great to have him on the grid here. As the field makes its way. And also, you would have seen an interview with the man that steers the ship here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. Richard Feller is going to be competing, and he's going to be in the final stint later on tonight. So, more to the point, how are things going to transpose over the next 1 hour and 58 minutes? Well, your guess, folks, is as good as mine. And look at how rapidly they're running out of running through the final corner. And a possible move there from the 213, the pairing of Yanis and Grimic. And that is Alberto Schiller partnering with Nicolas Arsinelli. Now a little bit further back, well, that's the 95, the Omni racing car. The trio of Caramoschia, Introna and Iaquinta, and it's the 203. That's probably got Sandro Kaibach behind the wheel. So that car has definitely got his elbows out. Meantime, oh, that was nearly a bit of a lock-up under braking. And to the inside. Well, Caramoschia has now got past pairing with Schmidt and Kaibach. So now, this is not to decide anything with regards to any of the titles that have been decided here in Porsche Sports Cup Suisse this season. It's been more to the point of a way to let off some steam. I mean, Marcel Fessler, when he joined Sportec Racing as the head of motorsport, I found out from Greg Burkhardt directly, yeah, it's a tradition, we get the pensioner in the car. And that was actually mentioned on one of their, they've been running, Sportec Racing been running a docu-series called Full Send Keep Pushing, which, right, car 291, Michael Hughes needs to watch track limits. And there is the 250. Now, I'm not 100% sure if we will see Patrick Dinkeldine in the car, but if it is, well, Patrick, oh, the car's gone bumping front axle in the air. So, not exactly what the 250 wanted, but you're now going to see the floodlights are starting to come ablaze. So good to see that we've got some of our German-speaking people. Vielen lieben Dank, Philipp Henkis, für deine Sache in Kommentar bei Live direkt hier bei Alpha Live in YouTube. Nochmal ein Dreikampf an der Strecke. Auf die linke Seite bleibt der Nummer 250. So 250 goes round the outside. Last track. Oh, dearie me. Michael Hughes has got a last track limit warning by race control. You can never put a good racer down, folks. Never can put a good racer down. And at this point, you might say, well, he should know better than that. Well, every driver's going to push the limits. And that is very, very much true. So 23 cars, obviously, I've heard, but I haven't seen what happened, obviously, with the Seebach Motorsport car and also the DCV by Ombre vehicle of Sadamoto Takahashi. I understand that Sadamoto might have been taken to the local medical centre for checks. Hopefully he's okay. But at the moment, it is going to be the case that the battles will rage on deep into the night. We're due to finish at around about 8 o'clock local here in Misano. And more to the point, it's good to see that a few more people joining on the live stream coverage live here on Alpha Live. Big thank you to you all that have joined and put your comments in here today. And also, if you enjoyed the features that we've been able to create for you on this season finale. So 6 minutes in, still plenty of time to go, and Matteo Malocelli for Dynamic Motorsport, the team boss. It's quite funny that the two cars that were at the front end of the field when we went green 6 minutes ago are respectively the team bosses of the cars that are being operated here this weekend. So it's nice to see the team bosses themselves get the opportunity to blow off some steam, if you will. And from that perspective, it really does mean a heck of a lot for us, because we get to see, you know, them still have those elbows out kind of mentality, and that's what you really need here. This kind of circuit here in Misano. As I had the discussion earlier on with Matteo Segre, he said, you know, the first part's really, really technical, but you've got a lot of high-speed corners to deal with. As we see the battle between the 240 and the 211. This is for P9 overall on the field. And is effectively, I would imagine, it's for around about P8 in Class 21. Actually make that P7 because we have a variety of different cars competing here tonight. So we've got Class 1, Class 10, Class 21, Class 23, Class 24, and also Class 40. And a little bit of red sky in the background. Red sky at night shepherds the light, as they say. But Malocelli really opening up the gap at the moment to the tune of 7.5 seconds. Right, okay. First big slap on the wrist for car 262. 5-second penalty for track limits at turn 6. And that is that is Alberto Schilla, the teammate of Nicola Sarcinelli. And as we get into the nighttime sky here at Misano, it's really going to give you an understanding of what multi-class Porsche Motorsport racing is like at night. And it adds a bit of a different aura, a bit of a different allure, and an atmosphere unlike any other. So from that perspective, it's wonderful to have all these wonderful models within the customer racing side of Porsche Motorsport. As now the 250 closing in on the number 95. This is for 6th overall, but not for Class 24 top honours, I might add. So, in the first 10 minutes, leading the way in Class 24 and overall, pairing of Malocelli and Christie in the 299 car. Class 23, only one competitor in that one, Michael Hughes and Stefan Heim. Class 21 being led by Jaap van Lagen and Dragos Burio. Class 1 led by the number 95 of Caramoschia Introna India Quinta. But that car has just rapidly been passed by the 250 of Nicola Dining Seifried on this particular occasion. So battle here for what is P2 in Class 21. The 202 versus the 213. That's MS Racing, the Austrian outfit. So all 23 cars. We did have 24 due to start on the grid, but unfortunately the car has been withdrawn for the 244. Pairing of Levin Gelf and Janis Fitcher. As there again, headlights ablaze on the cars here. So at the moment, it's been an interesting one so far. But as the night time starts to set in here at Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, you can see the floodlights ablaze in the background. And more to the point, the drivers will, as the tyres start to degrade, the fuel level drops off. Now there's a little bit of housekeeping. Oh, first big off. And that is the 293 AMAG First Rennsport Class 21 car. That has had a big old off. And that's the pairing of Valerio Prezesi and Francesco Maria Fenici. That car is beached in the gravel. Not too sure if that car had an assist or whether it went off on its own accord. But we only caught the tail end of that, so one car that will already spray some gravel onto the circuits. So, right, okay, safety car has been deployed. It's not the first time that's happened today, and that's within the first 12 minutes of the race. So the 293 stuck in the kitty litter is now going to be assisted by the marshal crews, so safety card bores will be out along with the waving yellow flag. So with that in mind, that gives me a little bit of an opportunity to so there was an investigation at the start, there is no further action. As now pit stop windows, perfect timing by the number 55 Prima Ghinzani Motorsport car. As also the 175 comes in. And that is Jovazek and Novosidla. So Brusa and Dia Quinta. Now, total minimum pit stop time, which includes going down the full 633 metres of this pit lane, is 6 minutes 37 seconds. 6 minutes for the pit stop whilst refueling. So we'll go to a replay after I've just gone through this particular point. 6 minutes whilst refueling, only one person can be on there. Here's the replay. And is this going to be oh right, that was a bit interesting. Now that was a bit of a side-by-side there, and the car has ended up beached in the gravel. So only one person at a time, one person can be refueling the car. Then once the car is on, once the car has had the fuel pipes taken off of it, then there is no restriction on the amount of people that can work on the vehicle. Now with endurance racing, there is also mechanical wear and tear on parts, whereby we've seen it several times over the course of the season, whereby brake pads and discs on the front end of cars have been changed. Now I have spoken with a couple of drivers. Eric Santos, the man from Brazil, who's heading back to South America later on Monday. He's had a bit of a viral. there's been a lot of flu and a lot of colds going around, so he decided it was better judgment to play it safe. There's the 55 car in the pit lane. So obviously there is no, as far as I'm aware, no minimum driving time. But once the first 5 minutes are done, you can then bring the car in and change the driver if you so need to. So there is the Porsche Panamera GTS safety car. And that is currently conducting proceedings. So once the clean-up operation is currently underway, it will be down to race control's discretion as to when they tell the safety car to extinguish its lights. And then means that we will then go back to green flag racing. So safety car will be in this lap.
Okay, ho visto, bene. Ricordati che hai il pit limiter, lo devi togliere alla fine.
And there you see the train under the nighttime skies as we hit 20 minutes past the hour. So 1 hour and 42 minutes still to go here in the traditional curtain call race. What a weekend it has been for everyone here at Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse. So still under safety car conditions, but we will be going back to racing very, very shortly. So through the final corner, we're under green once again as Matteo Manucelli leads the field down into Variante del Parco here on what is now the start of lap 11. Now, one of the things about the pit stop, now this was communicated in the driver's briefing yesterday, for every second that the pit stop is shorter, it is every second is tripled by threefold. So for every second you are in the pit, less 3 seconds, if your pit lane stop time is 1 second less than 6 minutes and 37 seconds, 3 second time penalty comes your way. If it's 6 minutes 27 seconds, that's a 30-second time penalty coming your way. So nigh on half the field have already come in for their first pit stops. It's 2 mandatory pit stops per team, no pit stop window. And this is where Misano becomes magical, folks, because the night time is setting in. Look at the activity, height of activity in the pit lane. So I'm not going to put you in the 207. There's the 202 in the pits, along with a multitude of others. Jules and Heim in the pit lane. distant volta. So 1 hour, 38 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Oh, I love that sound. Car starting its engine and then burning rubber, trying to put down 11s on the tarmac. It's a wonderful noise as they roar out of pit lane, but still have to hit 60 kph on the pit lane speed limiter. Epic stuff. So the number 95, the Omnia Racing entry, has got Christian Caramuschia, Ilario Ventrona and Simone Iaquinta. Now there are 2 Iaquintas on the grid. We've got Rosario Iaquinta and Cesare Brusa in the number 55 Prima Ghinzani Motorsport. So alongside Zelko Dremic will be Florin Janitz. Now, the thing was, there was an original plan that Sportec were going to run the 21 car, but unfortunately the technical DNF that Ethan Isher, the Class 1 2025 champion for Porsche Sports Cup Suisse this year, probably that was maybe a technical DNF that the team really couldn't come back from in terms of getting the car ready. So there is a big old hive of activity here at the circuits all the way through. And there is the 250. So at the moment, all of the top 11 yet to serve one of their 2 mandatory pit stops. Let's look at that. Oh, what a dive bomb and a half! Whoa, number 95. Mamma mia, mercy, mercy me. That was through at Variante del Parco, through at turn 1. Dive bomb right to the inside with no hesitation whatsoever. And wow, that was a great move. And that just goes to show how quickly things can turn on a sixpence. 3 wide again. And the 2-1-3 was Piggy in the middle on that particular occasion. And Jaap van Lagen says, hello there. But even though people might say, "Oh yes, it's the end of school party, if you will, out on track," but it's being a bit more robust than that, I have to say. But it's absolutely enthralling, and now this is where things really, really start to get tricky. There's the 216, and that is the pairing of recently crowned Class 21 champion for 2025, Max Mutschlechner and Andreas Merel. there goes the 262 up the inside of the 226. So that was Skila, and it was either John Jastrzemski or Niklas Kaiser behind the wheel of the 226 PTE operated by Mantai. So Ahmad Almedi's got Lucas Wolf as his teammate. Eric Santos opting to withdraw due to illness over the past week or so. And this just goes to show how quickly we can see drivers really, really pushing the envelope here at the circuit. So coming up to 1.5 hours remaining on the clock. And still the racing carries on at a frantic rate, with all drivers really pushing as best they can. Great battle here. This is for P6 overall. The pairings of Max and David van Rosen and Dominic Schamel in the 240 with the Lightning McQueen edition. That was the former Mrs. Loft's choice. He's got the number 76 still on the Lightning McQueen livery, but the 216 dives to the inside. Could this be a change for position as the brake discs glow red hot at the front end of the 240, and the 216 is through, but the 240 is not going to give this up. This is on the way to Corvone. Even at this speed, even at this time of day, they're pushing north to 220 kilometers an hour. And the 216 finally gets the job done. But believe you me, that battle, I think, is not going to be over by a long shot here at Misano. More to the point, we've got a battle here. And that is between the 203 car, the pairing of Sebastian Schmidt and Sandro Kaibach. And that is against the 213 pairing of Zelko Drumic and Florian Janitz. So an update on Class 1 at the moment. Well, I've just seen the 293 car of Amax First Sports, Valerio Prezesi and Francesco Maria Fenici just be brought back on the low loader down the transit part of pit lane. So at the moment in Class 1, it's the the trio of Omnia Racing's Christian Caramoschia, Ilario Ventrona and Simone Quinta. Second place is the trio of Greg Burkhardt, Marcel Fessler and Ethan Isher for Sportec. They are currently running 15th overall. And then the Fach Autotech number 5, Peter Hegdin and Christopher Zechling. They ran out the top 3. So, a quarter of the race completed, and still it is the lightning fast pairing of Rod Christie and Matteo Malucelli that lead the way overall. Car number 5, Heglin and Söchling get a track limit warning for turn 6. But this battle here is raging on like an inferno at the moment. Now this is the battle for P4 on the road. And here we go, on board with Matteo Malucelli on the 992 GT3R of Dynamic Motorsport. And look, you can see the red sky in the background here as we go through out of turn 3 of Variante del Parco. Short run up over to Curva del Rio. So, at the moment, there you see, there is the car itself, Martini livery and a Porsche. It is a match made in heaven. And it has been a car that a lot of people on live stream have really liked. It brings back the old halcyon days, such as Group C. Look how bright these headlights are. The camera's trying to focus in through at Curvone at the top part of the circuit. And those lights on that 992 GT3R are just so epically bright. It looked like a kaleidoscope there for a minute. Okay, so without further ado, as we head out of Curva Misano, let's ride on board for a full push lap. 4.226 kilometers with Matteo Malucelli. Now up the gearbox, 4th, 5th gear, into turn 1, hit at Variante del Parco, through the left at 2, and then into the right at 3. Short run up to Del Rio, and then it's a double right coming up now, so turn 4, hard on the brakes, nose dips down, camber, deal with it, now the second apex. Through into the left here at turn 6. And you can hear the way it rumbles over the curbs as well. Up the back straightaway towards Curva Quercia here at turn 7. Hard on the brakes, down to second gear. Now start to apply the power. Up to 3rd. Then it's the double right here at Tramonto. 8 and 9. Then another couple of corners coming up. Here we go, Curvone, the fastest corner on the circuit. 4th gear. 5th, still at full throttle. No lift from Matteo Malucelli whatsoever. 6th gear, must have been pushing 265 into the braking zone, and now he's got some back markers to deal with. Through into Curva del Carro here at turn number 14. 2 more corners to go. And that is a very, very quick lap. I'll give you the lap time in just a second. His best lap so far, 1:32, 4:14. Out of Curva Misano, and across the line very shortly goes Matteo Malucelli. Lap time, 1:33.678. And that is on board at a full push lap in an Enduro for 2 hours with a very, very fast Italian behind the wheel. And you can also see, look at the rear diffuser. See, there's a lot of heat being dissipated from the exhaust pipes on these cars. There's the number 88. Now you're going to notice something different in a sec. Well, I know that they definitely borrowed a door off of. Unfortunately, my there we go. The Bauch Transport logo on the side of the number 88 car. I have made my apologies to the team at Sportec, and they said, look, it's not your fault. You were doing your job at the end of the day. It was the person that hit the door is at fault. We're not going to go into that one. But it still goes to show the resourcefulness of the teams. So that is going to be the 88 through. As Oh, that's a bit close there. Here's the race leader coming through. So 1 hour and 23 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. Right, the 111, that is the Vidberg Motorsport entry. And that is the trio of Pascal de la Fontaine, Bruno Vidberg, and of course the man leading Porsche Sports Cup Suisse into a very, very bright future with his team, Richard Feller, who will be in action later on. And as you probably saw in the featured interview earlier on during the lunch break, that he did admit, well, I've had to sort of can the racing activities to concentrate full-time. He even gave up a full-time job to take the mantle that he has now. And there we go, on the flashers goes the number 5 car. So the 111 has so very nicely expedited pit stop, just under 6 minutes and 39 seconds for the 111 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. And we are more than 20 plus laps deep into this race. So everyone apart from the top 10 have pitted at least once so far this season. And there's some good work happening behind the wheel in terms of the 222, the pairing of Lucas Wolf and Qatar's Ahmad Al-Mehdi. And there you can see look how bright red and how hot those exhaust pipes are on the rear diffuser of the 299. You can see flame spitting from it as well. The night time brings a different ambience to it. And you can see once again how bright those lights are coming out of Curva Tramonto on the run down to Crevone. But look, absolutely bright red hot are those exhaust pipes, and the heat is also going across that part of the rear diffuser. As that car thunders its way across the line once again. Lap 24 completed. Car 213 gets the track. Oh, that's the number 213. The partnering of Zeljko Drimic and Florian Janitz for MS Racing. And looks like we have got a possible little battle on our hands, maybe. Alberto Schila, Nicola Sassinelli closing in on the 240 of Max, David, and David von Rosen and Dominic Schrammel. And there is the Vidberg Motorsport car getting out of the way, the 111. So, again, another flash of the lights. As we are fast approaching, we're 20 minutes away from the halfway mark. And here we are on board with the 175. Pairing of Norbert Siedler and Jovasek for Amag First Rennsport in the 175 car. See the different viewpoints, and also, well, one of the Class 21, that's the one of the PT by Mantite cars. Not too sure if it might have been the 223 or the 222. John Monegro and Marcus Gratian are partnering up in that one. Great to have a chat with the man from the Dominican Republic a little bit earlier on. He secured a podium to round off his Class 21 season. But as I said, every single crew needs to make 2 mandatory pit stops over the course of the 2-hour race. Failure to abide by that means a penalty is coming somebody's way. Oh, car 88, track limit warning, turn 6. Now, I did have a chat with Marcel Fessler earlier on, and I said, so how did the qualifying go? I mean, it was on the GT3 Cup Race 1 grid walk, I think it was, or Race 2. And I said, he said, how was it? I said, how was it in qualifying? He said, yeah, it was a bit tricky because it was a bit wet. I've never heard someone of Marcel. Well, Marcel, you know, doesn't race like he did back in the days when, you know, when he was at his height. Of course, raced in DTM, raced in the World Endurance Championship with Audi Sport. Another member of the big conglomerate that Porsche is also a part of. But some really, really good battling up and down the order. So these drivers over the course of the next hour and 17 minutes will definitely make sure that we have some good racing under the night time. But this is where now, if they have got a tinted visor, well, now, if this was a karting event at this time of night, you would be black flagged and brought into the pits for either a tinted or iridium visor. So I would imagine that if, well, some drivers will drive with open face race helmets and some will drive with closed face. So some will, well, the open face ones, I mean, a perfect example of someone who's got the best compromise, Stefano Dasti, Mr. Personality when it came to his racing back in his World Touring Car Championship days. And nowadays he runs a GT4, and there we see, oh, right. They've got the glass cleaner out and the microfiber. So the 232, and that is car 20. That's the Vendan Motorsport pairing of Andreas Schafflitzel and Wolfgang Kraus, who both took part in one of the respective each of the respective races of Class 21 earlier on today. So 2-1-3 now in pit road for MS Racing. So we are coming up to an hour and a quarter remaining, so 45 minutes in, and the night time sets in here at Misano. What a wonderful sight to see. Floodlights ablaze around the 4.226 kilometre clockwise directional circuit. Back on board with the AMAG first range, port number 175, and you can see with the vibrations coming out of the final corner at Cova Misano. So let's have a GT4 on board into Variante del Parco. It's a very different animal to the 992 GT3R that we saw in the hands of Matteo Manocelli a little bit earlier on. But still a weapon in its own right. Down into Del Rio, here at turns 4 and 5. Then into the left here at turn 6. And that's the number 88 Sportec car just getting through. And indicating to the right, saying thank you very much for getting out of the way. Into Cova Guercia. And a little bit of a tighter line taken by the Class 10 car. The 175. Now at this point, still plenty of this race left to go. And in the pit lane, that is the 203, Sandro Kaibach and Sebastian Schmidt pairing. Their first pit stop of the day. As you can see, the nighttime really getting in, so you know, the light might be at a premium when we come to do some onboards a little bit later on in the race, but it just gives you a real sense of how much your spatial awareness changes. So coming up to just over an hour and 12 minutes, and let's welcome into the booth the man who I need to introduce in the proper fashion. This man has been a Porsche Sprint Challenge GB champion back in 2023. This year, Porsche's the 6th Carrera Cup Deutschland rookie vice champion. Joe Warhurst, welcome into the booth, buddy. Makes a change, doesn't it? I mean, you know, one of the beautiful things is we're here at Misano, we're off the Rimini coast. Italy always known for good racing, great food, but this is a spectacle unlike anything else. Nighttime racing is, you know, like when I saw the sun coming down, you know, like red sky at night, Shepherd's Delight and all that BS. It was more a case of, now that we're in the deep of night, the biggest thing that the drivers are going to have to worry about here, Joe, is reference points, because as soon as you go from daytime to nighttime, it goes out of the window, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's been a beautiful day today. It's just been nice to get out of the Yorkshire weather. But yeah, I mean, I don't believe any of these drivers have had to do some night practice. So this will be the first time that they've got to experience Misano in the night. So yeah, it will be. The biggest thing that you don't realise is that a lot of drivers use reference points on the rubber on the circuit, on the actual tarmac, and all of a sudden you can't see those anymore. You can only see so far in front of you, so you have to remember all the braking points from the braking markers next to the track. And it can be very difficult for the first few laps.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be a real telling point. That's the big thing. But obviously, you've been around the circuit here this weekend. You've been working with Mark Jansen and Marabi Mekvabishvili this weekend at Lap Time Performance, and obviously Dragos Murillo and Jaap van Lagen have called in a favour because we've got the Lap Time Performance livery, but the 207 of Newton Racing's entry on there. They've had a real tough weekend, haven't they? Especially Dragos.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was coaching for Lap Time this weekend, and then I was coaching Marabi on the Wednesday, and then I was coaching for Mike, who's done an amazing job this weekend. I think it was his first ever race in a cup car.
Yeah.
I think first race ever in anything, and he went from 18th to 10th in class in race 1. And
yes.
I think 23rd overall to 15th or 16th overall in race 2. So.
I think something like that. I mean, oh dear, 175 has just got the big slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
5-second time penalty for track limits.
Crikey.
Turn 6.
So, turn 6 is an easy one to go off.
Yeah, well, turn 16 is also a difficult one as well. You know, coming through Cova Misano, because you've got You've got, like say, going into, let's say, turn, come through Corvone, which, we both experienced flat out. So we got Corvone, then got the double right-hander, then you got the real intense braking zone into Del Caro at turns 14, and then you go into 15 and 16. 15 you carry, I think it was in driver's briefing, exit at turn 15 you had to watch. And then turn 16, yeah, that was another one. So like 7 different points. Yeah. It can be so easy here, Joe, to really sort of muck up the lap when you're going on a full push.
Absolutely, yeah. I think turn 16 and turn 6 are the two major ones. They're such high-speed corners. And turn 6 especially, you have to bleed off the throttle just before the corner in the Cup car. It might even be flat in the GT3. But if you get the lift wrong, then you end up off track, and you can't do that so many times.
Sorry to cut across you there, Joe. We've had a bit of a dive bomb attempt, which has been successful. One of the Prima Ginzani Motorsport cars. A bit difficult to pick out because as the light's fading here, and we're now under I mean, what we're seeing is that this car here, the trio of Caramuschi, Introna, and Quinter in the number 95 car, of course, Christian. Racing in Class 1 this weekend and doing a pretty good job. I mean, one of the things, I bet you never thought at the beginning of this weekend that I'd be asking you, did you want to do some commentary? And of all the people we've got on the grid is Marcel Fessler.
Yeah,
I mean, it's great to see that I think there's a running gag between him and Greg Burkhardt, and Greg goes, yeah, we let the pensioner get in the car from time to time. But, you look at Marcel's experience, DTM, WEC, LMP, and, it's great to see that one of the surprising things is the overall still fits.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. There's been some amazing, there's always some amazing drivers on track for this Porsche Sprint Challenge Suisse. So it's really cool to be able to commentate over them for once.
And it's a real pleasure to have you up here, mate. I mean, the good thing is we have to give a shout out to another member of the Porsche family, Brian Oliver. You've just been name checked.
What a legend!
That bloke is an absolute consummate professional.
Yeah, Brian does a brilliant job on the Porsche 6 Cup Deutschland DTM commentary.
Yes. I mean, let's talk about your. Because you're part of the 6 Carrera Cup Deutschland talent pool, which would have include the likes of Emily de Hoy's ex-F1 Academy driver. It all came down to the final round at Hockenheim, and let's be honest, you were completely brutally honest with me. You said, Alex, it didn't go to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a difficult season from the get-go. We started off with lots of issues, completely out of our control, most of it was padlock. Then the season went on, we started to get new parts in the car. At one point in the season, we had almost a fully operational car. And then we had a huge crash and race along the British chassis. It all kind of went south from there. That's the way it goes sometimes. It's part of the beautiful sport.
Yes.
So yeah, the season's finished now. I've had some time to reflect on mistakes on my behalf, things which didn't go to plan, though, some of which weren't in my control. And I'm trying to put together a plan for next year, but it's always difficult.
Yes.
Because teams are obviously sending offers, but you don't know what budget you have for next year yet. Sponsors can't commit yet. It's a difficult time of the year. It's nice to get some rest time.
I think also when you're racing against people like say Ariel Levy, also Robert Hart, one of the youngest Carrera Cup Deutschland winners. I mean, I still remember Yanni when he was with C4 Racing in Rotax Max Challenge Germany. I mean, like it's quite funny how like Elia Papacena, our Class 10 champion for this year, running in the GT4 category. A perfect season in 5 race weekends. He's been doing some GT3 Cup testing. I think he's been bitten by the bullet as well. But also there's been the new development earlier on this year that Porsche have revealed the new for 2026 911 Cup car. Now, for people wondering why they've dropped GT3, I think maybe in their defence for Porsche, they thought, well, if we're going to put GT3 on one car, let's put it on the car that helped Ayhan Guven win the DTM title when he robustly threw it up the inside of Sachs Curva, and Chris Hartley nearly lost his voice. And that was on two-time champion Marco Wittmann, of all people. But I think, you know, it's exciting times for Porsche Motorsport when it comes to the Cup division, and obviously with the GT3R programs, GT4's growing as well. I mean, it's just looking upwards, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it'll be really great fun driving the new car next year. It's really interesting. It'll be the first time that Super Cup and Porsche 6 Deutschland have a car with ABS, and that will completely change things. It's got its benefits and it's got its negatives. But I think it'll help a lot of drivers like me, because I think you won't need as much testing. The Cup car has always been a car which, if you want to be fast, if you want to get into that top 10, you just need to do laps.
Yeah.
And now that there's ABS, it will really close that gap a lot. So drivers like myself, not as much budget as some of the top drivers or experience, it will really help for me to go ahead and try to fight for wins and overall championships.
Yeah, definitely the case. I think in a lot of respects, you know, with developments in motorsport, obviously you as a young driver, you know, it's always that struggle to get things ready. And people say, do you have an off season? What's that? It's true, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. They're into sponsor season now. You never really stop. You go from pounding around on the track all day to getting up at 7 and sending sponsorship emails all day and trying to get a meeting or two just to get those few last, well, we call them pennies, but it's actually a hell of a lot of money. Yeah,
it's more than a few pounds out of the back pocket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's crazy, some of the money that goes into racing now. It's hard to believe.
Now we are seeing the one of the Dynamic Motorsport cars, of course. This team associated with Dirk Schutten, who's raced in Carrera Cup Benelux, also Mobil 1 Super Cup this year. I mean, that's another crack team that have been doing a lot of work. And in comes Matteo Malucelli, the team boss, Mr. Rapido, as I think we're going to have to nickname him from 2026 onwards. He's going to get out, and where is Rod? Is Rod Christie standing by? Or there is Rod Christie, the tall, statuesque Scotsman.
So tell me, Alex, what's the rules of the driver changes?
Driver changes. There's no restriction on when you can pit, but it's got to be. Oh, and a big off! Wow. A massive off, and the back end's absolutely rearranged there. Now, I'm wondering where that is. We've already had one safety car intervention due to
be another safety car.
That is definitely safety car. Hard into the barriers, back end. The engine cover's been pushed up, so they're refueling the 299 at the moment. So, yeah, we are just about at the halfway point here on the 2-hour Enduro, the third and final one. We actually have three of them every year. So that is a big off into the barriers. Trying to find out who that is. Now, with the pit stops, Joe, as you were asking, the transit time from entry to exit is 633 metres, 37 seconds, and the car has to be stationary on its marks for 6 minutes.
Wow, okay.
6 minutes.
That's
only
only
one.
Get out and have a cup of tea if you want to.
Well, I know. I mean, it's not exactly like the World Endurance Championship where someone scrambles over the bonnet of a 992. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the cars that has gone big time backwards. So one of the cars has gone big time backwards off at the circuit. Now, I'm not too sure if it might be 226. But at the moment, there has been no intervention at this point.
I guess if we do get a safety car, we'll start to see a lot of cars coming into the pit lane, because you can save a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it sort of like gives you that get-out-of-jail-free card, doesn't it? So, I mean, yeah, we're seeing some front tyres being put on. That is the think there's a 175. So a brand new set of Michelin tyres on the front. It is the 226, and that is the pairing of Kaiser and Jastrzębski. But the good thing is, Joe, I mean, yes, it was a big off, but it's gone deep into the barriers. So it may be just the localised double-waved yellows or something like that that might help them clear the situation and get the car out of the pit.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like
oh, brand new rears on that car.
I don't think it'll be a
Well, even though it doesn't matter when that car comes in, you know, you can actually dive into the pit lane. There's no pit stop window that's mandated for this car, so for this race. So we are at the halfway point of it. Tyre changes are happening. I mean, I've even seen when we were at Monza for the 2-hour enduro, the pairing of Eric Santos and Ahmed Almedi. We had a safety car with 20 minutes to go, and then they had to change the front pads and discs on the car, like literally, and they did it within. And like literally, the guy had taken the brake disc, and obviously you and I both know, because of firstly convenience, second performance, they are vented perforated steel discs, which means that you can warm up the tyres, warm up the brakes really, really quickly. If you've got carbon ceramics, very different kettle of fish, because they are going to feel cold for the entirety of a sprint race. I mean, what's the race distances you did in Carrera Cup Germany this year?
Only 30 minutes.
So not too far off what we had, like 30 minutes plus a lap. Right, safety car has been deployed for time number 2. And, well, yeah, I think we were waiting, and it was only a matter of time. I think it's, you know, when the driver's out of the car, and that's one of the nice things. I mean, obviously we all saw that big hit between Sanador Takahashi and Levin Gelf earlier on in the Open GT Race 2, which meant we had a bit of a red flag stoppage. But one of the good things that I always like to see is people walking away under their own steam.
Interesting that Q1 Racing decided to come in when they did, because if they'd waited a lap or two, they would have put it in the safety car. But, and again, that being said, Jaap van Hagen's one of the best Carrera Cup drivers in the world, so I'm sure he could probably make it up himself.
Well, he's no slouch. I mean, I had a good chat with him in the hospitality earlier on this weekend, and we were, you know, getting to know each other very, very well. He's, you know, like he's had so many wins in Carrera Cup Benelux this year. And that's you know, another championship that's going really, really strong. There's some great talent. I mean, a good friend of mine, a good friend of yours as well.
Absolutely.
Glenn Van Parijs, good evening. A driver coach now has his own academy, and there is the 250 now being refueled. I think that car has pulled off one of the moves of the season, because you had the 299 alongside the 250 going into Variante del Parco. Now they are waiting to release the car, so Rod Christie goes into the vehicle and now will hopefully be out within time. And I think it looks like Marco Sifrin might be just limbering up at this point, Joe. So Marco's not exactly a slouch either.
Absolutely, no. What a legendary racing driver. He's obviously he's the coach for the rookie program in Super Cup. So I mean, I'd love to work with him one day in that. But for the moment, I can just get as much advice as I can. Such a great driver. Has he been in the car already? Or
no, Patrick has been fighting illness all day long. After race 1, he was sweating. Face was beetroot red.
Yeah.
And I basically said to him, I said, "You're sweating like the proverbial pig," in German.
Yeah.
And he said, like he did not sleep well at all yesterday. But for him still to have the intestinal fortitude to put it round the outside of Rod Christie, who honestly said, "Yeah, I made a bit of a boo-boo coming out of turn number 16."
Yeah. Yeah, it was an incredible move. I remember watching it from the pit box now on the black side.
Yeah, I nearly fell out of my chair.
Yeah.
It is, folks, like literally, as a commentator, when these kind of things happen, that's a... I was just going to say they are double stacking them at Porsche Central Faisine. So that is the 211 of France and Schofferler. Then we got Sebastian Schmidt and a name that I haven't seen in a while, Sandro Kaibach. I remember that guy doing touring cars a little while ago. I haven't met him personally, but we got to know each other. That's the thing about this motorsport world. We're all connected via social media until you meet and go like, right, let's not forget to swap numbers. And that's the perfect way of how it happens. The icebreaker is social media, right? Yeah, keep in touch. Here's my number. And that's true,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
It's like how you network in this industry. But I mean, the funny thing is that I made an alcoholic reference to this livery earlier on, and I said Amy vodka was the first thing that came into my head. Like seriously, because of the gold on it.
Yeah.
And I was just like thinking, hang on, Amy vodka, their bottles of gold. And no, I'm not asking people to go out there and go and buy any and have some. Right? This is not an alcoholic advertisement. No, far from it.
Maybe at the hospitality later on, eh?
We have got the official prize giving, which means I can actually sit down and rest for a little bit as well. Which will be it's been a long day, folks. It really has been a long day, and thank you all for everyone that has joined us. We are still under safety car conditions. Now, I've got one question to ask you, Joe. How did you get your racing start? Where did it all start for you? I know we've talked about this, but I want to get people out there to know about you.
I've always been a huge motorsport fan. My dad's an engineer, made turbochargers, produced spare parts for turbochargers, and eventually started building their own. Did very well, so fortunately I was able to get parent funding and start my career, which is fortunately crucial. To give you the long story, my dad's dad, who unfortunately passed away before I was born, used to own a wedding car company. Lots of old Rolls Royces. My dad's always renovated them. That was kind of his hobby. He still have them in the shed now. And I spent my whole childhood underneath old, lovely cars, passing spanners to my dad. And so that's how my love for cars started. Started karting when I was fairly late. Nowadays, most people start karting at sort of like 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
I started at 12. Bit of rental karting, like team sport in the UK.
Oh yeah.
Then I progressed to outdoor karting, Junior X30, mostly club rounds at like Wilton Mill, PFI, and so on. And then met Lawrence Tomlinson.
The man at LNC in Ginetta.
Yeah, absolutely legendary guy. He's helped out so many people's careers.
Max Coates,
absolutely,
who's been in Porsche Carrera Cup GP this year, in the iconic Duckham's livery.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that is a throwback.
What a hard-working guy, honestly. I mean, he absolutely has to work his socks off to get the budget for the season of racing.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. And I'm so happy to see him have the Duckham's deal for this year. He's done a really good job of it. He's very nearly won the Pro-Am Championship.
Yeah. I mean, that just goes to show how far and wide. There's 35 different Carrera Cups or Sports Cups. I mean, of course, Levin Gelfer's in action at the Porsche Sports Cup Deutschland last week. Also, Carrera Cup Italia was, funnily enough, here last week.
Yeah.
Matteo Segre goes to Monza next week for the final round.
Yeah.
So will the team at Omnia Racing and Prima Ginzani Motorsport. So there is so much. This is one of the things that I've really, really enjoyed about commentating on Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse. It's the fact that once you become entrenched within this Porsche Motorsport family, you really, really understand and appreciate, like, you know, when we saw the 964s, the 993s go out earlier on, and like the different rumbles from the 3.6s and, you know, air-cooled flat six boxer, and then the 3.8s that came out for the 993s, and then you've got the one of the things on downshift, I have to say the most aggressive car I hear on the grids are the 718 and GT4s.
Yeah.
We were at I was at turn 5, Portimao, earlier on this year, and Elia Papacena came over the crest, down into Torre Vip, 5th, 4th, 3rd, and on every downshift it got louder and louder and louder. And that's why sometimes, folks, when I shut up, that means you're getting some bona fide ASMR Porsche style. Oh, but it's true though, isn't it?
I do love Porsche, honestly. And also for young drivers like myself, the Porsche Motorsport pyramid Porsche have built is really comforting.
Yeah.
You're trying to kind of forge your way through this crazy career of motorsport. And it's really difficult to kind of decide which championship do I go into, which manufacturer do I choose, but also you have to kind of set the sights to manufacture early. And Porsche have built this, you know, the Sprint Challengers, Sports Cups, Carrera Cup, you can start a Carrera Cup GB, Italy, Benelux, and then you have the Super Cup, the Carrera Cup Germany, and the junior program. And every year Porsche are picking up old junior drivers, you've got Bastian Goose.
Oh yes, youngest ever Mobil 1 Super Cup champion.
Absolutely.
Who got his start, Robert Schlunzen, who made a return to Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, if I remember, last year. Him and his family run RS competition based out of Vojens in Denmark. Robert actually made a return to funny enough, Porsche action, which was really, really cool. Now, I have to ask you one question, you lucky sod. You got to race at the Norris Ring this year, didn't you?
I did get to race at the Norris Ring.
How was that? Now, obviously, you've driven at so many different circuits because I think, well, let's just see, still under safety car at the moment. That's one of the shortest circuits known to mankind. I mean, it's even short. It's about as short as Brands Hatch Indy. Going through those Choleresses, you need to have some stones to do that, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I raced there last year as well in GT4 Germany. The biggest difference is the first was the from tension, so the car reacts very differently. But also, we had ABS. So in GT4 Germany, you kind of smash the brake as hard as you possibly can. You just brake, it stops in time. Whereas Carrera Cup this year, if you try to do that, you'll end up in the wall before you know it. There's not much room off at all. It's a real street circuit. Real roads. I mean, even on the exit of the chicane in turn 3, the curb that we use is the pavement.
Yes.
It's raw as the track. It's so good to race. I watched DTM there for years.
Yes. Oh yeah, especially when we had the king of the Norris Ring, Jamie Green, and then he got tied with Bruno Spengler of all people. 5 wins apiece. Right, safety car is in this lap now. Let's give everyone a bit of a driver perspective, Joe. If you were in Rod Christie's shoes, what are you thinking right now?
It's a difficult track to do a safety car restart at. Obviously, at the moment he's trying to get as much heat in the tyres as possible. Safety car lights have just gone out, so the safety car should start to pull away. He'll manage to pace himself, although he doesn't seem to be doing that at the moment. But yeah, he'll back off, pull it into a low gear, and fundamentally you want to try and first of all get the best exit possible for you, but also shock the car behind. He's lucky that he has a cup car directly behind.
Yes, because there is 250, 3 cars behind. Right. So this is going to be interesting because it's going to be the run down to Variante del Parco. Through Curva Misano we go. Back under green flag racing with 3/4 of an hour remaining. And look at how wide out of turn 16 the 3 cup cars went. Mamma mia.
This is real racing.
Yeah,
I love driving at night. I wish I was out there myself. It's such a cool experience.
I know, definitely. I think the thing is, it's more the case of who's got the intestinal fortitude. That is the long, unabbreviated version of saying a 4-letter word called guts.
Yeah.
It's 2 of my favourite words, actually, to be honest with you. When, you know, there are some words that we on commentary, we can think about in our minds, but we can't say live on air, which is true, though.
Is true, yeah.
But, I mean, like, seeing all this here, where we've got all these, oh my goodness me, we've got a real fight on our hands.
Do you know if that Van Lagen is in that Q1 car?
I'm not sure because I'm not 100% sure. I don't get that information on the timing screen, unfortunately.
Well,
but
he seems to be pulling away from a GT3 car, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I would say that smells of Jaap van Lagen all over. That really does. That is the Flying Dutchman, if ever he's... right, okay, so car 88, Sportec Racing now in. And, yeah, obviously the plan was they were going to run 2 cars. They were going to run Ethan's number 21 championship-winning Class 1 car. Unfortunately, due to the DNF, oh, that's not great. Side-by-side, GT3 are round the outside. If that was Marco Siefried, that was an absolutely ballistic manoeuvre around the outside. Got the job done and has already pulled 3 car lengths coming out of the final corner. That was mental.
And Jaap van Lagen's defending from a GT3 car. What a legend. Through line into turn 1.
Oh, I know he's going to have a smile on his face. We ride back on board. This is Rod Christie. And one of the interesting things that I like about nighttime racing, and, you know, everyone here is petrol head mad. You know, we love this sport no matter what role we're in. You being a driver coach this weekend, even though you did get the race overalls on and go out. Props to you on that one, good sir. One of the things that I like is the fact that when, as I said, and I'm going to keep on waxing lyrical about this, when we watch the 24 hours of Le Mans, the CrowdStrike 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the ADAC Ravenol 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Kevin Estra, best move ever. Yes, and I'm going to name check him. I don't care, folks. I don't care. But, you know, like, there are moments, and then you see this, and like up here in the commentary box, we're overlooking because there's the start line and then the finish line. There's a 49-meter differential between the two, but when they come roaring out of that final corner, and we can see them, like literally, like during the daytime, you can see the livery, the numbers, everything. You see it now, and it's just like a white blur, like right now. Here we go, straight across the line, and that. Now that is for the race lead, and the 250 gets through. Oh well. Fireworks, Mr. Warhurst, I think.
And he's gone as well. He's off.
He's bolted.
Wow, that must be seafood.
That has got to be, because otherwise. I think Patrick Dinkeldine would have thought twice to pull that move, but...
He must have gotten miraculously a lot better in the space of a few hours.
Yeah. I think I'm with you on what you said. Marco Siefried definitely behind the wheel of that car. And now that car is bolted up the road.
Yeah, he's driving the socks.
Yeah. I mean, Rod, you know, credit where credit is due. Rod Christie is a capable individual, but when you have someone who has... you know, that experience, and there's quite a few other people that have been doing the driver coach roles, not just you, but of course Marco Werner, Jörg Müller. You know, it's great to have those guys also helping. And I mean, with regards to driver coaching, because you're able to use your own experience to help those that, you know, want that little bit of additional guidance to push them to that next level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get drivers like Mike this weekend, who's first time in the Cup car, and I think the main thing, more than anything, it's just nice for them to know, yes, you are doing the right thing, or no, you're not. It's such a difficult car to drive, and there seems to be some debris on
that. Is a wheel arch. That looks like a wheel arch lining to me, or possibly front diffuser of some kind. Now, I would say more than likely wheel arch liner. It looks a bit more circular. So someone's hit something, or someone's had a bit of a coming together. Is the other two thing. One of the other impressive things is how we thought brakes glow red hot, and we see the exhaust on both 992 GT3Rs. Absolutely.
Seems to have been hit. So hopefully it's not causing damage to his car, but there seems to be the remainder of the wheel arch scattered across the track.
Yeah, it looks like a front one to me, because there's normally, with the way that the cars are designed, there's so much aerodynamics. You've got the canards, you've got the vents over the top of the front wheel arch. That it looks like it's going to be a front wheel arch lining of some description.
tell you what, I think I might know what that's from, because this morning in
Oh
qualifying,
dear, here we go. Come on, lay us on it. Lay it on us, Joe.
This morning in qualifying, Mike went out on track, and we called him in about halfway through to take his tyre pressures, and he was missing a front splitter. We were like, how did you do that? And he was on the left-hand side. We were saying, how did you do that? Where did you hit it? And he'd accidentally cut the track in turn 6 and hit a giant orange cone that was on the apex.
I was wondering that, yeah, because there was a cone that was out of place.
Yeah, that was mine. So if
oh
dear.
dear.
The cone back into the race, that was green. It was just after turn 6.
Now, didn't he? Now, there was a car that I did see. Was it his car that someone ended up using the black gaffer tape to stick it? Right, there we go. There we go.
Simon with the black gaffer tape.
Oh dear. Right, now at least that kind of story's come full circle, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. But you know what? He went back out on track and he set a personal best by over a second. So.
Hey, it just goes to show that you don't always need a front splitter to give you full aerodynamic assistance. Yeah. That's a great little story. Right. Oh, sparks flying from the front of the 240. Now that has had an impact.
That could be where that wheel arch has come from, you know?
Let's see. Well, it's actually sparks flying
from the front left.
Oh, it's the bumper's absolutely stoved in. I've just seen it. Yeah, it's the front underbody's actually scraping across the. Oh, and that front bumper is missing. That front bumper is missing. And that could cause problems if that catches anything behind it. That's going to need a mechanical black flag, I would fear.
You want to be careful going over curbs with that as well, because that could tear up some more bodywork.
That won't just tear up bodywork, but coolant, engine oil lines.
And spray it into whatever car's behind him at the moment.
Well, that coolant system is quite literally exposed. We had it, well, funnily enough, that's another story that came full circle because I found out a little bit of information. We had round 1 at Portimao, we had contact between Gualterio Branco and Sebastian Schmidt. And Branco went all wheels up into the air and then dropped coolant on the floor. Rod comes through turn 5 and then at turn 9 at Craig Jones going up the hill, he loses the car at full speed. Whoa. And the right rear just glances, gives the tyre bearer just a little peck on the cheek.
Yeah.
So
scary.
that is.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a black and orange disc flag.
Oh, the good old meatball flag.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that.
You know what? He's still catching the car in front though. Fair play to him.
Yes, definitely. So that is the 240. That's the trio. Yeah, that. Look, you can see the air vents at the bottom of the bonnet are up, and there is damage to the front bumper. That has seen better days. That car, and it's pulling into pit lane. Yeah. Oh, the front end's completely. Yeah, that has had an impact with something. So that could be. I think there has been more debris strewn on the race circuit as a direct correlation. And so with 36 minutes to go, let's have a look at this. Oh, that is absolutely mullered. Bumper's gone. That's possibly damaged cooling system. If that car's overheated, that's game over.
Yeah, let's hope that.
Well, the air jack, I have to say, the air jack at the front is still working. So they are changing drivers, but they are going to need, they need to make sure that it's completely secure. Yeah, well, you can see, the good old gaffer tape on cue.
So they've got no intention of taking the rest
no, so they're going to slam everything down as best they can. This is what you call the Blue Peter special, folks. All they need is the Blue Peter badges now, Joe. Yeah, but that is if you want to see how bad your 919 GT. Oh my goodness! Now, right,
do they have to stay stationary?
Yes, yes, a mandatory requirement. Right, car 211. Franz and Schorschwerder have a last track warning. Oh, it's oh, look at all that debris. We're going to be lucky if someone does not pick up a puncture from that. Oh, there's damage on the rear. That car has been through the ringer this weekend. Oh,
It is, that's a
I would imagine, I would probably say no, but it depends. If there is another car out there that's probably got rear end damage. So
true,
if we find, if our awesome camera crew from Alpha Life do find a car that has ended up with its rear end being rearranged, then we might have we might be able to find a way of piecing this story together. Not entirely, Joe, but more to the point where when we look at the damage of the other vehicle that might have been involved. But if the car's gone off, that's another thing that could have happened.
That's
so
very true.
it could either have been an incident with another vehicle or going off and just misjudging it.
If you spin into a barrier, you can easily hit the front of the barrier, and then the barrier splits you around and clips your rear as well. So that's a potential. But I'll tell you what. Oh.
Here we go. Right, there is a car. That is a rear bumper. Right rear light is not working. Oh, that is the 232. The one that I said looked like the Scooby-Doo mystery machine.
Wheel. There's a wheel.
Oh, wheel's gone off. Oh, whoa. And that is... Which car is this? Oh, it's the 213. It's the 213 that has just got 3 wheels on that wagon. The left front has gone away from the vehicle. So it's the Vendan Motorsport pairing of Andreas Schaffitzel and Wolfgang Kraus. That says to me that car had contact with that car. That's why the brakes are working. And look.
Crikey, he's still pushing as well. I'll tell you what, I hope that wheels come to rest somewhere safe, because that can be dangerous.
That exited stage left from what I saw.
Yeah.
Oh dear. They said it was the curtain call. I didn't expect so much drama, and they got the hazard lights on, so well played. So that is the MS Racing Austrian pair. If that was near any racing fuel, that would be... There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, well, all I can say is they are very, very lucky. Now, I have to say, well done to Team Neuhofer Rennsport. They've made some semblance of a sticky black plastic. You know, if there was an award for best makeshift repair, I'd have to say for this season it goes down to this crew, because they have done a stellar job of actually repositioning the front splitter. Look, they're putting more gaffer tape on, but they've still got to make sure that radiator gets that well-needed cooling. All it needs is a set of canards on each side of the bumper, doesn't it?
Well, that is impressive.
Chapeau to them. Even though I don't have a cap on my head. Never mind. But still, that was
a moment.
Yeah, I think you know, it's been a very, very long weekend for everybody. You know, involved, especially with a lot of these drivers. They've been through 2 sprint races. We've had all the testing on Thursday and Friday. We had the qualifying for the endurance race last night, and then qualifying and all the races this morning. There is a side by. Oh no, that's the 232 trying to keep out of the way. I mean, the good thing is, I mean, you can see there the 250's catching. But yeah, that has had a little bit of a whack. Unless the sensor or the connector to the back of the headlight, the back tail light, for it to be operational is working. However, the brake light under application, when the brake light switch is pushed down by the brake pedal, it is still operational. However, in some respects, from a safety point of view, if you're going through into a right-hander and the car in front of you has got no working rear tail lights, as in the normal brake, you know, the normal red LED showing up, you would think, well, hang on a second, that's a bit safety related. But it still has the high level brake light underneath the rear wing, and also the left tail light still working. So, right, Rod Christie coming in for the second and final pit stop. So on the pit lane speed limiter, 60 kilometers an hour. So
16 seconds, the gap that Marco Seifried has pulled now. That is impressive.
Yeah. So, but they've still got another pit stop to do. So here comes the good old undercut strategy. So now another 6 minutes and 37 seconds. So switches off the car. So refueling, one person and one person only. So looks like Rod is getting out of the car, and the turn engineer is going to take back control. There he is. Let's say we're very, very, very fast play. And this car has the overall fastest lap of the race, 1:32.414. Great team here at Dynamic Motorsport. So none of this, yeah, let's just get the canister and shove it in. It's the slow version of what we normally see, like say refueling when they're in the garages between sprint races. I would imagine it's probably the same for you guys when you were racing this year in Carrera Cup Germany.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I love how relaxed these pit stops are. We were in 24 hours of Nürburgring last year in the SP10 class, and also there, because of the speed of the fuel pumps, the driving at the pit stops are so slow. And I was so used to GT4 Germany driver changes.
Oh yes.
First driver change. Ran to the car as fast as I could. Launched open the door. Hit the net disconnect.
Yeah.
Jumped in the car. Connected my radio, and then somebody said, 1 minute and 45 seconds. And I was like, crikey, I've got all the time in the world here. Can't hear myself looking at this.
Well, I mean, you know, once bitten, twice shy, Joe, as they say.
I was definitely eager.
Yeah, definitely. So 27 minutes to go. Yeah, GT4 Germany. I've got a good friend who's been running with Oscar Christensen, Lockie Robinson, and they've been doing really, really well this year. So they've had a couple of victories. Known Lockie for quite a few years. So another championship that's on the rise. But yeah, the 213. They were very, very lucky at that point when that left front wheel went, goodbye, see you later, exit stage left.
Yeah, it could have happened at a worse part on the track for sure. And they were lucky they didn't have too many people in front of them to possibly collect the tyre.
Yeah, so at the moment, well, the pairing of Dinkeldown and Seifried is the Lightning McQueen edition, gaffer tape special.
It's a shame they're not number 95. Yeah, that's my
Well,
race number
well, you know what the funny thing is? The reason why it's 76 is Manuel Zloff. Because he ran the car in that livery at Monza, and it had the number 276, hence 76. Yeah, but I know it's just one of those things, and this is what I like about this old school 3-button stopwatch in the hand. Forget using your timer on your smartphones, and that just goes to show again that sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that is true. We've got a nice little battle here. This is with the Lightning McQueen Blue Peter Special, as I'm now going to nickname it. Well, I mean, I had to say, I mean, as soon as I, sticky black plastic, and then all of a sudden Blue Peter pops into my head. I should be getting a badge for just saying that. It is one of those things, but. Again, the 232 trying to do its level best with everything going on, but I mean, this championship has really showcased some really good talents. I mean, how impressed have you been with the likes of Ethan Isher and Matteo Franco Segre, who have been battling up until this weekend for the Class 1 title?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a really enjoyable championship. I mean, I've done almost a full season. I wasn't at Portimao, but then I was coaching Dominic Bastian, oldest gentleman to ever race Le Mans. for most of the season until Monza, and I've loved it. Been some really good racing in all the different categories. Some really promising talents coming through, and I'd love to be back here again next year, especially in the Italian sun for the last half of the season.
Well, I mean, especially if we go to Monza, nice sunshine, 25 degrees in the Kings Park of Monza. But Joe Warhurst, thank you so much for joining me in the booth. It's been a pleasure to have you for the best part of about 45 minutes. So thanks for your time, and keep us posted on what's going on. And you never know, if you're here again, I'll get you back in the box for a bit more of a rodeo here in the commentary booth.
Thank you very much for having me.
So big thank you there to Joe Warhurst to come up and spend some time in the commentary box. So coming down to the final 24 minutes of this race, and it is a bit of a seminal moment. For me, I'm going to throw the story to you all a little bit later on when we get to the end of this 2-hour endurance race. It has been the case that these drivers really have put on a show for everybody watching at home, and a big thank you to everybody that has been watching all the way through the season here on Alpha Live. A big thank you to you all for joining us. It's been a real pleasure being here for the majority of the season. But still, at the moment, the number 299 is still in the pits, and now it leaves with Matteo Malicelli taking the final 23-minute stint, and is going to bring the car home for the Italian squad. So other cars that are in, Burkhard, Fessler and Ischer, that car is in. Number 88, which is currently sitting P4 in the Class 1 division. And once again, the headlights are ablaze here at Misano as we are fast approaching the final 20 minutes. There's the 262, the Class 21 car. That car has just come in from the class lead in Class 21. And you can see the good old little flashlight being shown. That is to check, visually check the brake pads and discs on the rear of the vehicle. Oh dear, has it been Jaap van Lagen that's been pushing the 207 entry? Because that car has just picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits. Oh, turn 6, okay. And more to the point, just goes to show that even though this might be the last race of the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse campaign, even though this is a race that does not award any championship points, it is still a great way for everyone to close out the season on a high. And as I said, for some people who normally are unable during the season due to their varying commitments, etc., to have a chance of getting back behind the wheel. And as you can see, brake discs glowing red hot there on one of the PTE by Manthey cars. Just about glowing as red hot as the exhaust on both 992 GT3 cars we have on the grid, in the form of the 250 from Proton Competition and the 299 from Dynamic Motorsport. But still, nevertheless, the timer waits for nobody. 20 minutes to go. And still, well, what a run for the pairing of Lucas Wolf and Ahmad Al-Mehdi. Now, a little story about the man from Qatar. He was quite recently, the QMMF, the Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation, have a GT team in the GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS, and he was one of a handful of drivers that went back to the Losail International Circuit quite recently to do car 55, Prima Ghinzani Motorsport, 5-second penalty, track limits, turn 6. Okay, right, now that I've got that bit of formality out of the way, he was one of a handful of drivers that went over to the Losail International Circuit that hosts the 18-12 kilometres of Qatar early every year, and did some testing over there. The 202s has come into the pit lane, the pairing of Rödig and Raginger just come into pit lane for what would be second in the Class 21 classification. So at the moment, with 18 minutes and 20 to go, now bearing in mind 250, 1 pit stop, 222, 1 pit stop, 95, 1 pit stop each. So they are going to have to come in very soon for their final 6 minutes and 37-second pit stop. Now in a 992 GT3 R car, that'll be approximately 4 laps. And how far behind is Matteo Malucelli? 4 laps. So there is the 262. So already had a few cars withdraw from the race, DNFing. The 293 car on lap 7. That is the AMAG First Hensport pairing of Valerio Prezesi and Francesco Maria Fenici. Next up, obviously, the car that brought out the first safety car. The PT operated by Mansai 226 entry class 21. John Jastrzemski and Nicholas Kaiser. On 30. Then the pairing of Gregor Burkhardt, Marcel Fessler and Ethan Ischer. The car has been in since lap 35, and then car 216 Andres Max Schleschner. So 262 of Skilan and Sassinelli now exit pit lane. So the big question is the top 3 overall. There is 207 running P6 overall. More importantly, that is P2 in class 21, because that is still being led by the pairing of Lucas Wolf and Ahmad Al-Mehdi in the 222. And then the pairing for Omni Racing, that being Christian Caramuschia, Lario Introna and Simone Iaquinta. But they are still circulating. Of course, the 207 are having a brand new set of rear Michelin Sport Cup Sport tyres fitted to the vehicle. Of course, the number 213 pairing of Zeljko Drmic and Florian Janitz. Well, if the car still had 4 wheels on it, it would not have had to come down for a down pit lane for a third time.
This one.
See one car into the pits, and that is that is the race leader. So 250 from Proton Competition on the pit lane speed limiter at 60 kilometers an hour. Pulls on to its marks. Now it is going to be at least a 6. So, oh well, Patrick Dinkeldine, what a star. Not feeling 100%. And he might take the car to the line. So now, Matteo Malucelli will be hearing in his ears on the radio in the car, Matteo, time to push. Now there is a lot of ground that you can gather in a particular amount of time over the course of 6.5 minutes. Now when you bear in mind that at the minute Matteo Malucelli's last lap 1:33.048, so 3 minutes, so 3 minutes 6 is 2 laps, 6 minutes and 12. So if he's consistently in the 1:33.0s, give or take, say 6 minutes and a quarter total. Car 222 has just been given a track limit warning for turn 6. But more to the point, it is going to be the case of, in the next few laps, how much can that distance be closed? And I have to say that wasn't exactly a slow lap there from Matteo Malucelli. 1:32.736 in the number 299. It just goes to show that he might be the team boss, but if you've still got that itchy right foot of getting behind the wheel, then the best thing you can do is go out there and give it your all, and that's exactly what Matteo Malucelli is doing at the minute as things stand. As we head into what is going to be the final 10 minutes of this race, and still the 250 is in the pit lane. 299, Matteo Malucelli comes out of the final corner, passes, I think that was the 175 that was on the right hand side coming out of Curva Misano. Oh, and a big moment there. No, 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 no. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold the phone. That was the 202, I believe, that just spun. So, Herdich and Haginger at that point, whoever was behind the wheel of that car has just had a serious code brown and clean up on aisle 3. This just goes to show how quickly, as we are really into the deep of night, the floodlights are ablaze, black skies up above, and we're fast approaching 8 o'clock in the evening. 9 minutes and 20 still to go. So whoever just had that code brown is a very, very lucky individual. And the main reason why I say that is that one of the things you don't want to have happen is spin in the middle of the track and then all of a sudden people scatter. So let's have a look at the replay here. Oh, he's just lost it. Oh, oi. So the 202, the 203, that was a big moment. Lost the back end, left hand of the rear just went. No, I've lost traction, and spun around, and round it went. Just goes to show how quickly things can change on a sixpence, and that is exactly why, in these nighttime conditions, a moment like that, it does not make you feel very well afterwards. Right, okay. Overall race lead has changed, but there has been a pit stop now being started by the 222 of Ahmed Almedi and Lucas Wolf. And now leading the field is the two, well, leading at the moment might be, I'm not sure if it's going to change very shortly, but Michael Hughes and Stefan Heim. Right, okay, 250 now leaves pit lane. The race to the checkered with 7 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock begins right now. So it depends on how things go. Now obviously whilst the 250 has been sitting stationary, what has happened is that the brakes go cold, the tyres, they go cold. Okay, cartoon. Oh, right. Matteo Malicelli has got to watch turn 6 from now on. The reason being is this has been given a final track limit warning for turn 6. As he now makes his way into Cover Delgado, into the left-hander and then into cover Misano. So at the moment, this has been an undercut sensation from Michael Hughes and Stefan Heim, the 291 car. So it all depends on how quickly Lucas Wolf and Ahmed Almedi make it out of the pit lane. When they do, how close is it going to be? That is the big 64,000 lira question that needs to be answered very, very shortly. And I'm sure it will be very soon. There is the flame-spitting, fire-breathing 299 Dynamic Motorsport 992 GT3R with Matteo Malucelli bringing it home for the team. 4 minutes and 35 seconds still remaining on the timer. And now Michael Jules and Stefan Heim take the overall race lead. And now car 55 has just been slapped with a 5-second time penalty. The track limits at turn 6. Still the racing carries on at breakneck speed into the night time here at Misano. We are not that far away. 3 3/4 minutes still to go. 1 hour 56 minutes completed on the timer. So just after 8 o'clock local time here in the western part of Italy, in the about a 15-minute drive from the seaside beachfront property, if you will. Now, because Almadi and Wolf have come out, it's going to be the 207 that will lead Class 21. And that is the pairing of Jaap van Lagen and Dragos Buriu. Several drivers starting to get I know it's been a long day, of course, early start. Lots of things going on, time qualifying, sprint racing, and then the prep for this particular adventure in Rimini. So just under 2 minutes to go. Cool. Just to think, if you'd have said to me nearly 2 hours ago, you'd be finishing under the nighttime skies. Well, it is dark. The headlights are ablaze with their full ferocity. And we are coming down to the last few moments of this motor race. And also the 2025 Porsche Sports Cup and Sprint Challenge Suisse season. And there is the car leading the way. It's by nearly 18.4 seconds, the pairing of Michael Jules and Stefan Heim. And that wonderfully liveried 291 911.2 GT3R car. And very soon our race leaders, I would imagine, might get, I'm not too sure when we're going to see the final lap. It might be the case. The checkered flag is being prepared. So it is going to come down to these last moments. 20 seconds on the timer. Leader now comes through Curvone. So by the time they head into Curva Misano for the last time, we will be at 0, it looks like, into turn number 14. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag now being prepared. And out of turn 15. Turn 16 It is the pairing of Stefan Heim and Michael Hughes that wins the 2-hour night race here at Misano. Gratulation an beiden Piloten hier in Misano bei dem letzten Endurance-Rennen dieses Jahr, Saison 2025. Great job by them after 66 laps. They take the win in overall. Matteo Malucelli and Rod Christie ran at the top two, with Marco Siegfried and Patrick Dinkeldine rounding out the top three. However, how's about this for a story? Dragos Buriu and driver coach Jaap van Lagen have had an absolute nightmare weekend. They've even had to borrow a car from their good friends at Lap Time Performance. But nevertheless, the Dutchman and the Romanian will very soon come across the line, and they will win in their class in the 207. A few other drivers still to cross the line, but it's not that long now. And Buriu and Van Lagen will win in class 21, and they finish an astounding 4th overall. But there is your winner of the 2-hour endurance race, Stefan Heim and Michael Hughes for Team Hughes by Twin Bush. Malucelli and Christie in second, Dinkeldine and Siegfried rounding out the top three. Buriu and Van Lagen fourth, head of Heglin and Zochling. Schmidt and Kaibach rounding out the top six, Almedi and Wolf. Seventh, Hudig and Raginger. Max von Rosen, David von Rosen and Dominic Schamel. Karamuskia, Introna and Ia Quinta ran out the top 10 ahead of Menegro and Gratian. The two Verlers, Sassinelli and Skila. Grimic and Janitz. Dissel and Voller, Quinta and Brusa. Schaflitzel and Kraus, Stillefontaine, Feller and Widmer comes across the line in 18th, with Siedler and Zach rounding out the 19 that completed the race. And there are the celebrations by the team down there in the 291. Looks like it was Stefan Heim that brought it home. Muschlecher and Mero out on lap 45, Burkhardt, Fessler and Ischler out on lap 35. Jastrzemski and Kaiser backwards into the barriers on lap 30. Vinici and Prezesi rounding out the 23 cars that we were on the grid with. Unfortunately, Levin Gelf and Jonas Vitscher unable to take the start due to the impact. But that, as they say, is that the remainder of the field being lined up on the start-finish straight. I'm going to head down for the final time to speak to some people, and then we'll close out the show here at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli.
Super toll. Ja. Super, die Top vorgelegt. Die Box ist noch mal.
you turning floodlights off down here?
So, the sun has finally set here at Misano. I have to say, Ahmad, come in, my friend. Eric not too well, but you know what? Lucas did a mega stint. You know, he just said, didn't know quite where I was, but hey, he gave it a shot and gave it a go, huh?
Yes, it was good. I'm happy for what happened, and yeah, I couldn't do more than this, but it's okay. Now we won the third position, which is I'm satisfied with that. I can say. Today the sprint race I did not good in the quali. That's why I couldn't manage to be in the podium. But it was really nice for me that I overtook around 10 cars. Was a really good feeling.
You definitely had your elbows out. Ahmad, a pleasure to see you, my friend. I will give you all regards to Amr Al-Hamad next week when I go to Qatar. Eric Santos, we haven't had you on camera. So, how are you doing, buddy? Obviously not feeling 100%. You did the right thing, but still, you got your elbows out, got out there for the sprint races. What a place to finish here at Misano.
Yeah, really happy with the season, happy with the team too. I think it was a good result to close out the season. And lots of good things to take away for next year too.
And also to get some welcome rest back home in Brazil. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado.
But you know what? The last race winner of the season, this beauty here. This livery might be a bit, not to everybody's taste, a bit Marmite or everything like that. I mean, congratulations to Stefan and Michael for taking the win. But the celebrations continue because it's the end of school for 2025 here at Porsche Sports Cup Suisse. What's more, we want to say grazie a voi, vielen lieben Dank, merci beaucoup à tous. Thank you to everybody that has watched all our streams. I have to say a big thank you to our friends over in Germany and Italy that have also been broadcasting. So grazie a voi, vielen lieben Dank. Ladies and gentlemen, Porsche Sprint Challenge and Suisse and Sports Cup Suisse is very much out in the open. You want to get involved, head to their website, follow Porsche.ch on Instagram. On behalf of myself, Alex Goldschmidt and Ben Wichterich, who stood in Imola and Mugello from our side, thank you so much for everyone for watching. Thank you to all our circuits, Portimao, Red Bull Ring, Imola, Monza, Mugello, and here at the fantastic Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. On that note, ciao ciao, auf Wiedersehen, see you next time. Thanks for watching, good night.